Natural Samoa water, the taste of nature.
Unwind your busy day with a cup of royalty. Royalty, complete satisfaction with every sip.
And the wonderful Faleata complex high above it today, this beautiful Friday here in Apia, Samoa. And welcome to day 5 of competition at the IBFC Universal Cup. And what a day we have in prospect for you as well. We've been obliterating records all week, and in prospect today, it's the big boys and girls that come out to play. As you can see, the kids are arrayed. Faleata beginning to fill up. The noise levels here once again just going absolutely through the roof. And when we get into the action today, we're about to see the men's plus 94 category, a junior category for the heavyweights in the juniors. Then we're going to go on to the men's 110 at 11:30. But for the moment, as I introduce Rob Cabas, Olympian and Commonwealth gold medalist, this lady yesterday, Sina Stowers, doing the job, Rob.
Yes, definitely one of the highlights, not just of yesterday's lifting, but of the whole championship. You just saw her set a new world record with 112 kilograms in the snatch. Here in the clean and jerk, 142 kilograms. Another youth world record, actually 2 with this lift, because the total record was also smashed, 254 kilogram total. A new youth world record. On her final attempt, she attempted even the junior world record, the under-20 world record.
Absolutely brilliant lifting by the young Samoan, who we also think was celebrated with a little bit of a rendition of birthday wishes. But let's just move on to Oliver Saxon here, the Australian, because he too was mighty yesterday.
Yes, he was in great form, 94 kilogram class. This is his Oceania senior record with 157 kilograms in the snatch. And you can see there he's being looked after by 2 of the Australian coaches, who are in fact also his parents, his mother and father, also decorated weightlifters. This is 188 kilograms, which gives him a total of 345 kilograms, and that's also a new Oceania total record. So he had a real day out.
He did indeed, deserved it mightily. But right now we're going to move on because we're live. This is the action, and we're going to enjoy this 94 plus kilo category. The young junior heavyweights, and these are the names that we'll be looking out and enjoying over years to come, we hope. Fiji's got 2 young lifters in this category today. And as the boys are introduced to this boisterous crowd, a chance for us to reflect. We've got the 2 Fijians, a martial lifter, Nusila Opolonge is going to be up there as well, the Nauruan Peter Aboke, and also, as I say, the Marshall Island lifter as well.
Yep. So we should say that this 94 plus category is specific to youth lifters under 18. The same as we had yesterday, the plus 77 category, which was specific to the female lifters. This is recognition of the fact that at that young age, not too many people are going to be weighing over 94 kilograms, so they all group in the 1. However, depending on their actual body weight, some of them have also been entered in the other categories, whether they're in the 110 or 110 plus kilogram category, which is significant because yesterday we saw one of the girls who had placed in the plus 77 category go on to win the bronze medal in the 86 kilogram category. Now just introducing the officials for this session.
And there'll be somebody that'll be taking a particular interest in this morning.
Yes, the namesake of one of the competitors and also one of Samoa's best ever lifters,
Nusila
Opolonge.
So these are our referees and match officials from all over the world, Australia, India, Samoa, New Zealand. And they got together in a festive mood last night, and their work was acknowledged and congratulated by the Samoa National Olympic Committee. And wonderful to see them here, so generous with their time and their energy, Rob.
Yes, absolutely. You can't run a weightlifting championship, especially of this magnitude, without the appropriately accredited technical officials. And as you said, they all volunteer their time. Their commitment is to the sport and their passion for weightlifting.
Well, there's the good doc, and he'll be hard at work on the live stream as well. So there we have it. We've been introduced to our players, 7 of them in fact. The young under 18 supers going to get to work in about 5 minutes from now. Day 5 action here at this wonderful IBFC competition, and sort of heavy hearts. It's been a big week. It's always a little bit sad when you come around to the final day of comp, but believe me, there is going to be some fireworks. Don't go too far away because TV1 has got it covered and we'll be bringing you all the action. We're going to take a break, have a look at who's in, who's hot, who's not, and when we come back, the first of the big under-18s will get to work on the platform in the Snatch. See you then. Universal Cup competition, and welcome to Faleata. The noise in here is absolutely stupendous. Alongside me is the great man, Robert Cabas, Olympian from Los Angeles in 1984 when he came away with a silver medal, and then it was 3 gold medals at Commonwealth Games level. And Bob, a little sad today to be pulling plugs on this wonderful competition, but nevertheless a very exciting way to finish up a wonderful 5 days here in Apia.
Yes, that's true. The recognition that something that you've looked forward to for quite a while is coming to an end can be a little bit of a, but it's also the highlight of many competitions. People wait and come out in droves to watch the biggest competitors in action.
Well, we're just about to get underway, and as Rob was explaining, this is the youth under 18 heavies, 94 plus. 2 young Fijians are going to be plying their wares here today. Upolu here. Only 16 years of age.
He's just asked the bar to be loaded to 55 kilograms, so he's starting 5 kilos more than his nominated starting attempts of 50, which is not uncommon. Normally the coaches would give a conservative weight at the weigh-in, see how their athletes are warming up, and usually they will start either on the nominated weight, but more often than not will increase a little bit.
So a tight start for him.
I think the weight is no problem for him at all, but it is just a lack of awareness. I think he's just pulled up the bar and hoped that it would just stay up there for him to stand up with it. So I think the coaches will have a word with him in between and just say, look, the weight is above your head. It's not going to wait for you to to make up your mind when you're going to go up. You've got to be aware. There's going to be a weight over your head. You've got to tense up. You've got to push up and stand up and get the down signal.
Well, Fiji with a very young squad here. The 16-year-old here, Upolu. Iani is the 15-year-old. We'll be seeing him in just a moment as well. And they've also got Abelman Salubu, who's going to be lifting as well, the 14-year-old from Fiji. So this very large squad from Fiji over here, not much older than the kids in the audience. In fact, probably in some instances even younger than some of the kids that are piling in here to support their teams today at Faleata. The place is absolutely jam-packed. Nice correction.
He's obviously a strong boy. When you have a combination of strength and a large body weight moving at a rate of knots, and also very flexible, these young boys. So it takes a little bit of control and something that will be gained later on with more experience. And we've been speaking about the great experience this has been for a lot of the young athletes. Their first foray into international competition, to be out here on the large stage will stand them in good stead as they progress through the ranks, and hopefully some of them will find their way through to more major championships, and no doubt some of them will be aiming to represent their country at Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games.
Well, it's fantastic, isn't it? And I mean, really look at the impact that the sport is having. So here, 3 young Fijians. Henry Elder walks in the shot there as well, in front of kids not much older than them, probably even a little bit younger. The impact that weightlifting is having on this new generation is going to be pretty profound, I would suggest. And I would say here in Faleata today, just looking around at these young Samoan faces, what champions are going to be jumping out at us in the next year or so.
Exactly. So the benefit is not just for the young lifters competing, but it's also for the young people watching and the audience at large, promoting the sport, creating the interest, the enthusiasm, the thought going through their mind that I want to be there, to be applauded and watched by.
Upolu then finishes up with his 60. I mean, what a debut, and what an event in which to debut an international career, Rob.
Absolutely, and you couldn't ask for a better crowd. They're enthusiastic. Their support is for all the lifters. It's not just directed towards the hometown representatives. All the lifters are getting their due support here. And it can lift you, as we've mentioned, during the championship.
Well, he's buckled up. He's put the belt on for his last attempt at 60 kilos. Perhaps a nice little psychological edge there for him.
Yes, he's recovered well from that first miss. Some self-awareness there now. He feels more at home on that stage. It's not easy taking the first attempt of the first, not just your first attempt, but the first attempt of the whole session.
But the other thing as well is he's got a couple of his teammates here with him. Henry Elder, of course, has done a lot of development work with the young junior team, so in very good hands. So young Abelman Salobo here. He's going to start at 65, well, his second attempt at 65.
Yes, he made a good start with 60 on his first attempt. We've got 65 kilograms on the bar now, second attempt. For those new to the sport, you get 3 attempts per movement, 3 attempts in the snatch, 3 attempts in the clean and jerk. And he's successful with that 65 kilograms.
And he's 14 years of age. So again, good work.
Yes, so the whole idea is that you use those 3 attempts as wisely as possible. If you start at too light a weight, then you end up not reaching your full potential with the 3 attempts. If you start at too heavy a weight, if you miss all 3, you're out of the competition, and also the weight on the bar cannot be reduced. So once you've nominated a starting weight, you can't then decide, oh no, that was a bit heavy, I'll drop back. That's not possible.
So one of the keys to developing weightlifters and get them sort of aspirational is to get them traveling, get them out to major events such as this. And for Fiji, the proximity of Samoa means that they can get a largest contingent over here at a much reduced price compared to getting them down to New Zealand or Australia, where they're going to be housed, fed, looked after, flown to and from. And with Samoa being a lot closer to Fiji, means that they can get a large squad over here, give them an introduction to international competition, get some of them up to the Oceania Weightlifting Federation headquarters here under Tuanaimato, Jerry Warwick as well. So benefits all round that it stays in Pacific, but gives them a chance to get out and about.
Absolutely, it's that sort of opportunity. Here we have a look at 70 kilograms on his third attempt. Oh, goodness. That was there for the taking. And as we've said many times during this championship, this snatch is unforgiving. Just a slight moment of hesitation or loss of concentration, and that lift is gone. He had that in his keeping almost, but just at the last second just could not complete it. Couldn't straighten his legs to receive the referee's signal. It's there for him. All he had to do is stand up. But also we were mentioning flexibility before with these young boys, and it's easy to, if you're not tense, pushing hard against the bar, it's easy for it to rotate and go behind you.
So the third of the Fiji lifters is out then. This is Willie Iane, and he's going to start off at 80 kilos. So just great that the young Fijians have got some support. So here's the best of the young Fiji crew then with the 80. And for those of you new to weightlifting, of course, the snatch is where the lifter is trying to get that weight directly overhead in just the one move. Clean and jerk we'll see a little bit later on. Of course, the lifter is allowed to interrupt that lift midway by getting the bar to the shoulders where they can wait, rest, and then jerk it into place overhead. We'll see that in a little while once we get these snatches out of the way.
Yes, the snatch is the more technical move. It requires a lot more technique, and as we just mentioned just a few minutes ago, it's unforgiving. So you've got to be really on your game, have it in the right position. Otherwise, the lift is gone.
And we've seen, however, nevertheless, if the lifter does have skill, over the last couple of days, we have seen some amazing adjustments by lifters deep in that squat as they're trying to handle that snatch, that have been able to make the adjustments. But it comes down to experience, I guess, and also a certain sense of being in the moment as well and just controlling your circumstances. The more you do it, the better you get, but as Robert will probably tell you, you can never get 100% on the snatch.
Absolutely. You never own the lift. You're constantly working at maintaining your technique or refining it from the first minute you pick up a weight until your last competition. It's a lift you can't take for granted.
Nice, 85.
If anything, it's probably a little bit better than his first attempt. First attempts are always a little bit nervous, but once you're on the board and you know that you're in the competition now, then you can just relax just that little bit. And a certain level of relaxation is needed. You don't want to be approaching the lift, especially the snatch, all tight, you know, like a block of wood. You need to let the movable parts move. You need to be able to flow freely to get the best out of yourself in the snatch.
So the battle amongst the young Fijians continues. We have one more lift here for the 15-year-old Willie Iane. And then, of course, we'll get to work with the Kiribati lifter, Masila Opolonge, representing the home nation, and wait for him to get out on the platform. The noise will be absolutely outrageous. And the Naroon as well, Peter Abuke. Pepe, Jerry Warwick stalking in the background, and a couple of Opolonges there or thereabouts. You might be seeing in the warm-up rooms. This is out the back. Big fans and aircons on out there, trying to keep the lifters as cool as possible. And then they come down the corridor of champions to this waiting area from where they are hauled out onto the platform. And this debut has been pretty impressive by this young Willie Iane. As I said, the three Fijians, 16 years of age, 14 years of age, and Willie here, 15. 90 kilos, his final attempt. That smoked him a little, so 85 is his best. So Fiji finishing off with a 60, 65 and an 85. So some talent identification going on there, I would suggest, Robert.
Just having a look at this one here, it was not too far ahead. If you notice, as you pulled, it was the right arm that was bending during that pull. We try and focus in the snatch on keeping your arms as straight for as long as possible. And it throws you out when one arm is straight and the other one is bending a little bit. And usually it's, if you're a right-handed person, it's your right arm that may do that instinctively. And then it affects how you receive the bar overhead, and that's what happened there. It was his right arm that gave way, his shoulder rotated, and the bar was dumped forward.
Okay, so on then to the young Nauruan. Peter Boke here in his second major international outing, so he too will be feeling the butterflies a little bit, I think. And he has a sister that went around. I think I saw her in Paris a year or so ago, so Peter following in the footsteps. Okay, no, it looks like Frank Atatake is going to come out in front of him with 110. So Peter Bookie's going up. He had nominated 105. He's going up. So Frank then comes out here. Atantake. Now, Atantake, you probably noticed, is a name very common to this weightlifting championship. Let's see how Frank goes here.
Oh, very easy.
My Frank. And the Atatakis are basically made up the Marshall Islands weightlifting team. Because their dad comes from Kiribati, moved to the Marshall Islands, and young Frank here, one of the kids, and he's lifting here today. So you've probably noticed us call out the Atanaktes throughout the week.
Yeah, yes.
So that explains the link between Kiribati and their mum, who comes from the Marshall Islands, where the family have now settled, and they're basically dominating Marshall's weightlifting. So that explains that particular link, and also the name of those of you that might be a little bit querulous. Okay, so Peter Habuki then, his second major outing in international weightlifting, and part of this really motivated Nauruan team.
Great investigative work there, Brendan, supplying us with those facts.
So Peter away then had nominated initially with a 105, but has come out with his 110, so that's good. So with Marshalls away, Nauru away, Fiji are done. We're waiting on the Nauruan. And of course we're waiting on Nusila Opalonge, and strap in, Robert, because I think when we hear him, as we glimpse down the corridor of champions, we move our camera up here into the warm-up area. Now again, if you're just joining us for the first time, you can see that Lily Coffer in left of screen there is just talking into a small microphone. She's making some notes, and those notes and details and lift weights have been conveyed to her. She's relaying them to the front of house, where our MC is then relaying them to the loaders. We're putting the weights out on the bar and then on into us as well. Now here you see an adjustment being made by one of the coaches. Lily Coffer is leaning over to see what's happening. And when the conditions get tough and the tough get going, you might see the other coaches come over and have a little bit of a sneak and see what they can get a little bit of a view of what the competition might be doing.
Of course, what they're doing is not just simply sitting there and taking attempts and relaying them to the front of house. They also have to ensure that the coaches are making those changes within the allocated time. So any change to the declared increment must be made within the first 30 seconds. So if the coach goes up to the desk and tries to make a change after that 30 seconds, they must be aware and also inform him, sorry, you're too late to make that change. Coaches don't like that, but it keeps them on their toes, and you've got to be aware of those rules.
Here's Peter Abuke then. Second attempt for the Nauruan. Feeling pretty good about life.
Nicely done. Moves well for a big man, or a big boy, I should say. A big young man. How about that?
That sounds good. The first of the two Nauruans, because we've got Mark Quinn's cook coming out as well. And again, just like we were saying about the Marshall's family, the Cook family well represented here as well. Mark Quinn's is the youngest of the cooks. Masinsi, of course, we saw lift the other day, and his sister as well. So just like the Opalonges here in Samoa with the linkage through the families, it's a bit of a family sport, Robert Cabas.
It is. It tends to be handed down through several generations, and that's worldwide, of course, not just in the Pacific region. Canada's got the Santavis and the Darcinis. Australia, we've had the Katzes, father and two sons. So it does, as you say, go through families. In Egypt, there's the Hassouna family, which includes African champions and Olympic gold medalists.
And what about the Saxtons out of...
And the Saxtons, of course, of course.
So yeah, so there's this sort of family tie.
Yes, both parents, Jay and Andy Saxton, were well-performed international representatives. Particularly Andy, who was a multiple gold and silver medalist at Commonwealth Games, representing both England and Australia.
Okay, so Peter just took a moment out the back just to sort of loosen up a little bit. The clock is counting. He's got 27 seconds left. And we don't want him to be timed out, so he's got to move his preparation along for his third attempt at 118. Mark Quinn's cook, the other lifter, just waiting in the area adjacent.
He's going to have to take a couple of deep breaths. He's got 6 seconds to get that bar moving. 4, 3, 2, 1. Left it until the very last.
And again, that just might be a sign of a young lifter who just rushing it, just making life a little bit tough for himself. If he was aware of that clock, it might explain why he just rushed into this 118. Giving himself another 20 seconds just to sort of kick the bar around a little bit out there might have just settled him down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he may have had to go back backstage for
whatever.
Yeah, so
there's all sorts of explanations.
That's right.
So he misses that. So his best then is 115. So pretty good effort for his first major competition. And again, all these young under 18s, boy, are they getting an introduction to international weightlifting that they probably never dreamed of just a few months ago.
Now there's a stop in the competition, and I don't know what that's all about.
No, there could be a review here.
But he missed his last lift, so there's nothing to review unless it's. I think they want to look at the scoreboard to see if it's correctly. Well, if the right lifter is being displayed, I can't see any problem in the order of lifting.
No, we're seeing we've got a version of that scoreboard that the jury's looking at as well. Some very wise heads there.
So I don't know what the questioning is. Look, it could be something as simple as not wearing the correct bib, or rather the tag. Most lifters, not most, all lifters have to wear a tag showing their lot number, and that helps the members of the jury, and the referees should be monitoring that all the time, and it helps them differentiate between the lifters, specifically when there are more than one lifter from the same country. So we don't know what that was all about. It could be, as I said, something as simple as where's your tag with your lot number.
There you go. So anyway, my Frank.
So you can see the tag there, number 2.
On his shorts, and that tallies with the information we have, and that helps us as well. 120, the biggest lift so far in this men's 94. Whoa!
You can't do that. That's trademarked, isn't it?
He's stealing something from the great man, Tuanaimato, who will see in operation later on today.
Yeah. It's a little bit cheeky, wasn't it?
He might owe that a little bit as well to Mr. Bolt, but having a little bit of a laugh with the
it's
crew
not
here.
quite the same. It's a variation, isn't it? So now 2 lifters are still to make their opening attempts, and interestingly, they'll be the lightest lifter in the competition against the heaviest lifter in the competition.
And here is our heaviest lifter in the competition.
Is he coming out for 125? That's his nominated starting attempt, but he doesn't seem to be making any sort of move.
They've called him. So we're just seeing whether Mark Quins is going to...
They've got 30 seconds to make the change. If they haven't made it already, it could be on the way now to the front. Because as a super heavy, he'd be moving already if that was the weight he intended to take. And there we have. There's been a change.
Yep, they just got the call in time. Okay, so my Frank from Marshall Islands will come out, and his third attempt, so it looks like the Nauruan is going up. And this is setting up an interesting battle between the Nauruan and Nusila Upolu. Yet to see them, but there's a little bit of foxing going on out the back at the moment as the coaching staff from both teams just sort of suss out what's going on. The Nauruan at the moment has nominated 130, and Nusila's team have got him in at a 127 start. So they'll get to work after we see my Frank get underway here, the Marshall Island lifter. He's nominated a 126, but is he going to go high? Because he looked pretty handy. No, he'll stop at the 126. Okay, so
there could still be a further change. I know they have until the 32nd mark, but if they are, if he's taking anything less than 130, I suggest that he should be making his way to the platform now. Yep.
126 it is. He'll stick with that. He looked pretty handy. I thought they might have put another kilo or 2 on.
Depends, this could be a personal best, so no.
And that's the reason why they didn't. So 120 is his best. Okay, so with Fiji cleared, with the lighter Nauruans away, and Marshalls as well, you can see in picture Nusila Upolu, and you can hear the roar already. Young Nusila comes out, 17 years of age, 127. And acknowledges the crowd as well. Good start. Smashes the big bar down. Gets it underway at 127 and the crowd goes wild. Look at the Nauruans. How do you cope with that?
How awesome is that though?
It is fantastic. What a weightlifting tournament we've got here. This is the first Samoan lift of the day and it is just riotous. That's the replay.
Yeah,
and the upper longes. Senior in the audience. But I tell you what, there's a young Nauruan out there who's going to have to make his way through this roar, through this tumult to get on the platform as well. And he's going to have to sit this out for a moment or two because Nusila's going to follow himself. The Nauruan's going for 130. He's going to come out next. So the Samoans. Joey Warwick has made a ways in at a 165.
indeed. He's a tall boy though, he's carrying it well.
130 first attempt. Wow. Nusila could have a battle on his hands because he's looking pretty comfortable in his second major event. Went down to Melbourne to get a taste of international competition. Nusila now is going to come out and try and cover this 130 with a 131. Once again. I reckon that's a PB. I got a feeling his best up until today was a 130. I reckon he's just got into PB territory with this 131.
Nicely done too.
Senior upper longers. I tell you what, the Nauruans, they're just copping it at the moment because the crowd is seeing this picture as well. What we're seeing here is being seen in the stadium, and the kids want their boy to win this first showdown in the Snatch. So my Queen's Cook is pushing Nusila really hard here.
I think he's just applying the pressure one bit at a time. His 130 was very, very comfortable. And so is this 134.
That is looking very good. So
In the clean and jerk, so they've got that up their sleeve.
So he's going to try and cover him with a 135. He can't put much more on that. If his PB is 131, he's getting into rarefied atmosphere here. Now this brave Samoan warrior.
He looks capable.
He's going to have to bring it. Puts the pressure back on the Nauruan to respond. This is his third lift. Puts him a kilo ahead of the Nauruan with this. big PB now. You can't ask for more, as the Warrior got it.
Oh, not quite.
Leaving it just short. So now,
Nice long pull, maybe lean back a little bit too far away at the top of the pool from the bar, so it left it in front of him and he wasn't really in a position to try and do anything to save it.
so in a cloud of chalk dust, Lucilla walks away and laments what might have been, leaving Mark Quince Cook, the youngest of the Cook family here, and the biggest, to add more pain with a 140. I'm just going to the record books at the moment.
Possibly a recognition that Upolu has the superior clean and jerk, so they're trying to put as much space between it as possible. Oh, not there.
So, now Ruin stumbles, but he has the lead. It's tight at the top of the men's plus 94 category. This 140 really opens up the door for Samoa in the clean and jerk. Will it be the technician, Nusila Opolonge, or the brute power of Mark Quince Cook in the clean and jerk? We'll contemplate that in the break, Robert Cabas, but it's all set up for what could be an intriguing showdown here in this first session of the day.
It will be. I have a feeling it'll come down to the last lift.
There it is then, a little bit of red on that third lift column, but the two big boys are up and rolling, and it's going to be a battle royale between hometown favourite Nusila Opolonge up against Mark Quince Cook. Join us after the break when we come back for the second stanza of this intriguing battle in the big juniors, the plus 94s here at the IBFC. Welcome back to us here at Faleata, where we're in the midst of the men's 94 plus category. Having a quick look at the scoreboard here with Robert Cabas and an intriguing showdown. We've got three young Fiji lifters, marshals as well, but the big battle at the top of the standings is Nauru versus Samoa. Robert Cabas, what you thinking?
Well, I think Upolonge's got himself in a good situation. He's only 3 kilograms behind Cook, but he is on all-known form the better performer in the clean and jerk, so he'll be trying to make up that difference in the second half of this competition. Cook, I think, may have been better served by taking a slightly larger increase from first to second attempt rather than leave.
Ever the strategist, Mr. Robert Cabas, of course, with all the experience of those Commonwealth Games gold medals and also that silver medal from the Olympic Games in Los Angeles. Here is the young 17-year-old from Fiji, Tuanaimato. What was that? That was a 73 starter for him. three young Fiji lifters here in this category. And
yes,
Rob, here is
Upolu is only 15 years of age, so you know, that's just an experience for him here, and looking for the future.
Indeed, and you can see all the young Fiji boys, three of them that are gathered around here. So for those that are joining maybe for the first time, Rob, they haven't been with us at the Universal Cup all week. This is now, we're moved into the clean and jerk. The objective is bar over the top of the head, but in two moves.
Exactly, so it's two moves in one jerk portion of the lift, so clean and jerk. You're obviously capable of lifting more weight in this than the snatch because of that break in the middle. You don't have to pull it quite as high, and you settle on your chest and your opportunity to use your legs to drive it further.
Okay, here's the second of the young Fiji lifters then. Pretty handy there off the platform. Abelman Solobo. That was 75 kilos.
No problem, and I think they're being guided wisely. They're being pushed, but not put under that extreme pressure, or rather not needlessly pushed. They're trying to get them to succeed with their third attempts, and with young lifters, I think it's best to work on a culture of success, so they become accustomed to the fact that
Yeah, and I'd say would be an interest. Showdown between Cook and Upolu. In the clean and jerk. IBFC Finance, of course, been absolutely magnificent. Vodafone as well. MBS Samoa, fantastic banking services. The Samoa Tourism Authority been very fantastic. Also Vaima Brewers, of course, and the Samoa National Olympic Committee been absolutely sensational, helping and assisting in getting us here to this wonderful tournament. We thank our sponsors dearly. Abelman back out there with 80 kilos this time. The Fiji team seem to have generate a bit of warmth with the locals, don't they? Of all the international teams, it's Fiji that seem to be the team that the Samoans are going to back.
Very true. And also now that he's got 5 successes under his belt, he's just relaxed a little bit. He's interacting with the crowd and enjoying the moment.
He is. But you mentioned technique versus raw power. And I got a feeling, and I don't want to denigrate Mark Quinn's Cook here, the big 94 plus lifter, but when it's going to come to his superior body weight, theoretically we're going to equate that with power versus Nusila Opolonge, lighter, and theoretically the better technician in terms of being able to produce the clean and jerk. And I'll be interested in your thoughts when these two come and do battle in the next 10 minutes or so, Rob.
I think that's a valid point. But also, having said that, for a big guy, Cook's technique is quite efficient.
Yeah.
So there's nothing really wrong with his technique there. From what we've seen in the snatch, we'll see in the clean and jerks, but from what I've seen in the snatch, their technique is on par with each other. So
Absolutely.
obviously the body weight is a vast difference, but as far as technique goes, I think they've both been working on it, and they're quite efficient.
And speed as well under the bar, but that'll be an interesting conversation in just a moment. Upolu here with his third and final attempt, 82 kilos. Well, that's a pretty handy way to see out your international debut. So 3 out of 3 clean and jerks. He got the 2 snatches away, so 5 out of 6 for a 142 total for a young Fiji 16-year-old making an international debut. I mean, he's going to be going back to school next week and saying, hey guys, guess where I was and what I did last week.
Yes, he'll be the envy of his schoolmates, and that may just spur them on a little bit to try and see, oh, well, what's this all about? Maybe we can be in that same boat.
Abelman then comes out. Salobu.
Got a feeling as he dipped to drive the bar there, it was a little bit too close to his face. May have even, I don't think he clipped his chin, but it was just too close for comfort. Let's have a look. So one thing you say to junior lifters, don't have your chin poking over the bar as you dip the jerk, because he automatically or instinctively had to push his head out of the way, and as a result the bar wasn't driven high enough for him to secure that weight. I would say probably every weightlifter, or at least 99% of us, have collected a bar to the chin at least once during our career. Usually only the once, because once you've experienced it, you don't want to feel that metal hard up against your jaw again.
But you don't. Willie Liana here. The biggest opening lift of the 3 Fijians. Here's 98 on the bar for him.
He's also just 15 years of age. Jerk the bar really splayed out a little bit too far out to the one side.
I wonder whether they'll go the 3 digits here. I wonder whether he'll get over the century.
You would think so. I mean, supers tend to make big jumps. So
big jumps.
Yes.
Here it is. He's gone 103. He hasn't gone the 100. He's gone 103. So Henry Elder there putting together a pretty handy Fiji team, showing a lot of depth. As I said, travelled here to Samoa with a team of 26, the squad. Some of them, the elite, have been here at the Oceania Training Centre, which is now headquartered in the Pacific here in Samoa. You might remember it was started off by Paul Cochran Nauru all those decades ago.
Yes.
Moved through a couple of incarnations, through New Mia, briefly I think in Australia as well, and Fiji as well for a fair little while, before ending up here under the tutelage now and guidance of the great man, Te Pepe Jerry Warwick, who has got him a team and a half as well, I tell you what.
So 103. There's still 1 minute plus on the clock, so there may even be a further change.
You know, Rob, just thinking about Jerry Warwick and his work and his weightlifting team, I remember the days when he used to drive up into the mountains, into the plantations, to get some of the kids. He would bring them down here. This is at 5 and 4 o'clock in the morning. They would train. He would then take them to the famous Pinati restaurant down in town near the wharf. He would give them breakfast and get them back onto the plantations in time to help their families. Then he would go and do the same again at 5 p.m. every night. Wow. And this went on for years as he slowly built this magnificent team up. Incredible dedication. And the way the kids have responded and lifted to this great man. I mean, really, what a story.
Amazing. I think often people see the end result, but they don't see the process right through.
103. This is big. Huge PB. International debut, and they're putting 103 on him.
Again, you see, that's the little bit that we pointed out on his first attempt, how his back foot splays out too far to the side, and as a result, he couldn't recover in that straight line, and it cost him that lift. Have a look at his back foot, how it goes a little bit too far out to our right, which would be to his left. See that? So that's a really wide split to recover from, especially if your back foot is not in the right place. As we were watching that lift, also I happened to see in the auditorium that Ruslan Nurudinov, who was the Olympic champion in Rio 2016, has come in to have a look at the venue, and he'll be competing in the next session. With him, I noticed there was Ricky Gulyamov, who's an Australian who's also originally from Uzbekistan, and they've been working together whenever Ruslan has been in Australia for a while, and glad to see him here. He's also a former Australian champion himself. In the middleweights, the lighter weight categories. Ruslan, of course, is in the 110 kilogram weight category.
Yeah, I saw him get off the bus or the chauffeur car a little bit earlier on. He made his way up to the training centre just above us here. Must have just worked and a few weights over. Now probably feeling pretty loose and ready to rock and roll. Okay, Williane here, Fiji, got 103 on the bar. Can he make the technical correction? It's been pointed out by Rob Cabas. You at home can watch that all-important trailing leg, see if he squares things up underneath the bar and manages to pull this very big weight for him in international competition successfully off the platform. Waiting, of course, for the battle to be rejoined between Lucilla Opelonge and Mark Quince-Cook. The two of them are going to be disputing the medal here in the men's 94 plus category. They'll be entering the fray in a few kilos from now.
With these young boys, their ability to make adjustments on the run is a little bit limited. That lack of experience is there, so let's see if he can make a slight adjustment. Probably that slight adjustment, that was a little bit better and was just enough for him to be able to recover well.
So that's a nice finish. 103 for him. So the Fiji trio are done. And that's a 188, his best ever total, I am sure, anywhere in competition. Okay, so the Atentake family member, Mai Frank, is going to come out and join us in just a moment.
So in essence, we've got two separate battles going on here, one for the gold and one for the bronze. Maya Mo from Marshall Islands will be facing off against Abuke from Nauru, and the bronze medal will be up for grabs between those two. And of course, should any of the top two slip up, they'll be ready to step in. But first of all, they have to get their own show on the road. And Maya is the first out onto the platform with 140, strong power clean. no problem with the jerk. He's shown the desire to jump 10 kilos from first to second attempt. So we shouldn't be surprised if 150 is his next.
Which was going to leave the Nauru with something to think about. He's next as well. So here's Mai then. Successfully gets his clean and jerk away. Peter Buki out the back, the Nauru, also going to come out and do the 140. Word is from the Nauruan camp that this kid was mucking around weightlifting because, of course, his mum, Shiva Cook, was one of the original Nauru Dolphins way back in the day when weightlifting was first introduced to Nauru. It was first sort of evolving after the Marcus Stephen breakthrough. And Shiva was one of the three mighty Dolphins back in the day. And in fact went on to have the honour of being part of the first contingent of female weightlifters at the Olympic Games in 2000. But this young boy's been mucking around in gyms and hanging out with weights dangling off him since he was 9 years of age. And these days, of course, working out in Nauru at the famous Rock Gym, just around from Boyd District. And the boat ramp there that we all remember so well in the early days. 145 he's gone to, so he's conscious of what the Marshall Islander is doing. Peter Buke hammering it for Nauru now, 145. Finished just behind him at the end of the snatch. As Robert points out, this little battle for the bronze here.
So that 145 gives him a 260 total, which is the same as Maima's. So in fact, still leaves him behind Maimai because Maimai, that is, reached that total first. So while they're equal on weight lifted, it's the athlete that reaches that total first who ranks ahead.
But importantly, although he finished behind the Marshall lifter in the snatch, he's got the extra lift in hand now to try and cover the Marshall lifter as well. So Mai can sort of throw down the gauntlet, and theoretically Peter here has the ability to cover him off with his third lift.
I have a feeling though that Mai will jump 10 kilograms in the clean and jerk.
I think you're right.
And that may flip things. So you tend to think if you're going to start on 145 and you're a big boy, 146 perhaps would have been the better choice, because then that puts him ahead. So if anything happens, if they both fail for whatever reason with their next two attempts, then he's already in the lead.
Well, he hasn't gone. He's gone the 147.
I think now he's aware of the competition. He's not out there on his own. He has to be, or his coaches rather, need to be aware of what the opposition is doing and plotting out their strategy as to what's best to try and get a hold of that bronze medal.
Well, that's right. So they're both sitting on the 260 at the moment. This would give him a 267 total. Second attempt, Marshall.
So I tend to think that 147 was the correct choice. Nothing wrong with the lift, but the jerks just seem to give him a little bit more trouble than the clean, so this is probably the better choice. Now it'll be interesting to see what will Abuke do.
He's going higher. He's going 150, I think.
150.
Although we might see Mark Prince Cook out. Yeah, 150.
150 still leaves him behind, but then you've got to be aware also of his own ability. He has a fairly wide grip as he cleans the bar, and I noticed on his first attempt he wasn't catching it too high on his chest. That's Abuka we're talking about, so he must also be going at least 150.
Yeah,
the lifter on the platform now is
Abuki,
but he's changed. Yeah.
Yep, he's gone to 150. So Abuki in his battle for bronze has come out with a 150 now. Better take him to a 265. if we take him to a 270, puts him 3 ahead of the Marshall Island if he gets this. Whoa, no! Wow, they're really
of Mai by a kilo. So Mai's total at the moment stands at 267. This 153 here will give our book at 268. Is a brave call.
That's Mai waiting. So let's get a bouquet. This gets him into the lead and ahead of the Marshall Islander by 1 kilo. It's 153 now for the Nauruan. Bronze medals at stake here.
That's a good clean, if anything better than his first.
Gets under it.
He's got that.
That's nice. So the 17-year-old Nauruan in a battle here with his fellow Micronesian. Yes, he's into the lead then in this battle. So he's moved to 268 total. 1 clear of the Marshall lifter. And he's got a lift to cover as well, Mai, should he need to come out and consolidate.
So I would think that initially, well, as a coach, I know that's what I would have done. I think initially they would have accepted the 154 increment as their declared weight, which means then that Mai would not have been able to drop down and take 154. So now it's 155 for both. Mai's strategy is, I'm leading in the snatch, so whatever Abuki does, I just have to do the same and I finish ahead in the total. For Abuki, he needs to lift 6 kilos more.
155 here.
Easy clean. This is the area here for him to work on. Yep.
So there it is. Nauru going to have away with the bronze medal.
Well, in the lead for the time being, we're just assuming that the top two will go ahead. And,
indeed. There could be some fireworks above them, but at the moment, in this little battle that could decide the bronze medal, it's the Nauru and the Bouquet that's up finishes with a lift to come ahead of the Marshall lifter. Good strategic, clever lifting here by the Nauruans.
Yes. So I think they played their cards, their limited 3 cards, I think they played them a little bit more wisely. Just looking at his second attempt at 147, to me, Mai didn't look capable of the 155. I think that was a bridge too far. His only goal would have been to, I'm going to just, whatever Abuke does, I'm just going to try and match it.
But Abuke managed to get ahead of him, and he's been lifting pretty well as well. He got the 145, 153. This is the 157 to consolidate his lead for the moment as well.
I mean, if he lifts this, that would seal the deal. You'd be showing, well, whatever, I could have still done this. Oh.
But nevertheless, a good tournament by this man. I tell you what, we might be seeing a little bit more of Peter Abuki in years to come. Nice lifting.
So just going back to what we were saying, if 152 or 153 would have been the better choice.
Just interrupting Robert, because as you can probably hear, we've just seen a glimpse of this man, and the crowd is seeing this image as well. Sorry, you were saying?
So the surprise here is that he's actually coming out in the clean and jerk before Cook, who was listed to start at 10 kilos less in the clean and jerk.
Belly up along it. Lured home by Upolu seniors. New Oceania youth record, are we hearing?
Yes, and my understanding is that Cook's snatch of 134 was also an Oceania junior record, youth record.
Now, my information is that's a big PB by 3 as well for this guy. He started off in PB territory. Got to check that, but my understanding is his best until today was a 160. Well, here's Mark Queen's Cook, and he's got this air about him, and he's just going to take it to the Samoan, not doing too much at the moment. Will cover him with a 164 and take the record off him.
This is a very interesting lift coming up here. Let's see what he does with this.
For lead and record.
Oh, well, he got it high enough. A little bit back on his heels, but no problem in height. And
takes the lead.
Solid overhead.
Takes the record back.
That looks a bit ominous.
So Mark Queen's Cook just doing what he needs to do here, just covering the Samoan who started first. Let's see what the strategy is now. Eli Upolu, Nisila Upolu.
His first attempt looked okay. He certainly wasted no time in going for that jerk. He was barely out of his clean before he dipped and fired up that jerk.
Sorry, Rob, but Nisila going 166 we're seeing. Mark Prince will go first at 165.
Well, 167 is what he needs to regain the lead. Beg your pardon, 168 is what he needs.
Yep, and he's going 166. Cook is going 167, going to try and cover him again. So to win, to take the lead and win back the Oceania record again.
This won't give him the lead though.
But gives him the record.
Yeah.
Oceania record is back in the hand of Samoa. Nisila Upolu with this huge crowd behind him. The Nauruans just can't believe what's happening out there. It's an exchange of Oceania youth records. Upolu breaks it. Cook comes back. Upolu takes it back off him again. Still the Nauruan leads by 1 kilo, however. Rob.
Now for the situation is, Cook has a double advantage. One, he's already in the lead, so there's no pressure on him there. So he can come out and do this 167 and still have one more attempt up his sleeve.
Indeed. So Nisila had to lift first, or did lift first. So therefore, this man and the Nauruans have a chance to cover off on Nisila's last lift if it's something prodigious. Gives him one last shot of the Samoan.
Right. So he's not overplaying their cards, the Nauruans.
So for a fourth time, this Oceania youth record at stake. Breaks it again. 167. Every time they come out here, these guys are exchanging Oceania records. So he moves into the lead by 1 kilo. What is Nusila Upolu going to do here? What will Team Samoa have him do?
Well, it depends. I mean, they know what his ability is and what he's capable of doing. So if he's up to the task, he will need 171 to go in the lead.
At the moment, the clock is on. He's going 170. It looks like he's going to go 170. Actually, it looks like he might go even higher.
Well, he needs to go higher if he's going to get the lead.
There's Quincy going in. The Nauruan coach, you can see with the shades on, just moves away. That's
yes, Quincy doesn't want to relinquish the position they're in, which is they have to follow Upolu. Not have to, they will be the following athletes. So,
well, this is a monster lift then for young Nusila, the 17-year-old. For a 5th time, the Oceania record could be his. And for a 4th time, he could get himself back in the lead here in the clean and jerk. And this is a monster PB by at least 10 kilos on our information. Never in competition has he lifted this.
This is a big one.
This is a monster lift for the lead, for the Oceania record, and for gold medals. Nusila Upolu, 171.
He's taking more time with this one.
A brave attempt. He was going places he's never gone before underneath the weight. You can't knock the effort. 166 is what he ends up with, and a 297 total. You cannot dismiss the effort that this young man has put into this competition today. This is 8 kilos above what he's ever lifted before.
He certainly gave it a red-hot go, and he did the right thing. Previous attempts, he's moved straight into that jerk. This one here, he took a little bit of time. Perhaps he had no choice. It looks like he was maybe a little bit light-headed, so he virtually had no choice but to stay there and rest. Well, the competition is his now, Cook, and he can just take the same weight.
Consolidate and perhaps ominously warn the Pacific and the world that Nauru has discovered a very young and promising young super heavy. And here he is, smashing his own record again with 171 if he gets this.
And so far he's been strong overhead, and he's done that again.
So another Oceania youth record, his own smashed again. Wow, great lifting by Cook. Sensational lifting by Nusila Upolu. But on the day, the champ steps up, and here he is, Marquins Cook with 171, consolidating his win in the men's 94 plus. He took out the snatch with a 134, took out the clean and jerk with this monster 171 for a 305 total, ahead of Nusila Upolu's 297. There's the scoreboard. Gold medals going to Nauru here. A brave Nusila Upolu lifting like he's never lifted in his life. But in the end, it was Nauru gold.
A very entertaining session, as we said, with those two separate battles. One for the gold between Upolu and Cook. The other one for the bronze between Mai, Frank, and Abuke from Nauru. And both coming down literally to the final lift.
Fantastic scenes here, and the day has only just begun, because believe me, Samoa, Pacific and world, we've got a lot in store for you as well. In just a moment, we're going to be enjoying the men's 110. And as Rob has indicated, we're going to be seeing an Olympic champion at work.
An Olympic champion, 3-time world champion. So this man is a big figure in international weightlifting and a popular one. So we'll see what he's up to. Here we have a look at that final last lift, the winning lift from Abuke. Catches the clean actually with very narrow, Cook. He catches the bar with a narrow foot stance.
So are
in
we
the clean, that is.
Are we discovering a new Iti Tuanaimato?
There's a good name.
And Iti, our thoughts are with you. We know you're struggling a little bit at the moment. The great man from Nauru, Iti, you're not forgotten here. You're amongst friends. And we're delighted that you and Nauru are watching these pictures. And get well soon, buddy. We love your work. We love following you. But perhaps now you've got a young compatriot following in your footsteps. News is that Marquins Cook has come away with a 305, 171 and a 134 to take out the gold in the men's 94 plus. We have got a world champ going to be stepping out onto this platform when we come back. That's in about 10 minutes or so. Continuing coverage of this wonderful event, the IBFC Universal Cup. Thanks to our sponsors, IBFC, the naming rights sponsors. If you have commercial finance needs, get in touch with them. Vodafone as well for keeping us in touch with the world. NBS Samoa, great bankers. They'll look after you. Samoa Tourism Authority. Well, what a place to come and enjoy your sport, the wonderful culture, and also the beautiful and picturesque islands of Samoa. To our friends at Faima Brewers, thank you very much, guys, for looking after us. And in particular, the Samoa National Olympic Committee team, thank you so much for your wonderful hospitality and making us feel so warm here in your beautiful island. For the moment, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We've got some more heavy hitters not too far away. It will be the men's 110, and we're going to be seeing a world champ at work.
Tuapepe Jerry Walwalk. He will be accompanied by the General Secretary of the Oceania Weightlifting Federation, Mr. Paul Coffer, MBE. Well, competition in the Oceania Youth Championships. The bronze medalist representing Nauru, Peter Junior Abuke. The silver medalist representing Samoa, Upolu. The gold medalist and Oceania Youth Champion, representing Nauru, Marquins Cook. Thank you, lifters. Competition in the Commonwealth Youth Championships. The bronze medalist representing Nauru, Peter Junior Abuke. The silver medalist representing Samoa, Upolu. The gold medalist and Commonwealth Youth Champion representing Nauru, Marquins Cook. presentation, yes. Thank you, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the formalities for the men's 94+ kilogram category. The presentation of lifters for the next session will take place at 12 o'clock.
And I tell you what, inside this extraordinary sports venue today, we have got a crowd and a half building ahead of the men's 110 class showdown. Here are some of the schools that have adopted the Samoan team and other internationals as well, and we've got around a few minutes to go before the lifters in the men's 110 are introduced to us. Rob Cabas, Olympian and Commonwealth champ, is alongside me. Rob, this is a monster occasion and the 110s are going to be supreme.
Look, it's going off in here, isn't it? This is going to be one of the outstanding sessions of this championship. It's not overstating it to say that we have one of the stars of world weightlifting here, Ruslan Nurudinov, who is the 2016 Olympic champion and a 3-time world champion, as a bronze medalist at last year's World Championships. So he will be showing us what he's still capable of at 34 years of age. Jack Upolu, the local star, is the holder of Oceania records and a silver medalist at the last Commonwealth Games, so he's here as well, and he will get stiff competition from the two Australians, Ridge Burrito and Jackson Roberts-Young, who also competed at the last Commonwealth Games. And the hot lifter in the Oceania region at the moment is Daniela Rainier-Bongi from Fiji, and looking forward to seeing him lift some big weights here.
Indeed, Rainier-Bongi will be the big Fiji hope here. Jack Upolu is going to get an absolute screaming roar from his crowd in just a moment. As Robert was saying, Jackson is out there as well, the young Australian. But also, of course, it is the great man from Uzbekistan, Ruslan Nurudinov. There's Jackson, the young Australian, Roberts-Young. Malaki from Musifala. Here is Jack Upolu getting a roar and a half. Daniela Rainier-Bongi alongside him, the great Fiji champion as well. A huge contender here today. Gemara Lalalanga from Sri Lanka has got a 240 entry total. And Xavier Tiffin here from New Zealand. He too is a starter in this 10-man field. It is the men's 110 class, and it's going to be dominated by the late entry Ruslan Nurudinov, and we're going to get Robert to run through what is a class act, because I tell you what, he's going to be a handful, even though he might be on the better side of 30 these days. There's the scene out the back, the warm-up room. I tell you what, it's a hive of activity. There's Simon Kent. I just had a bit of a word to Simon about his New Zealand team, and he's pretty happy with the way things are going. Apparently the team was told, you're going to get to work out here. We've got the Commonwealth Games in prospect, and New Zealand has never won an Olympics medal. So this is a long haul for Team New Zealand, and if you can take the heat, you're in the team, and if you can't, I tell you what, it's a long way back to Auckland from here. Anyway, we'll speak more of that and Simon Kent and the aspirations for the New Zealand team in just a moment. Here then are the officials. How are you liking the look of this layout, and can Jack Upolu take on a world championess, do you think?
That might be a big call, but we don't know, because it's possibly early in the season for Ruslan. We don't know how his preparation is going. I would imagine that Uzbekistan has chosen the younger Jurayev for the Asian Championships, which are on in 14 days. So he's free of international duties there. So he's come here to have a hit out and give the selectors a reminder, yeah, I'm 34, but I'm still lifting these big weights.
Well, here are officials being introduced to the crowd. They, of course, are absolutely fundamental to any weightlifting competition, and we applaud them for their contribution and dedication and their volunteerism. As they exit stage left, we get a chance to review our thoughts on this category. It's the men's 110. Fortunately, at the moment, as Simon Kent and Mr. McTaggart, multi-gold medalists from the other night, review the New Zealand situation out the back, both Rob and I get a chance to review our notes as well. We'll take a short break. Remind you that you are viewing pictures coming to you from the IBFC Universal Cup, courtesy of TV1 Samoa, doing an incredible job. Our sponsors, of course, are IBFC, the finance company. If you've got commercial needs, get in touch with them. Vodafone for keeping us in touch with the world. NBS, our Samoan bank, we thank them very much indeed. They will look after you. The Samoan Tourism Authority as well will certainly make sure that you have a trip of a lifetime to this beautiful part of the world. Waima Brewers as well are there, and so too the Samoa National Olympic Committee have done an absolutely stunning job. Here then is a young man who I think has got a massive future ahead of him.
That's right. That's Cook, who won the youth 94 plus kilogram category in an entertaining battle with Nusila Opolongi, the local boy here. Came down to the last lift, but he had it well in command. This is an Oceania youth record of 171 kilograms that he's handled there.
And an extraordinary battle with Nusila as well. I mean, 5 times that medal was exchanged by the both of them. As first Opolongi and then Cook, Opolongi, Cook, and finally Cook again dominating with that 171.
This is it here. This is a brave effort at 171 kilos himself. As we were saying to you, interestingly, the battle for the gold medal was between the heaviest and the lightest entrants in the category.
So Nusila lifting beyond himself today, looking to try and put 10 kilos on a best ever, and under competition circumstances, extremely brave. These pictures, by the way, also being seen, I think, by the audience, but here's Nusila.
This is his second attempt on 166, which was successful and kept him in the hunt. 171 proved just a bridge too far for him.
So brave lifting there by the young Samoan. So the scene is set then for the men's 110. We've got a world champ here in Samoa. He's going to be doing his thing out on the platform in about 5 minutes from now. We hope that you can join us then as we take you through what is going to be one of the epic battles here. If they can get any bigger and better than they have already, this 110, it promises a lot. And the big weights are going to be about to step out on stage. And Robert Cabas, something you look forward to, I'm sure. The man in number 3 position right there, Ruslan Nuridinov, is out to play with a 170 snatch to open up his account. Jack Opolongi there in position 7 at 160. And Ronin Bogo as well, the Fijian. Don't write him off. We've seen him battle through injury in the past to record some extraordinary lifts at 165.
Absolutely, a really exciting session coming up. I always enjoy watching Taniela from Fiji competing. To me, he's the real deal. He hasn't been at this level for too long, so I don't know what his sports background was before, because he's come on really strongly lately. I think he's been training with the Oceania Weightlifting Institute, and he's come along in leaps and bounds. He looks the part and he lifts the part. He's a good competitor. So we'll see how he goes here, if he's got a clean bill of health, if he's not really carrying any injuries. Jack Opolongi has been lifting some monster weights, particularly in the clean and jerk in the training hall here. So he's also of interest. And of course the local hero, he'll have the crowd behind him here. And if it comes down to the last clean and jerk, you can bet they'll lift him to something sensational. Ruslan Nuridinov, as you mentioned, is a 3-time world champion. He was the Olympic gold medalist in Rio in 2016, and he's still in good shape. He was the bronze medalist at the World Championships in November just last year. So he's holding off any young challengers to his credentials. In his case, he has to deal with the younger Juriev, also in Uzbekistan. So he's got it tough internationally and domestically. And the two Australians will have their own little battle.
Sorry, Rob.
Burrito is the better snatcher. Roberts Young is the better clean and jerker. Burrito will most likely have the lead. Then he'll have to sit back and see what Roberts Young can do in the clean and jerk.
Well, here's this young man from Sri Lanka about to step out onto the stage. Gamaralala from Sri Lanka. And I tell you what, for these international visitors, getting a dose of a Samoa welcome at this wonderful IBFC Universal Cup must be something to behold. He's got some form, this kid. He's been around. He went to the Commonwealth Championships last year in India, so he's definitely served his country in the past, and obviously Sri Lanka perhaps preparing him.
And he was almost young enough to have competed in the 94 kilogram plus category, the youth category, but he is just a little bit too old this year, so he's competing in the junior section
of this
category.
And we're looking down the corridor of champions here in Samoa, Faleata Stadium, down those steps, or up those steps and down that corridor. That's the warm-up room down there. We'll have a look at that, I'm sure, a little bit later as the coaches nominate and shuffle their weights. And this young man, who at the Commonwealth Championships in India last year posted a 97 in the youth boys. He was lifting in the plus 94s then, so you're right, Rob, he's come up a little bit. But back then he did a 97-100 for a 197 total.
He's actually the only Sri Lankan listed in the Commonwealth rankings. He's not in the top 8, so he's obviously not up there for a slot in Glasgow, but it's interesting that 197 got him into those rankings of one per nation. And as we've pointed out during these championships, India and Sri Lanka feature heavily in the lighter weight categories with some world-class competitors, but the heavier they get, the less competitive they are.
Yes, the subcontinent tend to dominate those lighter divisions. Okay, here he is then. Najitha Gamarala.
100 kilo snatch, always nice to be in triple figures on the international stage. 100 kilogram, nicely executed. Let's watch his third attempt as he comes up. It'll be interesting what weight is nominated. I just had a look at his right arm there. There was nothing wrong with it, but it just seemed to extend just a little bit slowly. So that could be a danger sign for him. That could be a red flag that maybe not to get too ambitious with your third attempt, just make sure it's secured. But then again, he's got nothing to lose. And as we said at some stage yesterday, the approach in these competitions is usually the first attempt is for your team, the second attempt is for your coach, and then the third attempt is yours. You can go to town on your third attempt. So we'll see. It'll be a discussion between lifter and coach to what the lifter feels that they're capable of, what they're hoping to achieve, and then maybe a bit of a more realistic approach is taken by the coaches, and between the two of them they'll arrive at what they feel is the best weight.
Well, here's it looks like our Tongan buddy, and you're talking about Ruslan, the Uzbek, being 34, 35 years of age. And I would be suggesting to you here as well that Joshua there from Tonga is also up around that age bracket as well.
Yeah, Ruslan at the moment, you can see him, he hasn't really touched the bar yet. He's just disappeared behind the official there in the blue shirt, and on the right is his someone who'll be assisting him in the warm-up, counting attempts and so on. That's Ricky Gulyamov, a former Australian junior and senior champion, and originally also from Uzbekistan.
So let's get on with the lift out the front. We'll be speaking to and of Mr. Ruslan shortly as we go back down here and enjoy the work of this young Sri Lankan lifter, Najitha.
So 103, I think, is a wise call. It's a reasonable jump, gives him an opportunity to perhaps a personal best. And in fact, it's better than his second attempt, so he's done well here.
Gamaralala from Sri Lanka, 103.
No hesitation at all. Nothing on his right arm. Bang, straight to lockout. He did that well.
Well, Uwe Khalifi is about to come out. There he is. He was letting us know that he was about to start his competition. He's got 135 on, so he was going to come out at a 130.
Now he is currently ranked 9th in the Commonwealth ranking lists, just out of consideration for a spot at the Commonwealth Games, so he'll be looking to add to that total. At the moment, 316 is what he's got on the Commonwealth ranking lists, and that has him in 9th place. So he'll need to move that along.
Last time I saw him in fierce competition, he finished just outside of the medals at the mini games a year and a bit ago, and there he posted a 140. Let's see how he gets things in his account underway here. 135, Kingdom of Tonga. Joshua Khalifi gets things underway. 135. Looks like he's in confident mood. He was just having a little bit of a joke with the camera. There he is.
Yep.
Get it all up there in his mind. Knows what he wants to do here.
Every lifter has their own individual approach to competition. Some like to interact with the crowd, with the camera people, to show that they're relaxed. But once they're on the platform, they're able to get down to the task. Others will just put a towel or some other clothing item on their head down, maybe put some earphones on, and just isolate themselves completely, just listening to their coaches.
Looks like the boys are in the zone at the moment.
But absolutely, yeah.
And doesn't want to be too distracted, I don't think, either. He's got some work to do.
Yep.
He would have been feeling a little bit of aggrieved finishing just outside the medals when last I saw him, as I said, at the mini games, when he got that 140 in the snatch and his 316 total. So he's already appearing that he's in better form than that. So let's see how he goes. But he's going to have to be, because I tell you what, the competition has got pretty hot in the last 12 months or so.
Absolutely. He's got a tough task ahead of him. He's got to move from his current 316 and add 17 kilograms to that to crack the 8th spot. And that's just temporarily. So that will give him hope of qualifying for the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. But keep in mind that there are still the British Championships to go, the Asian Championships, the African Championships, the Pan American Championships are just concluding, where you have Canadian competitors there. So if he's got any hopes or ambitions to compete at the Commonwealth Games, he will need at least 16, 17 kilos added to his total. There is a very small avenue, one lifter per category, that can be invited if agreed on by the International Weightlifting Federation and the Commonwealth Games Association, and they have to jump through a few hoops to be able to apply for that invitation and to have it accepted. And it's based on a number of things, which is representation from their region, their performance on the platform, and so on. So that's not an easy task, and by no means guaranteed to anyone.
So Simon Kent and Mr. McTaggart, who we saw lifting remarkably well for New Zealand the other day, just surveying the scene as well as they unleash their New Zealand weaponry at this 110 class. So here's Joshua again from the Kingdom of Tonga, and if you're down there taking these pictures, Tonga, it's a very warm welcome to you from us here in Apia in Samoa.
Down to business here, no play acting for the camera. He's got to get this overhead in one continuous movement to straight arms. And he's done just that.
So he's in the zone, indicating to the camera earlier on that he's in the zone. So that's his 140 safely underway, so a nice start. So already then he's equaled the total that I saw him lift at the mini games. Whether he's done more since,
not that we know of.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't come up on our research.
No. So it's still his call. the next weight requested or nominated as a starting attempt is 145 kilograms. And the lifter who's got that as his nominated first attempt is Thomas Wilbur of Vanuatu, who we've just seen sitting there now. So it looks like he's intending on going out for that attempt.
Yeah, well, this is Thomas, of course, from Vanuatu. Richard Lolo there looking after him.
142 is the call at the moment. They still have one more change up their sleeve if they're just interested in gaining some extra time. I wouldn't think that's the case, because if they do go up to 145, they could be facing a logjam of maybe 6 or 7 attempts, and then that'll be sitting there for too long. So it's a fine balance between getting enough rest and too much rest when you're inactive. So they have made a change, but it's 143, which is a wise decision. They can avoid the traffic jam, get out there and get on with the business.
I still reckon he might go a little bit more than that. I reckon he might go the 145. He's got about 30.
145 is not out of the realm of possibilities. He handled that 140 quite well,
didn't he?
But it's just a matter of, are you going to sit there for the next 6 or 7 attempts? He's going to have to sit there if they all start on 145 for at least
he's gone up
3 attempts.
So I've read the Tongan mind. He's gone to 144.
Yep. So it still gives him the opportunity to come in first before, which explains why he's buying time. If he was going to increase to 145, they would have just done it straight away to get the others to clear the way for him. 144 is a good call.
And this is a big PB for him as well. Haven't seen him done this in international competition ever. Nice, in good shape and in good mood.
So he's got to be happy with that, and he is.
Bit of a showman, loves his work, fourth at the mini games.
Sorry. So obviously that approach works for him, so we can see a few more antics in the clean and jerk. I would imagine if it works for you, go for it.
And reckon Joshua also got to the Commonwealth Championships in 25, but I think injury stymied his efforts there. We'll check that out, but let's get down to the platform again. Here's Thomas Wilbur coming out of Vanuatu with his open at 145. His best snatch ever was a 150. Won the Oceania Under-23 Championships with a gold medal, so he's got some form, and we saw him at the Pacific Games as well.
Just shows you that looks can be deceiving. He in fact weighs lighter than Wycliffe, who we saw before for Tonga. He looks a big boy though. Wow, super quads.
Picked himself up a mini games gold medal at the Oceania Under-25s. Or 23s, and it was then a comparative novice, Rob. I mean, he's still learning his trade. He hasn't been in the sport for a huge amount of time, still 26 years of age. Came to it a little bit later, but took to it and has been a mainstay of this heavier Vanuatu division. Simon Kent, the New Zealand coach, so he's out to the nominating table there. You can see him hands on hips in the black New Zealand shirt. In left of shot, that's Willie Lillicoffer, signalling to front of house the weights that New Zealanders wanted. Now the New Zealanders there, you can see the Australians coming in to have a look. Here's the Vanuatu team as well. Lola Pritchard there coming in with her nomination, just seeing what the other coaches are doing. So already the chess game, it's a multi-dimensional game that's going on out the back here.
So Wilbur is actually the one who's in 9th place for the Commonwealth rankings. The Tongan is 10th. Wilbur has a 325 kilo total to his credit. So he's got every opportunity to try and add to that and try and book a ticket to Glasgow.
Here's Jackson Roberts-Young with 147, the young Australian. Probably known better for his clean and jerks than his snatches.
He is. The snatch does give him some problems. So hopefully he can get this one up on his first attempt and avoid any hassles with this lift. He has struggled with this lift over the last few years.
So 147 out there for him to come and revisit. He's got a 151 as his best, I see. So
he has done more, but not regularly, and I think that's the problem in the equation, in that he's strong enough and he is capable of bigger weights, but he doesn't hit them that often. And whether that's become a psychological problem, I don't know. He certainly has. He's a rangy guy, those long arms and long legs, but normally that helps the snatches. His main strength is his cleaning ability. The jerks, very reasonable. Obviously, he has his record is 206, his Australian record.
Tina Bell, the New Zealand coach, in the black T-shirt in there as well. Pritchard Lolo, the Vanuatu coach, in the white T-shirt. She's made a move. Tina Bell, of course, we'll see her later on the day with David Licky. And here are the Australians just sort of circling around as well. Mr. Saxton out the back as Jackson Roberts-Young here with his second attempt at 147. So the game's out the back and the numbers beginning to stack up here in the men's 110. And the guys know they've got some work to do with a world champ in their midst as well. As I said, this boy finished in a bronze medal position at the Commonwealth Championships.
He's also placed 5th at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games.
He's got to steady it. Jackson's got to come out here and get it now, otherwise he's in a little bit of strife.
I think his arms are that long that he's got a collar-to-collar grip. He can't grip the bar any wider. And the main problem seems to be locking out the bar, so the weight, so he can recover from that bottom position. He often catches it with bent arms. That makes life really difficult. So I don't know whether it's the fact that he can't hold the bar any wider, or whether he is not capable of locking out it. Not all lifters have that lockout ability, and some just have to hold it on muscular strength.
And again, for those of you who may be joining us for the first time into weightlifting, Rob's speaking there about the lockout. Of course, the lifters are going to make sure that there's no snap, no bend in the arm as that weight goes over their head. Otherwise, it's judged a foul lift. There can be no press out as that weight goes above the head.
Exactly.
It's all got to be done with locked arms, and that's what Rob is referring to there.
Yep.
Okay, so Jackson Roberts-Young has got a bit of an issue here. He's looking into the abyss because 147 is giving him a little bit of grief here. He's put it down twice in a row, and if he does it a third time, he's out for the count. It'll be the dreaded bomb out. Australian team trying to snap him back into life here. He's a powerful lifter. New South Wales.
He just always looks uncomfortable with the snatch, whether he's trying to place it, he's not hitting it hard at the top and just going for it. I'm sure it's something that his coach is working with him on it, but it's easy for us to sit here and pick holes in it. But he has struggled with this lift, as I said, for a number of years now.
As Rob mentions, look at the width of this grip. Let's watch him negotiate this. Needs it. And the strength brings it back. Good strength deep down. He manages to control it this time. So he's back, and the Aussies are happy with that.
He's pulled that out of the fire. Good on him.
Even Mr. McTaggart gives him the thumbs up as the Aussie walks past him. That's great control deep down in that squat position. Okay, so here's Malachi then, the New Zealander. Trains out of South Auckland. For Moesiela Fala, Malachi 148, second or first attempt for him.
First attempt, yep, 148. So he's had to wait while Roberts Young took all those 3 attempts, but obviously not distracted by that, and he gets that done.
Now, I think Malachi's come down a weight. I've seen him in bigger weights.
Surely not a super. You mean in what he's lifted, or what category?
No, in his weight category.
Okay, so he's weighed in here at, well, you could be right, because he's weighed in at just under the limit.
Yep.
So he may have competed as a super heavy
I reckon I
in
saw
a
him
few events, because it's better options for placing higher.
I reckon he's at the Commonwealth Championships, and I reckon he did a 155 at those Commonwealth Championships. Was it Fiji or was it in India? Anyway, let's go on to Xavier Tiffany as we check the record books.
Last year's championships were in India. He definitely wasn't in the supers there.
Okay, got a feeling it might have been Fiji then. 148, Xavier Tiffany. New Zealand machine beginning to roll here. We saw Simon Kent earlier on. There's Tina Bell, the very famous New Zealand coach.
Now that vital 8th spot in the Commonwealth rankings is occupied by Tiffany with 332 at the moment. I'm sure he'll want to try and increase that.
Thomas Wilbur from Vanuatu waits it out. Cans are on, getting into the zone. Boys preparing. Some like the camera, some don't.
Yes.
And they'll avoid the camera if they can.
Which is what we were saying before. Some are like to play up to the camera, it relaxes them, interact with the crowd and so on. Others will put on some music. Others will just cover their head with a towel and just leave me alone is their attitude. So, and a bit of music as well. He's selected some tracks that obviously, depending on the lifter, the track could be something that fires them up, builds them up, or calms them down, depending on their temperament.
Well, Xavier Tiffany obviously prefers his own company and doesn't want to share it, and why should he? He's out there to do a job, and good on him. But Thomas will be here, happy just to put the cans on and have the attention. So 150 for him. So this is now his best snatch, going to equal his PB at 150.
He missed this at the Commonwealth Championships in India last year, so it's a testing weight for him. Oh, he had it for a split second.
So looking to improve on his 325, you were saying, Rob?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's within range of that 8th place, but you want to be thinking past the 8th place. Even the guy who is already in 8th place, Tiffany, he would be looking at increasing his total as well. As we said, there are a number of qualifying events still to come, but not available to most, well, I would say not available to any of the lifters here unless they want to buy a ticket to Quebec in the next 2 weeks.
Well, it would be a bad old place to visit, but perhaps without the stress and the
And I would
strain.
say it would probably be self-funded as well.
And so once again, you can just see the activity around the table, because I tell you what, in this category, there are a couple of guys that want to get to Glasgow. The New Zealanders have stated categorically they want to go to, although speaking to Tina Bell, she was a little bit more cagey. Simon Kent's up for it. He just told me flat out, The team's here to do a job. They're going to try and get as many New Zealanders to Glasgow as possible. Tina Bell was a little bit more circumspect, especially when I asked her after David's form. He's here just to have a bit of fun. Thomas Wilbur.
Well, we're always there to have fun, but you have more fun when you get the weights over your head.
And it's fun sitting and working next to you as well, Mr. Cabas. It's been great. Thomas Wilbur, 150, going to have a crack at this again. Wants this. Glasgow beckons.
Oh,
nice. Well done, Thomas.
He may have a problem with his right arm.
2-1, he gets it.
Let's see if the juror is going to step in. I don't want to preempt anything.
And again,
I bet you they're reviewing it now.
They're seeing these pictures. They see the slow-mos that you're seeing, and technically, according to Robert Cabas, they should not be doing that, but they are, because the big screen here is in their eye line.
Yes, whether they like it or not, it's there.
Here's Malaki then, going to 152.
So we're moving on. A good thing we don't want to see the competition disrupted unnecessarily. That deemed that a good lift.
Trains out of South Auckland, 152.
No. Enough height on it. It didn't look particularly heavy, but just left it way out in front of himself. You can't hold it out there. So we'll see what brought that about. Was it his pull? His arms are bent a little bit early. He's got long arms, and once the arms stick their nose in the business, then your pull for the snatch goes off the rails.
Okay, so Malaki alongside of this guy took off to the Commonwealth Championships last year, representing New Zealand. Xavier Tiffany here with 152, his second.
He snatched 154 at those championships last year, so he's capable of this weight.
And on cue does a job. Keeping his own counsel out the back as well, prepares not to have the camera in his face, Xavier. So here's Malaki.
As you said, for the New Zealanders and also for a number of the Australians, this is virtually like a Commonwealth Games trials. No doubt they have their domestic ones, but the totals at their domestic trials do not count in the rankings that will be accepted for the Commonwealth Games. So they've got to do it in these recognised events.
And Simon Kent just revving him up there, letting him know perhaps that, come on, Malaki, you've got to get this done, buddy. We sent you over to those Commonwealth Championships last year. Xavier's got his 152, so we want you to do this 153. Get the job done, because the inducement, of course, is Glasgow.
And of course, it's a balancing act, because you want to give the individual athletes. We'll watch this lift.
No! Oh, no.
Very close again, but unfortunately the arms are doing too much work. They have no business interfering in the pull that much. Have a look at the arms, they've bent straight away. So as a result, it's just a little bit short and not as stable.
Well, I tell you what, if they're trying to get a differential between Malaki there and Xavier, they've got it, the New Zealanders, and at the moment, it's the balance going the way of Xavier Tiffany if this is a seedings lift-off. So Xavier Tiffany out the back waiting with his 154, looking good. Tina Bell into shot here. We'll see a lot of her later. Now here's her boy, Xavier Tiffany, coming up with a 154. So clever lifting and not going too hard, I would suggest to you, Robert.
Tina's just such a calming influence in the warm-up room. She knows what it's all about, and you can see how her athletes respond to her there.
out of Hamilton, New Zealand, Xavier Tiffany.
Oh, bad luck.
154 goes down, so perhaps a chance for Malachi with that, but at the moment, this boy, who actually self-funded a trip to the IWF Grand Prix in Havana, he crowd-funded it to get over there, raised $12,000 to represent New Zealand in Cuba a couple of years ago. Such is his dedication. 154 goes down, 152 is his best. We'll see him again in the clean and jerk.
So this is the second Australian, Ridge Burrito. His move into this category has been fairly recent. He normally contested the lower weight categories. This move up into this category has sparked his lifting again. He was sort of like not moving anywhere for quite a while, and he's put on a little body weight.
He's got a nice Polynesian tattoo there down the left arm as well. And it's a successful return to Apia for the 31-year-old Australia. He was here at the 2019 Games when he got a double bronze medal in the men's 96s. So he's back and he's in pretty good form.
Yeah, and he's, as I said, he used to compete in the lower weight categories. So his added bodyweight has really helped him to re-energize his career. He's represented Australia at the last two Commonwealth Games. 2018 he placed 8th, 2022 he was 5th, so I would say he's aiming for his 3rd Games and hopefully a medal, but at the moment Roberts Young is in his path because he's the Australian that's ranked in the Commonwealth rankings, and it's only one lifter per nation per weight category.
Well, that could be significant, and of course Rob is referring there to Jackson Roberts Young, who we saw stumble at the 147 just a little while ago. So can this 31-year-old seize the moment for Australia and perhaps get the seedings committee to think about some options ahead of Glasgow? We'll see how he goes. He's got 2 more lifts to go. As I said, it's a welcome return to the beautiful island of Samoa for him, and that wonderful left-handed sleeve, that Polynesian print on his left arm. He must feel right at home here, and I wonder whether it's a acknowledgement of family. But let's introduce you to the local hope here. No introduction necessary because the noise is doing it for us. And Jack Upolu is going to come out next, we think, with a 160. Leaving 2 lifters to follow him. Rambogo from Fiji and Muradinov from Uzbekistan. So the first roll of the dice by Team Samoa and Jack Upolu. What a machine he is.
I believe 165 is his best, so he's capable, but it's also very close to his best. The clean and jerk is also his strength. I mean, 160 is a very respectable snatch by any standard, but his clean and jerk is massive. So he needs to get a lift on the board though in this snatch.
Yeah, well, we've seen him in training do some amazing stuff, just sort of off the record. And he's got some serious form, this boy. Australian Championship November, took out the gold medal. Clean and jerk back then, 208. Mini games in Palau, 201 for gold. Melbourne, also 2025. Clean and jerk 207. Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, silver medal with a 164 there for his snatch. So
now we've got Burrito on stage, and he needs every kilo is vital for him in the snatch because he knows that his clean and jerk is not quite there with the others. So every kilo is important here.
So that rolls out the front. Burrito then got a couple of minutes to think about things, but just looking at Jack Upolu, I mean, really an incredible upward trajectory. Burrito here just a little unstable under that 160.
His personal best is 160, so he's right on his limit. And if it's not exactly in the slot, he's going to struggle. He has his receiving position is a little bit awkward, so everything has to work right for him to get the lift. Now we're back with Jack Upolu. 160 on the bar.
Well, Jack Upolu, as I said, at Birmingham, he got his silver medal with a 164, and this is 160, and it's sticking in his throat at the moment, and it's in his mind as well. Paul Coffer beginning to circulate out the back there. I wonder whether he's coming in to lend some assistance. Jerry Warwick is there, this 160. What's happening there, Rob?
Once again, on both his first and second attempt, he's getting the weight overhead, but just not in the right spot. On both, he was rocking back on his heels a little bit, and you just can't stabilize in that position.
Well, I think there's a few stunned lifters around him at the moment. Jerry Warwick moving in and just reminding him that he's got to get this job done. Paul Coffer is there as well. Upolu gives him a reassuring slap on the back. So just like the Australian 13 kilos ago, Jackson Roberts-Young faced the moment of truth with his 147 and came out and got that. This is the potential bomb here for Jack Upolu. 160, he's got to get it to stay alive here. Got to get this. To have that go down. Comes the lift, comes the lifter, and Jack Upolu saves the day for the moment. But is he given up too much with 2 attempts at this weight? He's going to have to clean and jerk out of his skin. Look at that, shakes his head. Can't believe what's happened here this morning.
He did well to hang on to that because you could see also that wasn't in exactly the right slot. And he's also got his right knee heavily bandaged, and he seems to be putting more weight on his left knee. So whether that may prove a problem in the clean and jerk, whether he's carrying an injury or whether it's just a habit brought about by past injury.
Here's the Australian that he's got 161 after that 160 fail. He needs every kilo, was Rob saying. He too nurses it up. Yes. Looking good, the Australian. Take that, Samoa, he says.
A very good lift and a new Australian record.
Fantastic. He's absolutely pumped. He's 31 years of age. It's his second visit to Samoa. He was back here in 2019, and bang, he's back again and announces his return. The big Polynesian sleeve working wonders. Now the Fiji warrior steps out. Taniela Ranimbongi, he is a super lifter. 165 to take the lead here. This man has smashed everything in his path as well. He's battled his way through injury on occasion, and even when injured, he will pull incredible lifts. Let's see what he can do here with his opener.
You called that, Brendan, he's a great competitor from what I've seen. I've seen him compete a number of times now and impressed each time that I've seen him.
He's brilliant. Even if his arm's falling off, he'll get 167 over his head. This is 165. Fiji is away. Bongo, who loves this category, he thinks it's his. And he, just wondering, just getting some confirmation about numbers here as well. But that's good. We'll have a look at the record books as Bongo. No, it can't be a record because he did, didn't he?
He's currently in second place on the rankings with a 365 total. Not only that, he has a golden ticket to the Commonwealth Games should he accept it, should the Fiji Commonwealth Games Association accept it as the winner of the 2025 Commonwealth Championships. He has direct entry to the Commonwealth Games.
Indeed. And in silver in 24, he got a 167 for his gold medal. He went on to the Pacific Mini Games in Palau and got himself a gold medal with a 160. He's been there or thereabouts. His best snatch ever is a 170. And this 110 category, he and Henry Elder, his coach, they reckon this is his. And they don't want Jack Upolu anywhere near it. So this is a bit of a battle to set matters straight and get bragging rights in the Pacific.
Yes, again for him it's important to gain the advantage in the snatch. So this 169 is vital for him. And his first on 165 wasn't exactly in the spot that he wanted, but he immediately tensed. You could see the aggression across his face, and he just wasn't going to let go of it. So,
well, his best ever snatch is a 170, and he did that in Qatar a couple of years ago. Well, this is interesting because here's your boy, Rob.
Yeah, well... So 170, he only arrived in Samoa yesterday. He was under the impression that he was competing tomorrow. So he's had to make a few adjustments.
Well, Rio Olympics gold medal winner with a big 194. He's not really primed for this, but he's a great champ and he's out there.
His bandage is coming loose, is it?
Uzbekistan's first ever Olympic gold medalist in weightlifting. Thank you very much, Ruslan. Looks around, sees the white lights. The kids love him and they've adopted him already here.
Without going over the top, he is a little bit of a showman on the platform. You'll get your tickets worth if you go and watch this guy lift.
Be fascinated if we can get his reaction to this competition once he comes off the platform. What his impressions of Samoa. I reckon he'd be blown away. Okay, here comes the great champ from Fiji. He wants to assert himself in this 110 and he wants to put margin on Jack Upolu. Jack, we know, has just seen off the possibility of the dreaded bomb with the 160. Here's the Fiji lifter trying to put 10 on him now with his second lift. Jack Upolu out the back, just ruining those missed chances, and it will be absolutely powering him up for the clean and jerk, but that comes soon. First this lift, Bongo, got to get it, 170, improves the margin by 10.
Oh, come on, what a lift.
Remarkable.
That look of sheer determination on his face. Not too many lifters in the world would have been able to save that lift. It was going behind for all money. He somehow leaned back and just squeezed the life out of it. Look at that.
Like we said before, this guy will lift 170 even if his arm is falling off. Look at that.
He's the real deal.
Can you believe it? Oh, he deserves every kilo. Brilliant lifting.
Very impressive.
Oh, no wonder he gets a kiss on the back of the head from his coach. Crikey. And Ruslan as well.
I think he's an ironic smile there from Ruslan, having watched that lift.
Well, I just think it was probably one of congratulations as well, because, I mean, really,
Oh, absolutely.
there's Poama, who did so well in the men's 71 the other day as well, and has been out the back here getting these Fiji athletes up to speed. Relin Bongo, as I said, has been very proprietorial about this 110. He has been trying to see off Jack Upolu for the last year and a half or so, as Jack has improved, and Relin Bongo that's brought out the best in the pair of them. So 172 is the next lift. It's down to these two. It's Fiji versus Uzbekistan at the moment. And boy, doesn't that come out of their mouth nicely. How good is it that we have a guy from Uzbekistan who's being at least challenged here by our Pacific lifters?
Yep, at least in the snatch. So, and there are individual gold medals, of course, for snatch, clean and jerk and total in the Universal Cup. Not in the Oceania Championships, but in the Universal Cup there are medals on offer.
And prize money as well, of course. Okay, so here he comes, the great warrior out of Fiji. And this is going to change the rankings list somewhat, because Jack Upolu up until today was top of it with a 368.
Now, that last save, impressive as it was, hasn't taken a lot out of him. Can he put it all together again for just one more lift?
173 now. Clears him out by 13 over the top of the Samoan.
Wow.
Not again.
Wow.
I don't believe it. Not again. He's done it. A 173.
Just pure determination. And a lot of strength.
Incredible lifting. Taniela, the warrior from Fiji. Well, I'm just wondering whether he's equalled the Oceania standard, the Commonwealth standard at 173.
The Commonwealth standard is 173.
Yes, so
it's an Oceania record in the snatch.
Incredible. But he's equalled the Commonwealth standard as well.
So that would constitute a Commonwealth record. I mean, that's the standard you have to reach. So
his name is in the record books as a Commonwealth holder, snatch record
unless
holder.
you have to exceed the standard. I would think that that's what you're required to do to claim a record. So I'll have to get a clarification on that.
We think he's broken the Commonwealth record. Well, now this great champion. Oh, come on. And the crowd acknowledges these school kids are in awe of the strength of this guy. Uzbekistan's first ever gold medalist in weightlifting, won by a margin of 14 big kilos. The Rio Olympic Games he won with a 194 snatch for a 431 total.
He is one of the stars of world weightlifting.
Absolutely. And that he's here is just fabulous. And I think it's got a lot to do with this guy in picture here as well.
Yeah.
The respect world weightlifting has for Paul Coffer. I mean, really. Without him, we wouldn't be here. Without Paul Coffer, there's no world. At the World Championships last year, as you were saying, Rob, a bronze medal with a 186 and a 228 and a 414. Crikey, Charlie. He's got one to come. I reckon he's loving life out here in Napier.
Well, I don't think he's been here 24 hours yet.
Can you imagine getting off the plane and doing that? Wow. And a good guy by all accounts as well. Looking forward to hopefully to get his autograph after all this. But just, I mean, the records just roll off the tongue. I mean, the 2024 IWF World Championship gold medal winner in Bahrain had done it 2 years earlier in Bogota. 2:13 we saw him in Poland, winning his first major event. That was Uzbekistan's first ever World Championship gold medal. That was back in 2013. Then just as late as last year, the bronze medal in Norway. And his best ever clean and jerk in Bahrain in 24, a 2:24, or a 2:42, excuse me. Oh. The longevity in the sport, just exceptional. Well, he's going to smash this Universal Cup gold medal here now. But the big news for Pacific weightlifting fans and Oceania weightlifting fans is Taniela's extraordinary lift, matching, we think, the Commonwealth record of 173 in the snatch.
He needs to get a bit of a move on. There's 16 seconds on the clock.
Taking his time, got 10, 178, third attempt.
Counting down, 4, 3, 2.
1 second on the clock, 178 in the air. Wow, that's how they do it.
Professional all the way.
Incredible, absolutely remarkable. It just shows where our Pacific lifters have to go, but they're on their way, let me tell you. Because the great man is out here. Miluduno leads at the end of this session in the men's 110. But I tell you what, there's a young man in position number 8 there with a 173 against his name for Fiji. He's done a remarkable job. And Jack Upolu, 13 kilos behind him, has now got some work to do in clean and jerk. And this, Robert Cabas, is going to be an intriguing 20 minutes or so upcoming.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have the classic confrontations between lifters who are stronger in the snatch, and now the hunt is on by those who are more powerful in the clean and jerks. So we'll see if Jack Upolu can make up the difference and catch Taniela in the clean and jerk in the battle between the two Australians. Rich Burrito has established quite a lead in the snatch, 161 to 147, but he's been caught before by Jackson Roberts Young after establishing big leads in the snatch. So he'll be trying to hold him off, and I know that Jackson Roberts Young will clean whatever he needs to beat him. Now the jerk will be the question mark.
And indeed the Kiwis in a bit of a battle themselves as they try and sort out who can maybe get on this selection and get ahead to Glasgow Commonwealth Games. All that to be resolved here at Faleata on the final day of this memorable IBFC Universal Cup weightlifting competition, with thanks to our major sponsor, IBFC Finance. They're there for you if you need their commercial assistance. Vodafone here in Samoa doing a sterling job. So too the NBS Bank of Samoa, the Samoa Tourism Authority, with one of the most beautiful set of islands in the world to come visit. Waima Brewers, we thank them very much indeed. And also, of course, huge respect to the Samoa National Olympic Committee and the fine work that they are doing. We're going to take a break. We'll have a moment to collect our thoughts. And when we come back, it's the clean and jerk. Can the gold medalist, the Olympic gold medalist, do some more? And what about the battle between Samoa and Fiji? Will it be Fiji, or will Jack Upolu come back and steal the gold in the clean and jerk? Join us in about 5 minutes from now when the 2026 IBFC Universal Cup resumes. Looking good, the Australian. And on who does a job. Glasgow beckons. Nice. Well done, Thomas.
He may have a problem while Roberts Young took all of those 3 attempts, but obviously not distracted by that.
Needs it. And the strength brings it back. Good. Nice. In good shape and in good mood.
So he's going to be happy with that. And he is.
Uzbek friend in position number 3, dominating with that 178, but not to be denied. A sensational series of lifts at 170, then 173 by Taniela Ranimbongi of Fiji. Puts him ahead of the local hope, and that of course is Jack Upolu with his 160. 2 bombs at 160 caused the Samoan a few issues. He was looking into the abyss of a 160 bomb out, but came back magnificently to get his competition back on track, but he's given up a lot of power and a lot of kilos to the Fiji lifter. As we get into the clean and jerk now, this is the Sri Lankan lifter with 124.
That's a good lift to start off the clean and jerks. He's done well, the young lad, to keep his concentration through that sound barrier. I don't think he would have experienced anything like this, the level of noise that's going on. To their credit, they have been quiet while the lifters have been on the platform, but I think the start of the second half of competition wasn't noticed by the crowd, and they were still happily chanting away and stamping their feet and slapping the bags and so on. So they have quietened down a little bit now.
They have indeed. They have been remarkably respectful with the lifters around the platform, and they certainly seem to understand weightlifting. Looking down the corridor of champions, here's a young Sri Lankan, and only 18 years of age. He did appear at the Commonwealth Championships in India, where he picked up a silver medal in the Youth Boys 94 Plus competition. And back then, Rob, a 100 was his best clean and jerk. So here he is, putting 130 on the bar in less than a year.
Yes. I know we've said this before, and not wanting to repeat, but I'll do it anyway. At this particular age, 17, 18, you want your lifters to be progressing at that rate, just with the right program, the right attitude. They can make huge progress between the ages of 16 and 18 particularly, because by then they've stabilized their technique, and it's just a matter of getting them to train consistently and regularly.
And we're still waiting to confirm whether, in fact, Ranimbongo's lift there before, his 173, does constitute a new Commonwealth record.
Because of the changes in weight categories, there are no long-standing records at this stage. So the Commonwealth Federation has set standards, in other words, based on previous records and body weights, as to what will be acceptable as and recognized as a Commonwealth record. The Commonwealth standard is 173, which is exactly what Taniela snatched. So we'll see. It'll be claimed as a Commonwealth record.
Well, here's a remarkable improvement in the space of a year, less than. He's put 130 over his head. I mean, 100 in India, 130 here in Apia. Great lifting.
And he's been very steady. He's fought out all his lifts.
So he was runner-up in India against Tusha Chowdhury, the Indian, who finished up with a 285 total. It was basically the two of them what were going hard out in youth, and it was this young lad here, Nejitha, that ended up in the silver medal position. So once again, Tonga power at work. And that was nice lifting, in fact, by the Tongan.
It was. He strung together 3 successful snatches. He was pretty happy about it afterwards. So hopefully some more success for him in the clean and jerk.
So just quietening down a little bit now. I guess a little bit of anticipation about this battle that's going to be resumed very, very soon between Samoa's Jack Upolonge and Ranimbongo, the Fiji champ. As you were saying, as you survey the carnage after that showdown and the clash in the snatch, Rob, I mean, you know, the Fijians cleared out with a big margin, a healthy margin over the young Samoan. What do you feel the Samoan reaction is going to be?
Well, I think with the home crowd behind him here, he almost feels obligated to come out with the big clean and jerk. And on paper and in reality, a 13-kilo lead is a big one. But we know that Jack has the upper hand in the clean and jerks, and it may not be beyond him to bridge that gap.
Oh! Just misses out on the 133, but I tell you what, the 130 is pretty impressive by this young man, and I think he will have impressed the Sri Lankan selectors and those that are trying to develop strength and depth across a number of divisions, because it's all very well for the South Asian countries to be well represented in the lighter divisions. I'm sure from a team perspective they need to have all divisions fulfilled, and as you can see, just the right arm, the left arm there, just crumbling underneath that 133.
He did well to get out of the way, because that was like he didn't gradually lose it. It was bang and oh, look out, it's coming down.
So he wraps it up with a 233 total.
And there's no doubt that there are some big people in India. I mean, look at the javelin throws. World Championship medalists. So they do exist. They are out there in the subcontinent, whether it's India or Sri Lanka. And practically every country in the world has had someone come out of the woodworks and shown their talent on the weightlifting platform. So it's a matter of keeping the search on, looking for potential talent and enhancing it. When I say enhancing it, I mean working on that talent and making sure they're looked after.
Kilifi then from Tonga, Joshua. Kilifi with a 173, enjoying life and acknowledging the crowd with a 173. That's good. He was going to come out with a 160, so he must be feeling pretty good about things.
Well, with that first attempt, he's nudged his registered total up by 1 kilo. He's now on 317. His Commonwealth ranking total is based on a 316 total. So he's added 1 kilo to that, but he needs to add a lot more than that to his total. So he would be looking at 2 more successes in the clean and jerk. And it's not going to happen with 1 kilo increases. What we can see there is the automatic 1 kilo increment that's been displayed. They'll sit down, he'll have a bit of a rest. And then the coach or the person helping him out in the in the back room there will make their way to the marshal stable and make the change. At this stage, they've gone up to 175. I expect there will be another change.
Represented the King of Tonga at the Commonwealth Championships back in 25. Finished up with a 180 clean and jerk, which he said he absolutely loved getting. And as is typical for Joshua, he's a little bit of a showman, apparently put on a little bit of a turn. He's based, incidentally, mostly in the United States, a big expatriate Tongan community on the west coast of the USA.
Right.
And he spends a bit of time over there, we are told.
Okay. So he's got that Hollywood spirit happening.
There you go. He's a California boy. By way of Nuku'alofa, or maybe from the island of Vavau, Limatua, the famous village up there in the north. And hello to all of you up there if you are enjoying the shots in the Kingdom of Tonga. But if you're not seeing this or getting this audio, then you'll be getting the dulcet tones of the good doctor who's giving the audio feed to the global audience that is glued to their screens. All right, so 178, getting very close, inching towards this 180, which is his best ever clean and jerk.
This for a 322 total.
Which is improved on what he came in with, isn't it?
Yeah, 316 it was is his registered total on the ranking lists. So he's moving in the right direction. We just needs to keep him moving in that direction. Ooh, better than his first.
Love and life. It's all in the head, he reckons. And if you're that confident, feeling that good out there on the platform, then theoretically, if you've got a job to do with your weights, you're going to be feeling pretty happy about life, aren't you?
Yeah, it's all, as I said, every weightlifter's approach is individual. And if you're enjoying the moment, there's less pressure on you. You need to retain some level of being relaxed. There's no point going back and, chewing up, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, who's done more, who's done less. No, just focus on what you do, and while you're sitting there resting and relaxing, just focus a little bit, but you don't need to be using up nervous energy needlessly.
Well, here's Wilbur. No, looks like the Tongan's going to come back. I reckon the Tongan's going to get, the Tongan's going to go high. He's going to try and break his PB here now for sure. So Thomas Wilbur then will come out with his 180. And this is getting into pretty heavy territory for him as well, because his best that I have him doing is a 180 as well. Mini games, he was there.
This will also increase his qualification total. He's currently in 9th place with 325. This will take him to 330. So it moves him further ahead of the Tongan in those rankings. If in fact either one of them has the Commonwealth Games in their sights, I would imagine that they do. And it brings both of them closer to the 8th place, currently occupied by Xavier Tiffany. Good clean and 180.
So matching his best ever 180.
And a solid jerk, he's got it.
He's got it. So Thomas Wilbur then matching his best ever 180. Been around for a little while, joined the sport later because he's now 26 years of age. Saw him at the mini games where he picked up a gold, under 23 gold. And beat the New Zealander at the under 23 championships as well when he first began lifting.
The jerk was all right overhead, but if you notice, well, we'll have a look at his next attempt. His front foot and his back foot, they crossed. They were almost in line, which is something that you don't want. because then you're on the razor's edge, you're walking the tightrope, and you could easily lose your balance, and that's why he stuttered a little bit in his recovery.
Farmasila, Fala, Malaki, 180. Now he's going to want to recover somewhat in this battle that he's got going on with his New Zealand compatriot Xavier Tiffany. You remember that Malaki dropped a couple of his snatches early on and will want to come back here and try and set the record straight if they are going to try and impress the New Zealand selectors. So Xavier Tiffany and he are having this little bit of a battle at the moment. They're both open at 180. And, Xavier with the upper hand as he covers his New Zealand compatriot.
Oh, gone. Seemed to have it. Maybe just a little bit soft in that position in the split, and just wasn't able to recover from there. Clean was good. Elbows are up. Nice dip. There it is. As he was recovering, the toe of his shoe seemed to catch on the platform.
And this young guy ahead of Paris was noted by the New Zealand Olympic Committee and got onto their pathway program. So he joined at that time David Litty and Olivia Silamaea, who we saw the other day recover after her 3 losses or drops on the snatch. She came back, of course, in the clean and jerk and redeemed the day, but not before her bomb as well.
So he's just 22 years of age. So and particularly in the heavier weight categories, the heavyweights, which is what we would normally call in the old days the 110 kilo category, and the super heavies, unlimited class, they tend to mature a little bit later. They need to lift a hell of a lot more than the lighter lifters. They're big people, and their technique and strength and whatever seems to come through probably mid-20s to early 30s. So he's quite a young man for this weight group.
But interestingly as well, though, you mentioned that, Rob, but he went to Cuba. I was saying before that he's self-funded there, got a crowdfunding thing happening, raised $6,000 out of crowdfunding, found the rest himself to get over to Havana and get onto the world stage. At that time, he was lifting as an 89. That was in 23. And here he is in this 110 category. So he's beginning to fill out a little bit.
Yeah. He would have been pretty slim at 89 kilos. Oh, and that's not good.
So now he has a problem.
Sometimes you just wonder, he dropped the jerk that he felt he should have had. And I said, after watching the replay, his toes seemed to, as he was recovering, and you notice he's got 2 different types of shoes on for a start. So the black shoe, as he was recovering, his toe seemed to catch on the platform and he stumbled and lost the weight. So, and I mean, the traditional way of recovering from the jerk also, if you can, and 9 times out of 10 I never could, because I always jerked a little bit forward and was saved by a good lockout. But traditionally and ideally, you recover first with the front foot going back. That way it stops the bar from running away from you to the front. Then the back foot joins it. So halfway with the front foot, then the back foot joins it. When you recover back foot first, you're always putting the weight on your front leg, on your knees. The bar is moving forwards, and it's much harder to control, as I learned a few times. I did that once and ended up dislocating my shoulder. So
lesson learned. Well,
not really. I never could recover the other. So, but that's the danger that you have, and that occurred because I was running towards the edge of the platform. To stop going off the platform, I planted both feet, and the bar just kept moving then, and I dragged the bar back. But I wasn't as strong as Taniela and popped the shoulder.
Okay, 181 then. He's gone up a kilo just to try and break the deadlock here. Twice at 180, the fail. This is the dreaded bomb he's looking at. He's got to get this.
What he's facing is either 0 or a total that's 1 kilo more than he's gone.
So Xavier unfortunately couldn't handle the 181, and that's the dreaded bomb in the clean and jerk.
It's a big start.
So it improves the circumstances for Malaki then. So Malaki out the back has seen all that happen, and so too was our Tongan, who will come out now while the New Zealanders just sort of try and organise themselves. That's a little bit of a turn up for the books, because Xavier Tiffany has been so reliable. That's a bad bomb. Okay, Malaki then.
He's looking at a 326 total if he's successful with this, which will add 10 kilos to his registered total at the moment. And he's looking good for it.
And this is a big BP for this man as well. Hasn't lifted this in competition. This by 2.
And he's done it.
Ever. That's great by Joshua.
Look out, here we go.
Wow, what is it about these Tongans? We got a doc down here as well who likes it to put on a bit of a performance.
6 out of 6. Great performance.
182 gives him a 326 total, so he's put 10 on where he started today.
Yes, yeah, great performance. Now 185. Now, the significance of this weight is that it will give him a 333 total, and that will knock Xavier Tiffany out of the Commonwealth rankings, and he will be replaced by him.
All to play then for Malaki here.
Arms doing
Malachi, excuse me, Malachi.
Oh, wow. He's shaking, but he's all right. We're going to hang on.
Malachi. Wow, he's pretty happy. Malachi and Simon Kent there, and Mr. McTaggart do the job. Wow.
He's a strong man because he's just doing it on, I wouldn't say just pure strength, but certainly he's got long arms and they bend very early in the piece. It just makes it harder for him, and also makes it harder for him to lock it out. He's really earned this lift.
Famosila Fala does the job, Malachi. That's nice for him. Okay, so another young lifter who had a few problems early on in this competition is this young man. Jackson Roberts, young of Australia. And Rob tells us he's a better clean and jerker than he is, but hang on, are they going back?
The New Zealander still has one more attempt left.
He does, so he's going to come out.
He's got to compose himself after that emotion that he displayed after that last lift. Physically he has to recover, but also emotionally he seems so overcome by the fact that it was a significant lift, as we said, because it pushed his compatriot out of the Commonwealth rankings. Only one per nation is allowed on those rankings. He's pushed him out. So now he's got to sit back and think, well, I've achieved one thing, but what if over the next couple of qualifying events, someone else comes up with a higher total? So he's achieved first target. Second target then is to add as much weight as you can on your total to stop other people pushing you out.
Well, looks like Malachi then will have one more lift, and he's going to follow this young man, Jackson Roberts, young, 189. You remember that he stumbled at that 147, put it down twice, looked into the abyss, looked into the possible bomb out, came out with great control, deep
So the surprise here is that he's actually coming to the platform before Ridge Burrito. And Ridge already has a massive lead on of 14 kilos. So whether he's just wanting to get his first attempt out of the way. I mean, having said that, also Jackson does have his trouble with the jerk sometimes. He can clean anything, but the jerk sometimes gives him a problem. So maybe he just wants to put this one away and then sit back and see what do I need. As you can see, it's a very, very easy clean. And there's the jerk.
189, so he'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable about life now. I had him as a young 23-year-old here in Apia. I got a feeling he pulled a silver and a bronze medal out of the games back then. He would have been 22, maybe 21 at the time.
Well, he's 29 at the moment. He turns 30 in August.
So 219, that sort of equates with that, doesn't it? Thomas Wilbur then, 190. Vanuatu travelling well here. Boy, I've got a best 180 as his best clean and jerk, this guy. So this is really punching as well for Vanuatu.
Clean was good, jerk not so close.
Be interesting to see where Ridge Burrito, the Australian, comes in, Rob, with this.
Yes, he was due to start on 190.
Yeah,
obviously that's not going to happen.
Haven't seen his name yet.
No.
Actually, I just see it pop up now. Looks like he's circling a 196.
Ooh, okay. That should be interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, why he's circling 196 is he needs 357 to tip Roberts Young out of the rankings.
So here's Malachi then with his 190. This is big. Big in terms of the New Zealand qualifying for Glasgow. And tipping the scales back in his favour as well, big time. And also a very large lift.
Clean was easy on his last one. Let's have a look here. Oh, no, not him.
But good enough. And I think maybe all the effort that went into that second big clean and jerk, that 185 for Malachi, for his 333 total.
Yeah, that was always going to be a big ask.
Well, that's what he wanted. Is he equal to his total, or is he?
No, he's gone past Xavier Tiffany.
Yeah.
So
by one.
By one. That's all you need.
Yep, that's indeed. So he's relegated his fellow New Zealander. He'll be ruining those lost clean and jerks. But that's just red blood on the score page. Thomas Wilbur then, 190. Wow. He's come out with 10 more.
Yep, the jerk was beyond him on his second attempt. So let's see if he fares any better here. The clean was probably a little bit harder than that last attempt, so it's going to make that jerk also that little bit harder. No.
Yeah. This is playing with fire.
So he was paying no attention to those Commonwealth rankings because 185 would have put him ahead of both New Zealanders. So he was not paying any attention to that. Maybe he was thinking, no, I'm going to need a lot more because other lifters haven't posted up totals yet. So And we don't know if he's...
So that 180 is done, and he's got a 330 in the bag, the Vanuatu lifter. Okay, so Ridge Burrito then, involved in this interesting Australian tussle with Jackson Roberts-Young.
So his listed best in the clean and jerk is 190. So this 196 is 6 kilos above his listed best. He needs this to get ahead of Roberts-Young in the Commonwealth rankings. And he wants to give himself 3 cracks at it, if needed. Ideally, you want to get it on your first attempt, not let it come down to the wire. It's a good clean.
Boy, he's up for the fight, isn't he?
And he's got it.
He's up for the fight. Crikey. And I tell you what, Jackson Roberts-Young has responded already. He's nominating a 202. So Miles Waddell and Rob Saxon there. Encouraging there, man. He's going to have to go close to the 200, I think, to see off the other young Australian. Okay, well, the man who created the theatrics early on is out. He's out with a 200, and the word I'm getting from out the back, Rob, is that Jack Opolonge trying to pull back is going to start at 210. So here's the Fiji then, the opening gambit in this battle between he and Jack Opolonge. Taniela going to start at 200. Commonwealth record snatch of 173. Pulled him ahead of the Samoan who stumbled.
200 and immediately would mean that Upolu will need 214 kilos, which would be a new Oceanian Commonwealth record. And that's if Taniela lifts no more than 200. So let's see how he goes with this first.
The first man in the 110 category to lift 200 kilos. The magic 200 belongs to Fiji at the moment. Feeling good, he says. Okay.
Well, that wasn't a walk in the park, but neither were any of his snatches. So, and he got all 3.
So the Australian now, Ridge Burrito, lifting beyond himself as well, getting to the magic 200 as he tries to stave off the attack of Jackson Roberts-Young, his Australian competitor.
I have the feeling he's done enough already in that respect, but he's going well, so by all means, let's go for it.
Tips the 200 out. 196 is best to date.
He has one more crack at this weight. He just needs to pull just a little bit longer before trying to get under the bar. That's a lot of weight on the bar, 200 kilograms, and if you don't give yourself enough height and time to get under the bar, you're not going to get it. So it wasn't far off it. He just needed to pull maybe for a split second longer and just a few centimeters higher, that's all.
Well, what a happy hunting ground it is for this young man. In fact, it's interesting. I think the 2 Australians were here that are battling now, both of them.
Yep.
If my information is right, Ridge Burrito was here. He was definitely here, and he pulled out a couple of bronze medals in the 96s.
They may not have been in the same weight category.
Correct, but he was here lifting in 2019,
yes,
as was Jackson Roberts-Young as a young junior in those days as well. So the Australian got 200 left to go with his third. He's done enough to finish ahead of the other Australian, I believe. Yeah, he's about 21 ahead of the other Aussie at the moment. So theoretically, he's safe. But he would love to cap off his second and return to Apia with his 200. Waddell there, the Australian coach, just giving him some sage advice.
Well, Ridge is originally from New South Wales, but he's been based in Queensland for, I'm guessing, almost a year. So in which case, I'm sure Miles, who's the Queensland coach, has been helping him out.
Well, this is interesting. He's going to take more. So Jackson is coming out for his 201 now. Interesting. So he's going down fighting this young Australian. Has a best clean and jerk of 206. Did that at the Commonwealth Championships last year.
Has clean 212.
Nice. Good job.
He works hard for his lift. 201. Well done.
Nice response. Going down with a bit of a fight.
Not in an ideal receiving position in either his clean or his jerk, so it's his fighting spirit that's getting him through, and a hell of a lot of strength, obviously.
And in the bigger context of the competition, Taniela Ranimbonge has suggested that he's going to come out with a 201. I would say that that's just a... He's going up. Okay, so the Australian then. Ridge Burrito going to try and cover the lift just successfully completed by Jackson Roberts-Young, the other Australian. So again, just reminding the selectors that if it's down to clean and jerk, thank you very much. I'll do.
He wasn't far off with the
what
200.
he does.
This is only 1 kilo more, so just pull for that little bit longer. That's all. That's much better. No, not there.
Great day at
Much
the
better
office,
clean.
though. Very good work. Not happy that he couldn't come away with those last two clean and jerks. He wanted to finish with that total of over 200. But his 196 is good. And he carries a 257 away. 357, my apologies. A 357.
Also an Australian record total.
So that's a very handy result for him.
Absolutely. And the total record belonged to Roberts-Young, a total that he did in India last year at the Commonwealth Championships.
So Roberts-Young has got one more lift to do, and there's no way that he's going to be able to go anywhere near that in terms of overall completed total, although he's asking for 204 as his final lift here. So it hasn't been a happy hunting ground for him really, although looking, as Rob said he would, much better in the clean and jerk, where he's trotted out a 195, a 201, and now going to go for a 210 to see it out. Okay, Taniela has gone up as well. He's looking for a 205. Just trying to put and clean the margin out on the great Samoan, the warrior, Jack Opolonge, stalking out the back, ruining the lost snatches of 160. Here's Taniela trying to improve and clear the margin out, put more on the Samoan and make life very uncomfortable for Jack Opolonge as he comes out for his three lifts. 205, second attempt.
His first lift, particularly in the jerk, was not easy, so this is going to be a real challenge for him. But you can't count him out, as we saw in the snatch. That's the first miss of the day for him. Not too far off.
Suck in a few deep breaths and come out. He'll be invited to come out and do it again in 2 minutes' time. Just couldn't quite lock it out, Rob.
It was probably as locked out as his first attempt. He just couldn't recover. He couldn't get his feet together in line.
Well, the great man, Paul Coffer, listening in on what Henry Elder is dispensing here. That's first big pull, he wants him. Watch the elbows. Talking about velocities, it's speed off the ground. First big pull, get it up onto the shoulders, and then speed, elbows. You reckon he's got the message, Rob?
I think he knows what he wants to do.
Well, here's Ranimbonga, Taniela Ranimbonga. He's got 2:05. He's cleaned out on the Samoan. He's enjoying a nice lead over him at the moment. And this will compound the difficulty for Jack Opolonge.
I think he needs this lift to pretty much shut the door. Still not guaranteed, but it'll be closer to being shut.
But if he doesn't,
then it would be with 200. If he's left with 200, then the door is still open.
Indeed. If he doesn't get this, I tell you what, Jack Opolonge is going to be all over him in his last 3 lifts, because it could be a very interesting conclusion to this men's 110, with Samoa going to try and hunt this man down.
No.
Whoa. All right.
He didn't catch the bounce. He's in a little bit of bother, a little bit of pain maybe. And
so he finishes up with a 373 total for him,
which is a new Oceania senior record. It was held by Opolonge with 367, and now belongs to Ranimbonga with 373.
So there's going to have to be some record-breaking lifting from this man if he's going to steal the gold medal away from the great Fiji campaigner. Jack Opolonge, the moment I'm sure he's rehearsed and dreamt of all his young life, now has the barbell and the bar in his hands. It's in his hands. He has got to lift like he's never lifted before. And if he does, he'll have a huge win. 210 to start off. Step by step, he puts the pieces together. 210 records, Rob. Just having a look at those here.
That's a new Oceania senior record. The Commonwealth Games standard is 212. So that's in danger. Just a small observation. He knows that he needs 214 to catch Taniela, which is only 4 kilos more than this. He's just expended a hell of a lot of energy for that 210.
But he needed,
knowing that you need 214, I would have gone, 206, 207, and then go to 214. But having lifted 210, which fantastic, new Oceania record and whatever, but it decreases your chances of succeeding with 4 kilos more.
Here's the great Uzbek lifter, Nuradinov, with 211. Ruslan Nuradinov does not disappoint his fans.
There's the flag of Uzbekistan.
and the gold medalist from the Olympic Games in 2016. Back then with a 237 clean and jerk to wrap up a 431 total back in those days for that Olympic gold medal.
All right, now we've got Roberts Young on the
Finishing
platform for 211, which would move him past Ridge Burrito in the Australian rankings.
So this is
a huge Australian record and a big ask.
so once again a young lifter with it all to do.
He has cleaned this weight before. I'm not sure if today is the day to do it again.
10 kilos bigger than his last 201. First pull didn't get there, nowhere near the velocity he needed to come off the platform, so that goes a begging. So Jackson Roberts Young then has his colours lowered by Ridge Burrito. This 211 just eluding him here today. So Burrito then, change of the guard in the Australian team. 211 then, as piece by piece the Samoans put on the chase. Hang on. I'm seeing some lights come up out the front. He's put 214 on.
That's what he needs.
214 to win it. Wow. 214 to beat the Fijian and take out with a new record of 214 attempt here.
He's definitely capable. He's been doing some monster clean and jerks in training, and his 210 certainly didn't look maximum. I just questioned the selection of the weight, that's all.
They're going to give it to him. He's got 3 white flags. A sensational lift by Jacob Upolu. New Oceania records. Not only that, he beats Tuanaimato and Bongo, and he brings home the goal for his adoring fans. What a lift, and what a moment to do it. Incredible lifting by the Samoan.
Good clean. Now let's have a look at the jerk.
Oh boy. That was just utter guts and determination. Check it out.
Wow.
Thank you very much indeed.
Give it to him. I mean, it wasn't given to him. He earned it. Yeah.
This is my domain. That's amazing. 214.
Wow.
And there he goes.
And that's what we said when those 2 attempts at 205 by Taniela were dropped, that he'd left the door open.
So the Oceania record with that lift as well goes, of course, and takes it directly off Taniela.
And the Commonwealth record.
And the Commonwealth record as well. And he goes to 374, and he's got a lift to come, and he's going to go for 220. But first, this Olympic champion is going to finish off with his second 220. Second lift with 220. Wow.
So Nuruddinov has gone up from 220, so the call now is back on Jack Upolu.
Boy, the way he just disdainfully brushed off that 214. Now we can relax. Snatch was not his, but the clean and jerk and total. And he's got to suck in a couple of big deep breaths here. The clock is counting 25 on the clock. 220 staring him in the face here. Faleata has seen some amazing lifts. Is this going to be added to this incredible array? 220, not today. Done enough. I think indicating to the crowd he'll probably come back and have a crack at it another day.
Yes, he's saying just not today.
So that's the first pull there, and you can see just nowhere near the velocity he needed to get 220 up onto his shoulders, and was not there. So I tell you what, Ruslan Nuruddinov here, going through the motions of a 222.
For the nice round 400 total.
Lifted at the highest echelons, Olympic gold medal. Wow. Nuruddinov. I mean, wow, what a champ. But again, isn't it sensational, Rob, that our boys are within reach?
Yes.
I mean, this is an Olympic champion.
Yes.
You know, 10 years ago, they would have been nowhere near. I mean, I remember when the Pacific lifters were struggling to get anywhere near 200.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Now look at them. And here's Nuruddinov, an Olympian, gold medalist, a 223, and our boys not too far behind.
I wonder if he'll take a third attempt.
Well, I wonder.
He's got the round 400.
Joey's just going over there to congratulate him. I think maybe that's where he calls it quits for the day. A couple of people just going over to congratulate him. Wow. What an incredible hour and a half of lifting that was. And the new Samoa, if you're just joining us, you're a little bit late, but Jack Opelong, has done enough with a monster 214 Oceania record left in the clean and jerk to take it and take the total and relegate Taniela Ranabonge, who had lifted his heart out but put two big clean and jerks down late to open up the door for the Samoan, who came home and finished just ahead of him as well, with a fantastic 374 total to the Fijians 373. Gold, as you can see there, to Samoa. Rob?
Both totals, of course, both first and second place, their totals were Oceania records. And the clean and jerk by Opolongi was also a Commonwealth record. And on the domestic side, Ridge Burrito of Australia broke the Australian records in the snatch and the total, so he'd be happy with that. Just a sensational session, and as I said, Nuruddinov thought he was lifting tomorrow. He had only arrived in Samoa yesterday, so he quickly had to adjust his thinking, get a little bit of rest, come out here and put on an utterly professional show, gave the crowd what they needed to see. A 400 total is nothing to be sneezed at, and in any bodyweight category. So yeah, a great performance, a personable champion. And but for the locals, I mean, Jack Upalong's clean and jerk with 214 was just the one to see, wasn't it?
Here's the big boy
this
going.
This is the 222 now.
This is him getting to work. Just the composure and the pure strength of this. Look at that, the speed as well. And not a suggestion anywhere near those elbows.
No.
It's just a work of art, really. And that's how you do it. But I tell you what, our boys in the Pacific, they're in hot pursuit, and it's going to be in another couple of years.
Yep.
And who knows, maybe one of these young kids who've been here at Faleata today are going to be inspired to chase the great Olympian to bigger and better things. Well, we are going to take a break here because I tell you what, this tournament is...
Of this event, accompanied by Jerry Walwork, President of Sassanok and Samoa Weightlifting, and Mr. Paul Coffer, General Secretary of Oceania Weightlifting. In the snatch competition of the Universal Weightlifting Cup, winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Rich Barreto. In the winner of the silver medal, representing Fiji, Daniela Ranimboki. And your gold medalist, representing Uzbekistan, Ruslan Nuruddinov. Congratulations, Ed. Thank you. In the clean and jerk competition, winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Jackson Roberts-Young. And winner of the silver medal, representing Samoa, Jack Opolonge. And your gold medalist, representing Uzbekistan, Ruslan Nuruddinov. Congratulations, medalists. Thank you. We come now to the total. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Fiji, Daniela Ranimboki. Your silver medalist, representing Samoa, Jack Opolonge. And your gold medalist and Universal Cup champion, representing Uzbekistan, Ruslan Nuruddinov. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Uzbekistan. Congratulations once again to our Universal Cup medalists. We come now to the Oceania Championships. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Rich Barreto. Representing Fiji, Daniela Ranimbogi. And your gold medalist and Oceania champion in 2026, representing Samoa, Jack Upolu. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Samoa. Congratulations to our Oceania medalists, champions in 2026. The next presentation will be the Oceania Junior and Youth Championships. Of the bronze medal, representing Fiji, Yane Willie. Winner of the silver medal, representing Marshall Islands, Mai Frank Atintake. And winner of the gold medal and junior champion in 2026, representing Samoa, Lucila Opelonge. Please congratulate our junior champions in 2026. Thank you, medalists. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Ian, Commonwealth now. Oh, the Commonwealth. Oh, Commonwealth now. Commonwealth. in the Commonwealth Junior Championships. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Fiji, Willie Yanning. Winner of the silver medal, representing Sri Lanka, Nechita Silva. And winner of the gold medal and your junior Commonwealth champion in 2026, representing Samoa, Lucila Opolonge. Please congratulate our Commonwealth Junior champions in 2026. Thank you, medalists. Congratulations. Thank you, distinguished presenters and CEO of IBFC. That concludes the medal ceremony for the men's 110 kilogram category Group A. The next how much time do you want? The presentation of the next competition will start in 20 minutes.
The first one in the 100.
It's a good clean.
Boy, he's up for the fight,
There
isn't
you
he?
go. And he's got it.
He's up for the fight.
It brings both of them closer to the 8th place. Currently occupied by Xavier Tiffany. Good clean. 180.
So matching his best ever 180.
And solid jerk. He's got it.
He's got it. So Thomas Wilbur then
Play
matching
then for Malaki here.
arms to Malachi. Excuse me, Malachi.
He's shaking, but he's all right. Hang on.
Malachi. Wow, he's putting
This, which will add 10 kilos to his registered total at the moment, and he's looking good for it.
competition in this by 2.
And he's done it.
That's great by Joshua.
Look out, here we go.
Wow, what is it about these Tongas? We got a drop down
His
here.
face is either 0 or a total that's 1 kilo more than his. No, it's gone. Counting down 4, 3, 2.
1 second on the front. 178 in the air. Wow. Oh, come on! What a lift! Remarkable! Rob saying. He too noses it up. Looking good, the Australian.
He's capable this way.
And on who does a job. There beckons. Nice. Well done, Thomas.
He may have a problem while Robert Young took over those 3 attempts. But obviously not distracted by that.
And the Snatch brings it back. Good. Nice. In good shape and in good mood.
So he's got to be happy with that. And he is.
Promising young super heavy. And here he is. Smashing his own record again with 171 if he gets this. and one of the last times that we're going to be crossing out here. There's a tinge of sadness in our hearts as we know that the end of competition is looming in the next couple of hours, but believe me, no end in the excitement or the drama that's going to take place over the next couple of hours as well. Faleata, of course, has been home to this extraordinary competition, the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 here in Samoa. Pictures courtesy of TV1, and we've been absolutely enjoying the day utterly immensely. Robert Cabas, a silver medalist from the Los Angeles Olympic Games and a three-time Commonwealth gold medalist, is alongside me. And Rob, we're getting ready now to welcome the super heavies, both men's and women, and that's the ladies who you can see in picture, who are going to be out in competition in just the next little while.
Yep, and it's a full house, 16 athletes in this session. So there's going to be a lot of lifting, some younger ones, but also others. And I know we focused a little bit about the Commonwealth Games, but I guess that's inevitable because they're coming up soon, and no doubt they're at the forefront of a number of the lifters' minds. This championship has served almost like a trials for a couple of the teams. There are a number of the New Zealanders trying to nudge ahead of their compatriots. Two have succeeded so far in nudging out one of their, well, at least one in the men, and also in the Australians in the last session of lifting the 110 kilogram class. One of the Australian men managed to force his way in by dislodging his teammate, as it were. That's because there's only one athlete per nation allowed in every weight category at the Commonwealth Games. So you cannot enter more than one athlete at the Commonwealth Games, and you have to also be ranked in the top 8 in the Commonwealth according to performances at recognized events where you can actually qualify. And this is one of those.
And we're just about to introduce you to our competitors. Yes, 3 New Zealanders in this particular Super Heavies women and 2 Canadians as well. Could be interesting, as Rob was saying. It's a sort of de facto selection trial here, and I just wonder who's going to come out on top of the 2 Canadians, because we've got a couple of pretty handy lifters. Angel Billen, the Canadian, is going to be out there today, and likewise Etta Love as well. The 3 Kiwis are going to be under the pump, and speaking to their head coach, national coach Simon Kent, the New Zealanders and the team and the players and the lifters knew exactly what was in store here. They were going to come and they were going to get it done, and they were going to get to the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. No prisoners taken. If you're up for it, take it. If not, well, it's a long way back to the next 4 years. But here then are our lifters in the women's 86 plus category. And the crowd here just beginning to fill up as well. Lovely days. And there's Angel Billen. We were talking about her. Patola of New Zealand, one of 3 Kiwis here today. Sepua of Fiji. Judy Solai of New Zealand. Malia Timo out of Tuvalu, good to see her. Alongside her from Singapore is Melissa Yee. Singapore doing very well here, took medals out of this competition. First international medals at this level ever for Singapore. That's Tao Veta from Tuvalu. This is Lloyd out of American Samoa. It's a love here from Canada. So one of the 2 Canadians. Known as Noko back home in the Cook Islands, Noko McDonald. Molly King going to be there or thereabouts as well. Going to want to stamp her form. Yeah, this is a big call for the Samoan champ. Watch out for her. She's in awesome form at the moment. Incredible. Eleanor Marlowe from Fiji. Domonatani as well, also from Fiji. So a handy mix of Fijians, 3 New Zealanders, 2 Canadians, and we've got a super champ here from Samoa, Rob. How do you see the form?
Yes, the super champ from Samoa, Luniara Sipaya. She has a direct entry into the Commonwealth Games as she was the gold medalist at the 2025 Asian Commonwealth Championships. So with that earned her direct entry. She's also ranked number 2. She's ranked at England occupies the first spot. But as she was the winner of the Commonwealth Championships last year, she has what they call the gold ticket. So her entry is guaranteed. The others that you mentioned, the Canadians, that's really going to be an interesting battle because at the moment, Angel Billen is the one that's in the rankings with a total of 225, but the better performed lifter on entry totals is Etta Love with 235 as her listed entry total. So she'll be looking to dislodge her teammate. All's fair in love and war. This is the opportunity to represent your country at the Commonwealth Games. So you know, you're not going to take it easy on your teammate regardless of whether you're friends or not.
But interesting as well, I mean, Billen, the name Billen, of course, it's very famous in Canada as well, Rob. We're talking about families and family influences in weightlifting.
Okay.
I mean, Angel Billen's dad, of course, went out to Canada and started a bit of a dynasty and has 3 very talented weightlifting daughters, I believe.
Billen is not, I have to admit, Billen is not that familiar to me from in Canadian weightlifting. I know the Darcenis there's a lot of lifters from that family. There's the...
Well, we'll take that one on notice, but my reading of the situation is that the Billen family are pretty well known in Canada. Information, interesting as well. I mean, in doing the research for this job, as we both do and take it pretty seriously, information coming out of Canada, I'm not sure whether they hold it or whether they disclose it or whether you're going to be part of some sort of a crew to get access to it. It's really interesting. It's been very hard.
Yeah, I know normally you look up the national championships when a major event is coming that concerns the Commonwealth, and it's not that easy to find the results. You've got to know someone who send you to a website or someone who attended and you'll get some notes. Yeah, that's true.
Well, just following on that point, if I just finish off before we end there, indeed it was her father, Harjit Singh Billen, who immigrated to Canada, founded the Ruston Wrestling Club and Weightlifting Club after immigrating, and 3 Billen sisters compete internationally, Helena, Janet and Angel.
Okay, so
you're
on the money there.
The family traditions. There is Henry Elder, one of the coaches in red singlet, or red t-shirt, just talking to Lily Copper there. That's the all-important nomination table where the coaches are now going to supply her with a series of numbers. They will be relayed to front of house. We'll get a pecking order and a lifting order sorted out. That'll happen in the next 5 minutes or so, which is our cue to take a little bit of a break, suck in a few deep breaths, and when we come back, it's going to be the women's super heavies, and on paper, it's a Commonwealth pathway for Samoa, and theoretically, a couple of gold medals for Samoa here in this division as well. Find out when you come back to us in about 5 from now. Good power. Does the job. 122. first time in the 100. And welcome back to us here at Faleata for the penultimate session here at the wonderful IBFC Universal Cup, Samoa. It is the women's super heavies, just about to get cracking out here on this wonderful stage, this wonderful platform. There awaits the 16 competitors. The weights are ready and arrayed. The clock is ticking. And alongside me, Robert Kabat has been looking over the field, surveying who's who and who's hot and who's not. And I tell you what, I think it's a young Miss Sipaya from Samoa who's probably going to be able to come away with this one, at least on paper. And I tell you what, there have been a couple of little upsets along the way. It hasn't already gone the way of the seedings or indeed our expectations, but I would have to say that something pretty unusual would happen for Sipaya not to come away with the medal here. Rob, how are you seeing it?
Yep, absolutely agree. It would have to be something catastrophic for her not to come through and take out the gold medals across the board in the Universal Cup and the Oceania Championships.
But before then, a couple of the young Fijians are going to strut their stuff, and here's the first of them, Eleanor Malo.
Nicely done. Competition off to a good start. That's what you always want. Be a nerve-wracking experience, but also an experience that you won't forget as a young athlete, competing on the same platform that was used just less than an hour ago by an Olympic champion. And so she's sharing the same platform in front of an enthusiastic and supportive crowd, regardless of which nation you're representing. The crowd has been behind everyone. The level of enthusiasm has been great, and also the understanding that yes, when the lifter is on the platform, just tone down the enthusiasm just a little bit, because they need that moment to focus and concentrate. So if you're new to weightlifting, the first movement that we've got here is the snatch. The object of the lift is to raise the bar from the platform over your head in one continuous movement to straight arms. Any movement of the arms, such as once the bar has passed your head, if you catch it on bent arms and then push out, or if you happen to lock out, then unlock, or rather if you happen to straighten your arms in normal layman's terms, if you happen to straighten your arms and then unstraighten them again, then that's also a no lift. But other than that, your aim is to pull the bar as high as possible to straight arms, and then you'll get the referee's signal to put the bar down. As soon as any two referees have agreed on a decision, good or bad, you get the buzzer to put the weight down.
Three white lights, so Eleanor hits the 55.
She's off to a good start, and sometimes for young athletes, the snatch is a very technical movement. So the power snatch, you have a little bit more control, but obviously in the full snatch, where you don't have to lift the bar as high, you just drop under it, for want of a better word, you can lift more weight. But the technique can be a little bit challenging for young, inexperienced lifters. If they're not focused and they lose concentration, they can easily lose the bar as they're trying to coordinate lifting it and at the same time dropping under the bar to secure it. So often you'll see a lot of the junior lifters will power snatch their first attempt just to ensure that they're on the board, and then they can post a total in the competition, because the winners here are decided on the highest total, adding the best snatch plus your best lift in the clean and jerk. Of course, in the Universal Cup, which is the major international event here, there are also medals awarded for the snatch and the clean and jerk. So we've seen the case where someone has missed all their snatches. They're out of the running to place in the competition, but they've come back and vied for a medal in the clean and jerk. 60 kilos on the bar now, third attempt, Malo of Fiji.
Elena, one of 3 young Fijians in this category today.
And that's very nicely done. No evidence of any nerves or instability. She handled that really well. She's obviously enjoying the occasion, likes the camera. Well done.
Agree or mad then, Palau will be our next lifter. Saw her at the mini games, of course hosted by Palau a couple of years ago now.
She would have enjoyed that with the hometown support.
Yeah, they did actually. It boosted weightlifting out there as well, as we've seen with the Palauans here.
Oh, nice.
65, good on her, and that equals what she did lift in Palau at the mini games. So that's a good opener for her.
She seemed unsure of herself as she walked off. I don't know why. That was executed pretty well. Nice technique, stable in the bottom position. Doesn't look heavy. She's in some sort of doubt, or maybe she was thinking...
it was easier than I thought.
Easier than I thought, exactly. As you mentioned, it's somewhere near her best. So obviously the coaches have confidence in her. She's warming up well. So let's make good use of it.
But you know, Rob, that's exactly what the idea of the mini games is. You know, it's a smaller version of the Pacific Games. It means that the smaller nations could get hold of it. Palau had, through the Patches family, some association with weightlifting, but you get the mini games up there, you start seeing the young kids come through, you hold on to that training, and you start building a bit of a dynamic then that can follow through. And here Palau is not going to get into the top of podiums, but they are coming away with a couple of medals in the Oceania area, and they're coming away with a couple of PBs and also records for them. And it would be interesting also to marry up what they're doing down here with the Micronesian records, because I reckon they would be giving them an absolute hiding. But anyway.
I mean, it's the same process. You've got to make a start somewhere. And, you know, if we remember, weightlifting in Nauru was nowhere, and then they started to push into the Commonwealth. And then we had a medalist at World Championships from Nauru with Michael Stevens. So it is possible. You just need someone to set that example, and many will follow.
Well, this is bold then, because her PB, according to us, is a 65. She opened with that, and here she is now going to try and improve that by 6. So 71 on the bar for this young Palauan. A little ambitious, perhaps, but she's got one more opportunity at it.
I think she just needs to give it a little nudge at the very top. The bar was almost going up by itself, and I think she relaxed a little bit and just sort of plopped down underneath it. No, you got to keep on pulling. You got to finish it off. As we've said a number of times, the bar doesn't just stay there while you leisurely get underneath it. You've got to be fast. You've got to be finishing it hard, locking out your arms.
Giro, Mad from Palau, 20 years of age now. She debuted that international competition of hers at the mini games in Palau as an 18-year-old. So here she is 2 years later. She's already equaled her PB that she did up there. And now she wants to finish off here with the best snatch she's ever lifted. And to do it in competition would be a bit of a bonus as well.
Maybe bunching up her hair then as she did will make the difference.
Okay, ready for the task. Beautiful part of the world, Palau, as well, I tell you. Have had the great pleasure of getting up there, and it really is a very, very beautiful part of the world. Okay. Oh, disappointing.
Well, that's a shame.
Anyway, let's see whether she can come back. She's matched her PB in the snatch with that opener.
Well,
That's
that was
the
her
one.
final attempt, so
Yeah.
65 will have to do for today, but she pulled it really well. If anything, she probably tried to stand up too quickly. If she took just a split second there, the bar was still moving as she tried to stand up, so a more experienced lifter would probably have sat there for just a split second, stabilized the bar. She was in a good position. Her feet were pushing hard against the platform, her arms were locked out. She could have afforded that split second or so just to be steady before getting up. So that's an opportunity lost. That's a shame.
So we move on then.
So we've got Toni Karoa from Kiribati coming up for her first attempt with 75 kilograms.
Well, Toni Karoa here. Nicely away. Taking up with a 75.
She did that well. There's no issue at all with that. The bar is nice and close to her. Straight arms, good strong finish. Well done. Showing room for more. Pua of Fiji. Also starting on 75 kilograms. So the announcer is calling 76 kilograms. There is an automatic increase in weightlifting of 1 kilo. Whether you ask for it or not, that's the automatic increase. You have 30 seconds. In which to declare the weight that you really want, and if that doesn't count as one of your changes. Timo of Tuvalu. We haven't seen her come out yet. Here she comes. She's got plenty of time. So she should try and just collect her thoughts here. No need to rush. There's plenty of time on the platform. Seem to rush it. Whether she's experiencing some sort of a cramp, maybe. Right, as I said, we saw her running to the platform thinking that the clock was that the clock was running down. Don't know what the issue is with the knee, whether it's just clicking, feels awkward, maybe some sort of a cramp. Well, it'll be interesting to see who actually comes out.
There's a number of them wanting to have a crack in and around this 80 mark. So Loiva Floyd here from American Samoa comes out with 80. I was expecting to see more American Samoans over here, actually. The American Samoan Weightlifting Federation hasn't been as robust as it used to be about 10 years ago.
Yes, that's true.
That time that maybe with the influence of the Samoan here and their brothers and sisters, but that's pretty handy.
No problem there. So she could in fact be still a product of the activity we had 10 years ago or so. Luova is 36 years old, so the time frame would fit. Maybe she was part of that generation.
Indeed. So Luaiva then away with her opening lift.
Helen Sepua is taking this weight for her second attempt. Successful with 75 on her first. The first looked pretty good. Let's see what happens. Let's see.
With these smaller island states, like the Tuvalus of this world and so on,
Yep.
are they going to get an automatic entry as a guest of the Commonwealth Games family, or do they have to come through a qualifying Oceania process?
Neither actually is my understanding. I think what happens is there are certain enough representation from your particular region. You can apply. For one of those wildcards, if you like.
Malia, Timor here.
That's better.
So they could apply, so for instance, the Tuvalu Weightlifting Association could, on the basis of what it's been trying to do in the Pacific, commit to this event and others around the region. But
Yes.
no qualified lifters
But
asked
they-
for
they also taken.
Nice, well done, Thomas.
He may have a problem while Roberts Young took over those 3 attempts. But obviously not distracted by that.
And the Snatch brings it back. Good. Nice. In good shape and in good mood.
So he's got to be happy with that. And he is.
The Thomas and Young super heavy. And here he is. smashing his own record again with 171 if he gets this.
And then you've got all sorts of problems trying to correct that direction.
So at the halfway mark of this snatch competition, this women's super heavies, with 8 lifters out and registering weights, we've got 8 lifters yet to come. Nice and strong for a third.
I think she's struggling with something that's bothering her in her right knee. Whether it's something that's just, seems to be something that's either clicking and she feels that it's sort of like moving out of position a little bit. It's hard for us to say what it is, but there was something there definitely on her first attempt which caused her to miss the weight. Here she just pushed through it, but as you see there, her left leg is carrying most of the weight, and once she releases it, she just wants to get her foot up in the air and take the pressure off that knee.
Well, on then to the Cook Islands, and of course the Cook Islands are backing up after that good bronze medal finish yesterday by Jerome Tura. Here's Nokosh, his name, McDonald, based out of Auckland these days, finished 7th in the snatch at the Mini Pacific Games. And boy, that's on fire, an 86. She did an 84 at the minis, and here's an 86 to get things underway. Training out of Auckland at the moment, so this lady was all about the business as well. Very crisp lifting with her first lift. Ooh. Big 86 goes flying out of the platform. 86 kilos there for Melissa Yee, second.
Okay, on the one hand, she's shown that she's got the strength because she can pull the bar high. Power snatching, she doesn't need to go underneath it, but the question is, can she go any lower than that in a stable position? Because with your feet so far apart like that, it's impossible for you to go much lower anyway. So if the weight is too heavy and you can't catch it that high up, the odds are you're going to miss it altogether, and you're not giving yourself a chance by lowering into the squat position.
Tanika Rava. Kiribati. And as we said before, Kiribati
that was pretty good.
Got a great tradition with the 3 white lights. Got a good tradition of weightlifting in the Micronesia region.
Her 3 attempts were identical. I mean, this looks like her first attempt. So well done. She's happy with it, so it's obviously somewhere near her best. And that's the thing with this snatch. It can be your absolute maximum, but if everything goes as planned, it looks easy. Put on 1 kilo and it's not there.
Thought we were going to see Dermot Tazi there from Fiji, but not better here. Just snuck in front of her. Tuavita from Tuvalu comes up with her 89. So
let's have a look. I think she's pushing the envelope a little bit from where she lets the bar go, but she seems to have timed it pretty well. You can't rule someone out on that. It does go past her chest level, so that's fine.
So here we go then, the move of the bigger players, but maybe not quite yet. Thought the first the Canadians might be out there. Tomo Natani, Liana May, Fiji. Saw her at the Commonwealths as a 17-year-old. So she'll be having to tap into that experience, I think, to get things underway here. That first 90 goes to the ground.
Yep. We'll have a look at it here. She pulls. Seems to be going all right, but just not in a position to receive it. She did all the hard work, but then you have to expect the bar is going to be over your head, and you've got to be prepared. Bang, lock it out, tense, and push up. She seemed to do all the hard work, but in that bottom position, it was a soft receive, and the bar's not going to sit there for you.
Okay, no go. McDonald then. Wow, just overcooks that one, so 90 goes down her back.
It was locked out. She got it high enough so that she knows she's capable of getting it in the right position. She doesn't need to change too much. She wants to get this weight now. You don't want to be caught with two failed attempts on the board. It gets pretty hairy after that if you have to come out for your third just to stay in the competition.
Dominatani then got some work to do. She's going to stay alive in the comp. She's facing the prospect of a bomb here. 3 and she's out, of course. 2 times 90 gone to the platform. And she's got, as I said, she's got a bit of form. She's been lifting in some of the events around the Pacific for a little while. Started off in the junior realms as a 17 and 18-year-old, so she's got some form. Eliza Floyd here from American Samoa, going about her business. 90 kilos, started at 80, 85, now the 90.
And we said in her last attempt that the bar is just going in and out, not going up in a straight line, so she needs to pull it back so it sits over her head. She did pull it back, but too far.
So 85 is her best.
So that's the trap. If you're not pulling the bar in as straight a line as possible, then you're constantly trying to correct the trajectory of the bar. It goes in, it goes out. So in an effort to get the bar going, she has to pull a little bit back on it, and the bar just will keep on troubling. 5
lifters we're yet to see. A couple of Canadians, a New Zealander, and of course Samoa. Okay. Melissa Yee then coming out for her 3rd attempt at 90. She's been looking strong though, Rob.
She's been looking strong, but I'm just wondering whether she'll be able to power snatch this, if that's what she's going to go for. Her power snatch, in order to get low, she just spreads her feet wider, which a lot of people do that, but that's not conducive to be able to then transition into a full snatch. Well,
Wow.
she's strong enough, as you said. She's just not getting enough value out of her strength. If you can power snatch 90 and catch it in that high position, you're looking at maybe 100, 105 snatch in the squat position.
Okay, so Noka then from the Cook Islands.
She lost her last one behind. People were commenting she probably would have benefited from maybe just sitting down in that bottom position. Again, she's just trying to get out of it too quickly. The bar was still moving and she moved herself. So that doesn't help to stabilize the bar.
So she's going to have to be happy and content with the 86, which is two better than what she did at the Mini Pacific Games, but I think she was chasing that 90 as a bit of a big PB. Okay, then this young lady got to start making a bit of a move as well. As I say, she's had some form internationally, and
she's in that spot that no one wants to find themselves in.
Tuanaimato here from Fiji.
Even under pressure, you still have to sort of lift with your body a little bit relaxed. You can't tighten up because that will make your pull shorter. You won't be able to move properly. Even under pressure, maintain a little bit of relax.
Oh no, so that I'm afraid is the dreaded third strike. So 90 kilos has just eluded her, and as I said, she's had some form and she's been around the juniors. That's very unfortunate.
Not far off, but it was just too far behind her.
So the dreaded bomb hits the women's plus 86. 5 lifters yet to come. So we work our way through this big field of 16 here. Tuaho Vita, third attempt, 92, nice 85, then the 89, now this. That looked a little bit more accomplished. So a month or two up here in Samoa. Good power, does the job, 122.
With your body a little bit relaxed, you can't tighten up because that will make your pull shorter. You won't be able to move properly. Even under pressure, maintain a little bit of relax.
Oh no, so that I'm afraid is the dreaded third strike. So 90 kilos has just eluded her, and as I said, she's had some form and she's been around the juniors. That's very unfortunate.
Not far off, but it was just too far behind her.
So the dreaded bomb hits the women's plus 86. 5 lifters yet to come. So we work our way through this big field of 16 here. Tuaho Vita, third attempt, 92, nice 85, then the 89, now this.
work on your bottom position, and you'll be able to get a lot more reward for your strength, more bang for your buck if you're able to get into a lower position.
Here's Billen then. She's got a bit of form, this young lady. Pan American Championships, youth, gold. Commonwealth Championships, gold medalist, both youth and junior. 95 kilos. And she's going to be high, or trying to hold off for Etta Love here, the other Canadian. So watch out for that battle in the context of what's going on here.
As things stand, she is the Canadian that has the spot in the top 8 of those Commonwealth rankings with 225.
Yes, that's right.
And
okay.
The other Canadians here will be trying to dislodge her. Etta Love, on paper anyway, is a more credentialed athlete as far as totals go, but she needs to put it together.
Sololai, New Zealand.
Likewise, Sololai is the ranked athlete for New Zealand, and the other competitors here will be trying to dislodge her from that spot.
95, so Judy does it pretty good for New Zealand here. Sololai. And Etta Love not too far away from making a start here for the Canadian team. And I think she's on the greater total coming into this competition, is she not, this girl?
She is. The current ranking total is 225, and her entry total is 235.
Right. So this is 96 then, so it just means that she's going to try and get a kilo up on Billen if she gets this.
Yep.
Okay, so obviously these two are chasing each other at the moment. So it's Billen versus Love. And at the end of the first of the two snatches, this girl, Billen, with that 96 has got her. Sololai then going to come out with a 96 technically, but I reckon she's going to probably take more. There she is. Pacific Games Palau, bronze medalist. And came to weightlifting in October of 2024.
Oh, wow.
Was her first competition the following year. Okay, so you can see the tension just beginning to ratchet up then amongst the Canadians. As I said, we haven't seen a couple of the heavy hitters come out to play yet. We haven't seen Samoa, we haven't seen Molly King either of New Zealand yet, but we have seen Angel Billen come out. And she posted that first one of 95, now 98. Etta Love came out and matched her. And interesting, Love trying to cover at 98 as well. So here's Billen, second attempt, trying to break clear of the Canadian competition and get to Glasgow.
No.
Well, Pan American champ. Not happy with that. We've said it before, Rob. I mean, I'm just wondering whether the conditions here in Samoa, I was talking to the New Zealanders, they reckon they've been suffering the humidity.
Yeah.
And if they have, then the Canadians surely coming out of their North American
would
winter
feel it more.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, they're only just into their spring up there now. And, you know, here's Angel Billen. The first thing she did after she put that one down was go straight outside and get some fresh air. And just keeping an eye on things is Etta Love over there sitting down now, just watching Billen suffer a little bit of pain here.
So she's obviously going to take more than 98 now.
Yeah, she'd have to. But how much more? Yes, as I say, we've seen Billen. at the Youth Pan Americans, where she won a gold medal. She's the junior national champion as well. And she had a 90 snatch. That was then at the Pan Americans, so she's obviously improved a bit since then over the North American winter. There's her immediate opponent in the Canadian team, Etta Love. Saloi there, the New Zealander, just watching this. And okay, so Etta Love has made a move then. She's opened Billen up a little bit, and now she's going to try and drive home a bit of an advantage, it would seem to me. Wow, looking pretty strong. So that's
well executed.
That's just compounding the problem, isn't it, for Angel Billen? So Billen will come out and have a crack at that 99, which means that Love gets that extra lift if she needs to.
Yep. And it would be handy for Billen to get this weight, because while Love's attempt wasn't too bad, she was just a tiny little bit out of position, and the added pressure of having to lift more and also knowing that Billen has got this may just play on her mind, so we'll see what she can do. No, well, she lost an opportunity there to put some added pressure on Love,
who's on up by 4 at the moment.
Yeah, so she has to be happy with 95 kilograms, which was her first attempt.
100 kilograms, third attempt for Etta Love.
So Etta Love is going to come in at 100. That's nice.
Maybe 101?
Yeah, I reckon she will go higher, but she's being pretty conservative. So just beginning to stack up in the waiting room at the moment. So Loai is there. That's Molly King coming out to play.
Now the New Zealanders are in a similar situation. Solowai has the recognized ranking in the Commonwealth rankings.
So,
but the other competitors are the more credentialed ones. So she's really has to try and hang on to her spot here, because if she slips up at all, she's gone.
So we'll keep an eye on that one, Rob. And they're not taking any prisoners, the Kiwis, as they long-term try and get an Olympic medalist, and short-term get as many lifters as they can to Glasgow. Had to chase it, but got it. Little sigh of relief there.
Yeah.
Well, first lifter over 100 in the women's plus 86 supers. Saloi doing the job.
102 kilograms, first attempt, Molly King, New Zealand.
Okay, so this is your equation that you were talking about, Rob, in terms of the New Zealanders. So this is Molly King.
Now on paper, again, she probably should be ranked ahead, but at the Commonwealth Championships last year in India, she missed all her attempts on 100 kilos in the snatch and didn't total.
Wow.
So we're looking at her here at her starting on 102, which was more than she missed at the championships last year. And there's a fine balance between starting heavy or starting too heavy.
But again, as we've been saying over the week, and the Kiwis justifying themselves by saying, listen, if you can't stand the heat, we're gonna push you to the edge, and you gotta meet the weights. That seems to be the philosophy.
It's hot enough out there. There's no there's no benefit to be gained by adding more heat to what's already a hot situation out there. So,
Well,
I mean, you've got 3 attempts. Use them wisely.
But we're not all as careful and as considered as you, Mr. Cabas. This is Molly King. I've got her best snatch at 97.
Yeah, and as I said, at the Commonwealth Championships in India in August last year, she had 0 against her name because she failed to snatch 100 kilos 3 times.
And this is such a psychological sport. It is such a head game, weightlifting.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like, and many people come away thinking, oh, it's just sort of big blokes grunting weights and seeing who can outlift who.
Yep.
But it is so much more than that.
It's not the slow grunt and groan, that's for sure.
It's a dynamic, multifaceted, multi-layered sport. And this is just one element of it, getting the weight there. But it's also what's happening between the head, in the head.
Yeah, you have to train yourself to ignoring what happened on the lift before as far as whether you got it or not. Just focus on 1-2 things maximum that you need to be aware of in order to complete the lift. And they're not necessarily things that you think I need to correct. No, they're the things, 1 or 2 things that you need to do to execute
well, the bomb
a
in India
technically sound lift. That's
all right. Walks that one out. So dispatches the ghost to the Commonwealth Championships with a lovely 102. We'll be feeling a lot better about life now.
Yes, that's for sure.
So Etta Love, who's just dispatched in her little seedings battle with her fellow Canadian Angel Billen, comes out now just to compound and drive home her advantage. So whether she can get this 102 herself. And she can.
3 out of 3.
She maybe a confirmed changing of the guard here in the Canadian seedings, Rob. That's super, isn't it?
Yep. Well, as we said on paper, she would be the higher ranked lifter, so she's fulfilling what those results have shown.
Yeah, well, Billen, you know, just getting the 95 away and then collapsing at the 98, 99, and Etta Love here with the 96, 99, 102. Okay.
And keep in mind that they're both juniors as well. They're both 19 years old.
Yeah. But up until this time, it's been Angel Billen that was probably the more fancied of the two of them in terms of national duties.
Yeah. Actually, currently, they're both 18. They don't turn 19 until later in the year. Now, he's Soloway. She's trying to desperately cling on to her slot for the Commonwealth Games. And she desperately needs this lift.
104. Looking good so far. Got the first 2 away, 95, 101. Let's see whether she can keep this.
Well, 225 is her total in the rankings, and I would venture to say that she probably snatched less than this for her 225 total. So she's probably ahead of that, and she needs to be ahead of it. Come on, come on! Oh. That's a shame. We'll have to have a look at that in the replay. She just seemed to really dip her head in the end. So I don't know what happened there, whether she felt that she was losing and it just let go. So it's good to hear. And then she just dips her head. I don't know why.
Interesting, but she's made some rapid improvement in recent times as well, because at the mini games, her best snatch was a 93. Okay, so now once again the Kiwis ramping it up another set.
Now also there's the third Kiwi has not started yet. Here we go. Now she's about to make her start.
Patolo
on 106 kilograms.
Indeed, so here she comes.
Patolo is 36 years old, so she's been around for a while, you would imagine.
Bronze in the snatch at the mini games when I last saw in competition, 4th overall.
Okay, that's strong.
New Zealand crew love it in the crowd.
So no trouble there, not fazed by anything that's happening on the platform. She's happy with that.
So we've seen the Kiwis. So now the Samoan champ and the red hot favourite, Sapphire, comes out. 106 first attempt. Looking brilliant in training. Some of the stuff I've seen.
So the clean and jerk is her strength, and at the Commonwealth Championships, where she secured her golden ticket, she only started on 105.
Wow. No problem there. Well, like we were saying, at the Commonwealth Championships in India, she did a 111.
Yeah, but she got all three there. So
Yeah.
she started on 105, went to 108, and then to 111.
Yeah.
So here she may be looking for more.
But look, you know, she's up for it. She's already letting the crowd know she understands what's at stake here. So this intriguing battle then with her and the two Kiwis. So here's Molly King. Tuialofa Patolo, of course, we've seen her start very strongly at 106. So here's King's response. Did the 102, this is her 106 third lift.
Again, I'm thinking she just... Look, it could be the way that she snatches, because I know on her second attempt, as soon as the bar was locked out, she was up and up, you know, and trying to get up. This one here, again, could have just benefited a little bit.
Well, that leaves us...
holding your position.
And that leaves us with two lifters with two lifts apiece. We've got the Samoan champ, Sapphire, and we've got the New Zealander who's going to come out first. Tina Bella's in a corner. Tuialofa Patolo then with 110, throwing down the gauntlet to the great Samoan. Look comfortable at 106.
So regardless of what happens in the clean and jerk, of course in the Universal Cup there are medals awarded for the individual lifts. So while Sapphire is superior in the clean and jerk, at least they're trying for a medal here in the snatch. And that's a strong one.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah.
And ominous for the New Zealand lifters here that are trying to get through to the Glasgow Commonwealth Games. And I tell you what, this girl has stated categorically that she wants to go to Glasgow and she's going to do all she can to get there. Sapphire then comes out, flag bearer at the Paris Olympic Games, gold medalist at the Commonwealth Championships with that 114 good snatch, gold at the Mini Pacific Games.
And that's what we're talking about. There's a gold medal at stake here in the snatch. So,
well, at the moment, you have to think that the New Zealander has got her hands on it. It's not round her neck yet.
no.
Sapphire here, got some thinking to do. And once again, it's the snatch. Which, if there's any weakness in the Samoan team, it's this more technical lift.
Yes, they're explosive, they're powerful, but sometimes the snatch really tests them out. But I mean, there are exceptions, and I think if you're looking at them generally overall, it's been a great improvement in that area. And of course, John Taffy at 88 kilograms or 79, snatch 146, which was a very technically sound lift.
Stunning. Okay. So Sapaya's going to come out. She's not going to take any more. She's just going to stick at the 110. Unless there's a sudden change. There's a minute left on the clock. She can do it. They want to shove that change in, but it looks like she's going to come out at 110. So this is just matching what the Kiwi has done. He's waiting out the back. Patolo's out the back with 111 waiting to come out. So Sapaya then conceding here the snatch, but wants this to stay close to her, heading into the next stanza, the clean and jerk. So a concession then by the Samoans that they've been outgunned in the snatch here, I think. Oh yeah, she's a champ.
I don't think so.
Ellie checks her out.
Oh wow. The jury's already asking for a review of that one.
Wow. And LA, of course, for so long, this girl was, of course, the understudy to the great Upolu in the early parts of her career. I can't see any major dramas there myself, but you're the gun, Robert. Can you see anything that would be...
Well, I picked it up before
the
replay, and I said the jury was going to have a look at that one. So,
meantime,
and I'm always on the athlete side, you know me. So if I pick it up, then the jury's going to be onto it.
Tuialofa
the only thing that might save her is she's got big arms, so it's not as noticeable.
Well, this is what the jury's looking at. A little bit wide now. You pointed out. You picked it up first time. That right elbow. I reckon you could be on the money. Watch the right elbow if we get a replay of this. This is what the jury is looking at. This is exactly what they're looking at. Stand by now. Watch the right elbow. Right elbow. There's that just little hook in it. Just comes unlocked.
Yeah.
Does it? Question mark. Jury deliberating.
I think that's what's putting the doubt in their mind. The fact her big arms. No, there it is. It's a no lift.
They've rubbed her out.
Yeah.
Crikey. Well, the Samoans had already conceded, I think, the snatch to Tuialofa Patolo, who now can compound that Samoan misery by adding 3 more kilos to the 110. So we're getting into record space here. So once again, Tina Bell, masterful coaching. Just confirming. Oh, wow. She's taken the Oceania record.
They are happy with that.
Well, fantastic. And once again, look who's coaching. Tina Bell does it again, her stable of lifters. Wow. So there it is. So the Samoans conceding. Saipia having to concede the better snatch here from the New Zealander. And she goes through Patolo with a wonderful 113 record-breaking lift there. Samoa in second place. And it's New Zealand 1, Samoa 2 as we take a break and wonder what Sapaya can do now in the clean and jerk. There's a confirmation. There's the 113, beautiful lifting by the New Zealander, the 106, the 110, the 113. And you can see Sapaya down there with just the one lift, the 106. She's given it up at 110. Probably a little bit of work for her to do in the clean and jerk when they come out. She is, of course, fancied. And look at the starting weight that she wants to come out on, 150 compared to the New Zealanders, 123. So will it be a little bit like Mr. Upolu early in the afternoon where he comes out and within the space of 2 great lifts, she dominates. The snatch is gone to the New Zealanders, but the Samoans can come out and play when it comes clean and jerk time. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Rob Cabas and I will suck in a few deep breaths. We will contemplate the opportunities for the women's plus 86ers. You're enjoying with us the IBFC Universal Cup here in Samoa. Only do we have a medal up for grabs, and at the moment it's the Kiwis just shading the great Sapia from Samoa in that rundown, with the clean and jerk just about to unfold. But there's also battles up and down this category of 16 lifters, with the Canadians, the New Zealanders vying for places, not only of course in the competition proper, but also trying to impress the seedings committee about possibility of getting all the way through to Glasgow and the Commonwealth Games. Both teams looking to try and qualify their lifters ahead of that meeting in July. Rob Cabas is alongside me. Rob, we've had a moment or two to reflect, and we think that Sapia is probably going to assert itself in the clean and jerk, but I'll tell you what, this Kiwi certainly taken to her.
She looked strong, and her entry into the clean and jerk is listed well below Sapia's, but we don't know whether she'll start with that or heavier. And her main concern, in a rare sort of set of circumstances, you have lifters here who are more concerned with lifters from their own team than the others in this international event, because they're trying to get to the Commonwealth Games, and with only one athlete per country allowed to go in, that's their primary concern here. Meanwhile, first attempt in the clean and jerk successfully completed by Eleanor Malo of Fiji, 68 kilograms. So
I tell you what, that was a pretty powerful demonstration of snatch lifting by Tuanaimato from New Zealand, because she took out an Oceania record on the way through as well. That 113 of hers was record breaking.
And I wonder if that's her first Oceania record at the age of 36.
Yeah, well, just sort of reading into her bio, as I said, she came to the sport pretty late, and she got to that mini games event within 1 year of taking up weightlifting.
I wonder what her background was. I would guess that she was involved in some other sport. You don't come into
Absolutely
weightlifting without any. So whether she was in powerlifting, women's rugby, who knows?
And her best snatch up at the mini games was a 104. Boy. Meantime, the young Fijians getting a taste of international competition and what it's like to compete at this level.
So far, she hasn't blotted her copybook. Successful with all 5 attempts, with 1 remaining in the clean and jerk. So she is taking successive attempts. That being the case, 2 minutes on the clock for her to recover. Ordinarily it would be 1 minute from the time that you're called. Change coming through now, so that will give her a little bit more of a rest time, maybe a minute or so.
75 kilograms. Third attempt. Tuanaimato, Fiji.
Tuanaimato coming out for her third attempt at 78.
So she's feeling confident.
78 kilograms. The lifter will still be Tuanaimato.
78.
1 minute and 7 seconds remaining on the clock.
So it's a steady progression, 5 kilograms between each attempt. So far, so good. Three white lights signaling a good lift. Her sixth good lift of the championship. Perfect score for her. She's pretty happy about that as she goes back into the warm-up room. Here we have a look at it again. She really had no problems with this at all. A good clean. The jerk is there. Look at that determined look on her face. And no problems at all. Good lift. She finishes with a total of 138, 60 in the snatch, 78 in the clean and jerk. Now we have Nigirur Mad of Palau on the platform. Her first attempt is 80 kilograms. Power clean.
She's surprised, and you know why she's surprised? Because the best ever clean and jerk she's done before today is 70.
Wow.
And she's just smashed her PB with that.
I mean, just watching that lift, a whole range of emotions seem to flash across her face.
I know, look at the expression now. You watch this.
Oh, I've got it. Now I'm smiling. Now I better hold it. Where's the damn signal? Yeah.
How easy was that? She's thinking to herself, I listened to the coach and I got the 3 white lights. That's nice. That would be on the highlights reel as well, wouldn't it?
You would think so. Yeah, she is delighted with that.
Big PB and in competition.
She's in her last year of junior competition. Turns 20 in November this year. .85 kilograms is loaded, and she also is taking successive attempts, so she had the benefit of 2-minute rest. Now she's ready, and hopefully the confidence she gained from that last lift will carry her through now. It may have been a new personal best for her, but it certainly didn't look like a limit. No. So I think what she needs to do, or she was caught off guard, because if you recall her first attempt, she power cleaned it, pulled it nice and high, feet went apart. Here, I wonder if she's done any full cleans in the warm-up, because even if you intend to power clean or power snatch your first attempt, it's usually a useful thing to do a few lighter warm-ups in the full position, so your body is used to the full movement, because it can be a completely different pull and obviously a different receiving position. So I think she was caught a little bit off guard there and trying to transition from doing a power clean on her first attempt and then going into the motion to do a full clean on this attempt here, and as a result she wasn't able to secure it. So what she's thinking, well, there'll be two options here, but in both options you still need to pull the bar as high as possible. One, pull it as high as possible and just power clean it if you're able. The other one, if you don't think that you're able to power clean it, still pull it as high as you can, and that will give you more time and space to get under the bar in a better position, a more comfortable one, and then you can secure the weight, get up and go for the jerk. The jerk on the first attempt looked fine, so now her problem is to get into that position again where she's able to have the opportunity to jerk the bar. And that's it, she's done well there, the jerk.
No, too much, but she did get the 80. She surprised herself with that. And so for Palau, it's a good result. She wanted more, and she's a little bit disappointed, but I reckon
I think in recent years the trend has been to take 2-3 kilo jumps between attempts, and anything above that is viewed as unnecessary or risky. Whereas if you're part of a different era like mine, going back into the old days, you had to have a minimum of 5 kilograms between your first and second attempt, and a minimum of 2.5 kilograms between your second and your third attempt. If you chose to take that 2.5 kilo increase between your first and second attempt, then you were denied the third attempt. So that rule is out the window, and I think that's a good idea. It works well, but on the other hand, lifters have gotten comfortable into these small increments between attempts. Sometimes it's great if you need it to get ahead in competition, but also you need to have your an open mind as to what is achievable and how many kilos you can increase between attempts.
Tell Nick Karawa.
Nice. Now the jerk. Better than her first read. It's 10 kilos heavier, but in some ways that was better than her first. And it goes back to what I was saying is, don't give it just enough to lift the weight that's on the bar, whether you're snatching, clean and jerking, squatting, doing whatever. You can't give it just enough, because it will turn on you. So you need to go flat out 100% all the time.
Boys in Kiribati working across in Nauru, then going home, earning a few bucks. Then on the Pleasant Isle, and then taking their weightlifting interest back home with them and setting off an interesting history of weightlifting in that beautiful part of the world as well. Samoa then from Fiji coming up with 102. we're just waiting to count in the New Zealanders and the Canadians, who won't be too far away. And then, of course, we need to see this battle rejoined between New Zealand and Samoa as to who walks away with the total and the clean and jerk titles here. And at the moment, of course, Tuanaimato took out the first part of it with the snatch. Sorry, Rob, you were saying?
I was going to say, that being the case, I think at front of mind, Patolo would be looking at first wrapping up that Commonwealth Games ranking before thinking about what she can do to put some sort of pressure on Sipaya, even though she's much stronger in the clean and jerk. But I think her first priority, no doubt, will be to wrap up the New Zealand spot for the Commonwealth Games. She's in the driver's seat now. There should be no way that she would allow the other New Zealanders to get past her. She has a commanding lead over them. The Canadian question is still up in the air. So you've got the Canadians, Bill and Snatch. .95. The power and the strength, because anyone that can power snatch 90 kilograms, regardless of gender and body weight, has an above average level of strength and power. So we'll see what she does here. She actually goes the full squat clean.
Medals, gold as well.
Yes, yes. And as we also said, a good reception from the audience here. They seem to be quite popular, so I think it would be a memorable to Floyd. Obviously the allowed period, but wasn't conveyed in time to the announcers. So that's been clarified, no problems. And Lueva Floyd, American Samoa, is prepared for her first attempt on 105 kilograms.
So a warm cheer from the Samoan crowd, and there's the American Samoa flag over there, which she's acknowledging as well.
Plus you have the unusual situation in that, when I say unusual, it is the situation where American Samoa is not eligible to compete at the Commonwealth Games.
Correct,
so
it's a US territory.
Yeah.
Protected. Yeah, it's only, what, half an hour flying time away.
Exactly.
The beautiful Pango Pango.
105 kilograms remains on the barbell, third attempt.
Tony Karawa here.
If she's successful with this, she'll be the second lifter in the session to achieve what is every weightlifter's aim out there when they step onto that platform, which is to succeed with all of their attempts get full value out of their participation. So 105 kilos standing between her and a perfect day, 6 out of 6. She's halfway there. And she's all the way there.
Almost.
Well done. So 105 clean and jerk combined with her snatch of 86 kilograms. She finishes with a total of 191 kilos.
Timo Maliba.
$107 kilograms for Malia Timo of Tuvalu. If you recall, she had some trouble with her right knee in the snatches, so hopefully it's not going to affect her too much in the clean and jerks. Let's see if she's favoring that leg as she dips and drives. She is. She's frustrated, obviously, by whatever trouble she's having with her knee. It seems, if I were to guess, it seems to me that something in there is just clicking. It just doesn't seem to be sitting in the right place. I don't think it's a cramp, and unfortunately, it's her front leg as well. So that's the leg that's carrying. Well, the weight should be theoretically evenly spread, but the front leg does seem to carry a little bit more of the leg because you're recovering on that. So that's the source of frustration for her.
Here's Sayapur then, Helen Sayapur out of Fiji, 107, second attempt.
Oh, in and out. So enough height, enough speed on the bar, but just not able to secure it. Didn't keep the elbows up and just let the elbows drop. No one else taking that weight. So she has 2 minutes to gather her thoughts, figure out what she needs to focus on for her last attempt. And as we say, at this stage of the competition, you're not teaching anyone technique. They know what they're trying to do. You can only focus maybe on 1 or 2 things. Tell them to focus on something which will have the desired result. It could be pull it higher, it could be keep your elbows up, it could be something psychological, mental, it could be anything, but they won't be able to focus on more than 1 or 2 things. Anything more than that and you're wasting your time.
Sayapur then, 107, third attempt.
That's better. Oh, she's walking, but she's got it. Well done. So that completes her outing for today. 107 clean and jerk plus 75 in the snatch. She's got a total of 182 to her credit.
110 kilograms. First attempt.
As a general rule, the heavyweights, both men and women, tend to be stronger in the jerk part of the clean and jerk. The clean requires a lot more mobility and speed and so on. But once they get it onto their chest, just their great bulk and strength, the odds are that they're all able to jerk what they clean. Unless, of course, the clean just takes a lot of effort to get up, and they're in trouble.
Here's Vete then with 110 to Valu. 7 lifters yet to come. 16 in the group.
3 white lights, good lift.
Hanging weight on the barbell, please, ladies. 110 kilograms. First attempt. In the bag, number 10. PG.
Tuanaimato out now, Fiji. First attempt for her. This is 110.
Now, you'll recall that she failed all her snatch attempts on 90 kilograms, but as there are medals awarded in both the snatch and the clean and jerk in the Universal Cup, she can continue in the clean and jerk, and even if she doesn't win a medal in this lift, it gives her the opportunity to chase at least a personal best. You would imagine that she's trained hard for this competition. She had her own plans, some weights that she was wanting to get, so at least she has the opportunity to chase some lifts in the clean and jerk. Her jerks will stand in the results of the Universal Cup, but not the Oceania Championships, where the medal is only awarded for the total. I was wondering what she left on the platform every time she stepped out. It was the smelling salts. So that's what the technical official alerted her to on her first attempt. You left your smelling salts back there.
Minister Yi, Singapore, 110. Ooh.
So Melissa Yi doesn't move her feet at all in the clean. So the second part of her lift loses a little bit of momentum, because just the motion of shrugging hard and high and jumping a little bit with your feet. I'm not a fan of jumping a foot in the air, but just jumping out a little bit, it gives you room for your, well, to put it indelicately, you need room for your butt to sit somewhere, and if your feet don't move, then you're being forced out from that position.
Here's Floyd, American Samoa, second attempt, 110.
Yep.
Okay, so here comes Noko from the Cook Islands. We saw her at the mini games. Did an 84 back then and a 106 clean and jerk. So this at 111, she's putting 5 on. She had a 190 total back then. Finished outside of the medals. Based in Auckland, New Zealand.
And that 190 total that you mentioned has her sitting in 9th place, just outside the qualification area for Commonwealth Games consideration.
Well, I wonder what Louisa Peters is thinking about this then. She'd be riding every lift with her, I reckon. She'd love her to get through and bother that top 8, eh?
Yep, top 8 is 202 total, so she needs to find something. So 86 and 111 would give her 197. So a reasonable progression of 6 kilograms for her last attempt, should she succeed with this 111, would at least open the door for her.
Well, we saw from the Cook Islands, Jerome Tuda going very well yesterday, bringing home a couple of bronze medals for him. He's what, 34, 35 now?
Yes.
He'd recovered from a bad shoulder injury, which he sustained at the Pacific Games. He'd come back from an operation on his Achilles as well, which he recovered from. And he came off the podium with a couple of bronze medals yesterday for the Cook Islands. I tell you, the Cooks has gone off. They're absolutely celebrating a newfound hero.
A great reward for his perseverance. I mean, they're two major issues that he's come back from.
Looks like McDonald for Cook Islands is going to go higher. So Malia Timor here from Tuvalu will come out and have a crack at 112. Sits her down.
She's definitely having trouble with that right knee, as we mentioned before. So but it can't be that serious. It must be something that's just irritating. Maybe it gives her a little bit of a instability or a sharp pain.
Here comes McDonald then, second attempt, 112. She's taken 1 more kilo just to try and break this little psychological barrier she's got with the 111. So let's see whether the 112 is going to help out here. That's better. Now, speed. Well, I'm a little worried about the left arm, but that's okay. It's a 2-1. She's got it, so she's thrilled with that. And good on Cook Islands. 112 there, goes with the 86.
I think why it looks sus is for... okay. Is that she has a little bit of a narrow grip. So her lockout is not as pronounced.
Malia Timo then.
Yeah,
sorry,
and it puts that seed of doubt in the referee's mind. No, sorry, you go ahead.
Well, she's got 1 more lift to come anyway, so she can put them completely at ease with her next, which you reckon that she's sitting on 113, of course, which is the incremental automatic. Okay, so Tuvalu, 112.
She needs to focus. She's having trouble with that leg. She doesn't want to let the bar go, but sometimes you're in a situation where you don't have any choice. If you don't have any...
And now she had trouble with that leg. She's going to have real trouble.
Yeah.
I reckon this is a job for the doc.
Yeah.
The doc has got to get out there because I didn't like the look of the way that leg went down.
Yeah. Because what happened was, it's the leg that she was favoring that then went down.
Yeah.
Her right leg is giving her trouble. So the left leg is carrying more weight than it should. So you can see even before she dipped for that jerk, you could see, I mean, it was a very brave attempt to be honest. She can feel it here and it's unstable. You can fight pain if it's a gradual pain, but when it's unstable like that, yeah.
That's not good.
No.
I don't like the look of that at all. And that was really brave. And
because she's getting no support at all from her right leg. So if the left leg is carrying all the load, that's not going to hold.
113 kilograms, third attempt for IBFC Singapore.
So her campaign ends with a 107 clean and jerk, giving her a 192 total, just 1 kilo ahead of Tani Karawa of Kiribati.
well, Melissa encouraging the crowd to get behind her here.
I'll tell you what, you don't have to ask twice if you want noise from the crowd here.
And they oblige. So Melissa Yu gets hoisted Oh no, it's a 2-1 against. Third attempt, 115 denied.
I think she was aware. I think there was a press out on both arms. Yep. Had a good effort and the crowd pleaser.
But she's got a 200, hasn't she?
Yes, 200 total.
Yeah.
I think that 2 or 3, look, they may reverse it in the athlete's favour. I think
No, there
I
seems
think
to be a
it's
little bit of a press out of that right. So
I
again,
think
what we're
it's
looking
there.
for, we're looking here at the what the jury's looking at, and they're just reviewing this lift. And as Rob was saying earlier on, those elbows are going to be locked, and there's some suspicion about the
I don't
right
think
elbow
there's
here.
no suspicion, is there? I think that left elbow as well locks and unlocks.
I was
yeah.
trying to be delicate, Rob.
Yeah.
So Melissa, unfortunately, loses the left.
Look, to the jury's credit, and at times everyone who knows me knows that I can be a critic of the jury at times. But at least they looked at giving the athlete the credit for a change. Surely you can't always be looking to reverse it against the athletes. Every now and then you've got to look at it and say, well, maybe we better look at that and credit the athlete with that lift.
Okay, so here's Floyd then from American Samoa. She's got a big support group as well here with an American Samoa flag. As we say, Pango just about 20 minutes, half an hour away by plane. I see the Fautesses actually were being mentioned here in Samoa this week, and of course there's always that big Fautese race between American Samoa and Apia here.
Good clean.
Big traditional open boats.
Oh, hold it.
Which she does. 115. Her American Samoan fans will give her that. So a nice 200 finish for her as well. Dominatani coming up for Fiji, 116. Boy, we haven't seen her for a while. She got the 110 away, and then there's been all sorts of commotion since we last saw her out here.
Well, she's not concerned with any tactics regarding a total because she hasn't got a snatch on the board. So she can just chase her own targets.
Not a great day for her.
Set, some personal bests. No. Just caught it a little bit rocked back on her heels.
Of course, because of the Bombat, denied a total, but as Rob was saying, she at least could stay alive in this.
Stop the clock. Load the barbell to 117 kilograms for the floaters. 117 kilograms.
Okay, so McDonald coming out then for Cook Islands.
Now this is the weight that she needs to get that final 8th spot on the Commonwealth rankings. Now she's got to drive it really high because she's got that reasonably narrow grip.
Wow, that's good. She be so thrilled with that. And she, 203 is the final there for Michael McDonald. Okay. Domino Natane, Fiji 117. Let's see whether she can finish off here what's been a pretty wicked old day for her. Good on her.
Well done. She's finished on a high note.
It's been a terrible day. That bomb on the 90 snatch got the 110 away. First up in the clean and jerk. Put down the 116 but came back at 117. So 2 from 6 lifts. But fortunately the last lift was one that hopefully she'll take away as a memory. Fighting up that 117. Let's move on to Tuvalu. Vete is coming out now for her 118.
Eight-kilo jump.
Boy, she's improved as well since the mini games. We saw her there.
This will give her a 210-kilo total.
That's incredible. She had a 165. Total back at the mini games.
Vete hasn't featured on the Commonwealth rankings because her teammate Malia Timor is the one that's holding, or rather was holding 8th place with 202. So now she has pushed her out with her total, because I think she's already on not yet.
She's on 202 herself.
She's on 202 herself, so she hasn't forced her out.
No,
so she needs this 118 to do it.
Yeah, she does, and then she can do some damage.
But then she forces McDonald out of it.
A 210 total, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh, no.
Well, that really knocked her about a little bit, so not going to do it with that. So 110 she'll have to be satisfied with. And that 202 remains for her.
No, because 225 was Soloway's total in the ranking list.
Well, here's Patolo now.
Yeah. Now she will throw all those calculations out the window with this 126. She will shut. This 126 would shut the door on New Zealand's selection.
This is incredible. Her improvement has been remarkable as well. The best I've seen her do before was at the mini games with a 120. This is 126 first attempt. Thank you very much indeed. Close the door. Huge pressure on the rest of the New Zealand contingent with that.
It's a 239 total. Her entry total was 240. So she's right on target.
2 lifts to come. Molly King going to have to respond to this and find something pretty deep and significant. Didn't compete against her at the mini games. Molly King sat that one out. But she did go to the Lima Worlds.
So we will look at Etta Love there before, the Canadian.
And that's where Molly King got her 126, her best ever clean and jerk. So while she contemplates that, Patolo looks like she's going to go more. And Rob, you picked up the Canadian down there as well, eh? So 2 Kiwis and the Canadian just circling each other at the moment. Be fascinating to see which of this crew make it to Glasgow, won't it? Etta Love then, at the moment in the box seat as far as the Canadians are concerned, comes out with her 128.
So if she succeeds with that, she's going to go a long way towards closing that door. But first she has to succeed. No problem.
Well, she was the first Canadian ever to hold a weightlifting world record and the first Canadian world record in over 70 years, so she knows what to do. Went to the IWF Worlds as the youngest ever Canadian entry ever. So a serious and very precocious talent. Best clean and jerk is a 146.
227 here now gives her the lead in this competition, and also 2 kilos ahead of Billen's 225 on the ranking list. So now Billen has to respond.
Well, here's the other Kiwi now. Soloai is coming out for New Zealand. Judy Soloai. No, looks like Angel Billen's going to come out first with a 130. So Billen is playing her cards now. The other Canadian vying for a place.
If she does come out for this one, it'll move her a little bit closer, but not close enough yet. No sign of her, so
remember
I'm guessing she may be moving up.
Remember that the Canadians have got the Quebec Canadian nationals as well, where probably for them it's going to come down to crunch time for them.
Yeah.
That's in a couple of weeks from now, isn't it? Well, here she is. Well, hang on. Who is coming out first?
Well, Patolo has been called.
At 131.
Yep.
Molly King for a moment thought it was her, but it's not. Okay, 131.
They should get a move on because it's 30 seconds just ticking over.
Finished in 4th place in the mini games, this girl, with a 131 snatch and a 224 total. Boy, she's improved. Where's it come from? She better move it. She's got 10 seconds. Big lift. Big pressure on the rest of the New Zealand team. Awesome. Stuff, but we're yet to see a response from the Samoan yet.
Patolo.
Go is happening here in Apia. Molly King going to come out with a 132 now, as you can see, try and get in front of her. She's carrying that burden of not being able to get that 106 snatch, however, but 132 moves her along with a lift to come after this. See Paya yet to make a move. Out the back, we think going to come in at 133, the Samoan. Well, Molly King wants to go to... Here comes Etta Love then, a real precocious talent, this one. And at the moment doing the job on Angel Billen. And this will dish out more pain for Billen as well if she gets this 133.
Wow, very businesslike.
And just getting notification, Rob, that Billen's out.
I think she's moved too far ahead of her now.
Billen is...
Billen
start at 150. Etta Love then, the Canadian, with her final lift. Well, that's been intriguing. She's definitely in the box seat as far as
she
Canada's
wants
concerned.
more, so someone's going to rush off in the background there to make the change before the 32nd.
It's a long run up the corridor of champions. Tina Bell there.
Yep, they got there in time, whoever was sprinting.
There he is. Mr. McTaggart doing the job, I think. So you can see there at the table, he's just entering the weight that he wants her to take. Tina Bell just nonchalantly walking in to have a look. So Tina Bell out there, gee, there's a little bit of foxing going on out there, isn't there?
This 137 would be a handy, that's for sure, but it's a big jump, 6 kilos.
Etta Love is going to finish off at 137. So Loai looks like she's going to get a one. Both Kiwis are going 140 now. Etta Love at the 137. She'll be next. Then the two Kiwis, and then Samoa. Sapaya just going to try and cover the two of them off and come out with a big 150 and knock the whole competition over. So here's Molly King then. 138. So junior record attempt here, Oceania, and total record attempt as well by this very talented young New Zealander. A big 138. Too much. Okay, so Molly King bravely surrenders at 138, so 132 for her. It's a 234 total, Rob.
Yep, correct. 132 clean jerk, plus 102 in the snatch.
So amongst all this Kiwi carnage is Etta Love finishing off and delivering the coup de grace as far as qualifying for Glasgow is concerned, at least this round, with the Canadians got their nationals in Quebec in a couple of weeks' time, where this battle for the Canadian Glasgow places will continue, I'm sure.
She's been very solid in the clean jerk.
138, as easy as you like. Fantastic lifting by her. So Etta Love with a 240 total for her.
240. She's been very, very solid in the clean jerk. She's got more that she can do there. So Soloway is going for 140.
This is big for her. Massive. Got no record of her going anywhere near this weight.
Well, this will give her a 240 total, just 4 kilos behind Patolo. Patolo's gone for a big lift on her third attempt.
She's got 140 as well.
Whether she's just foxing and wanting to push the others up, we don't know.
Wow. Means business.
Wow, good lift.
Soloi then, 3 white lights, 140 lifted. Crikey. So can Patolo reply? She's going to have to. And is this a threat to Samoa?
Could be.
Sapaya,
But she needs 5 kilos more.
We haven't seen Sapaya yet. She's going to start at 150. Okay. So Soloi did that. Can Patolo match it? 140.
Look, if we're being honest, what I saw with 131 did not indicate that 140 is on the cards, but you never know. When the chips are down, lifters will come up with some big lift. So let's see if this is the case here. Wow.
Great competition. Magnificent improvement in form over the last little while. But as the Kiwi battle continues ahead of Glasgow, you'd have to think that the lady with one lift remaining, as Patolo here puts this 140 onto the ground. Soloi then can come out and absolutely polish it off here. She's going the gross. She's going the 144. Looks strong at 140.
Well, if they're looking at, I don't know how their rankings work, but whoever finishes ahead at the competition, I imagine, would get the ranking. That's exactly the same total as Patolo, but would leave her behind.
No, but this is, she's got 241 now. Surely she gets this. She's going to finish one ahead of Patolo. Correction. It's immaterial.
Yep.
Patolo walks away, having lost the 140 at 244. And Samoa here with a 241 at the end of the day. Incredible lifting by the New Zealanders. So that ranking battle is done. The black shirts clear out of the waiting room. And everybody waits for this. 135 in one clean sweep can knock this out of the park for Samoa. With one lift, she can knock this out of the park.
It's not a pushover, mind you. This will test her out. Let's have a look.
It's not a pushover, so if anybody can do a pushover, it's this young lady. What a lift. Decimates everyone. Decimates everyone. Sapphire, with one lift, has seen off the Canadians, seen off the New Zealanders, and seen off anybody else that wants to come and have a crack at her in the Commonwealth.
That's it.
Boom!
The stage is hers now. Whatever she wants.
There is no one in the Commonwealth who can touch this woman in this division, as she's pointing out. Wowee. So for so long in those early years, of course, the understudy to the great Upolu, and now this phenomenal lifter is beginning to assert her own personality and her own character and her own athletic career. Ellie, of course, moving on, and there she is into this coaching role, and this young lady.
Yes, in Oceania, no one can touch her. But remember, in the Commonwealth, Emily Campbell just won the European title.
Well, it's going to be a battle royale in dear old Glasgow, I tell you, because this lady's going to be up for it. Now, I'm having a look here. Clean and jerk, standard 148, Rob, set in January 1st, 25. So theoretically, she comes up, and that's going to be hers.
In which record?
This is clean and jerk. Oh, that's Commonwealth Junior, sorry. But, no, she's a senior now. Okay. Just having a look at the record books. Yes, no, getting a bit carried away here. That's Commonwealth Junior record. Can't have that. 161, Emily Campbell, who you've just mentioned.
Yes.
So maybe this is just a little bit of a frightener for the English girl. Send it down the line to London. So Sapphire then. Pepe, Jerry Warwick, pumped audience right behind her. Listen to the roar when she gets this big 150. She's dispatched the competition with the first lift. Now she's just playing with a couple of weights ahead of Glasgow, just showing everybody how much power she's got. Samoa goes mad. Listen to the noise. What have you ever in your life? Well, that was the last one. One more to come. Oceania record is hers at 155. She set that in Hawthorn. Just absolutely brilliant lifting here. And Rob,
150, no problem. Just waiting to see what they'll select for their third attempt. I'm sure a change will be coming through any minute now.
well,
151, they're just going for the record.
Yeah, 151, having a crack at this record. We're being told by the MC that this is an Oceania record attempt at 151. Attempting her own record that she set in Hawthorn late last year in Melbourne. What a fitting way to bring the curtain down on the women's competition. Samoa go mad. Siapaya delivers. Samoa, another golden champion. Incredible record-breaking performance. Job done, Team Samoa. The noise is deafening. The Kiwis might have taken the snatch off her, but not the clean and jerk, not the total, and not the Oceania records. Boom! Thank you very much indeed. That is incredible. And our VIPs also living the moment with us. Well, that is just phenomenal. Phenomenal lifting by Sapaya. A confirmation there of what she's just done. Look at position number 14. You see that she stumbled a little bit in the snatch. Those two 110s went down. But once the clean and jerk got up, she was cranked. The 145 just cleaned the table. The 150 further smashed it. And then the 151 dispatched it. Huge effort here by Samoa. And this, Rob, is the 150.
This is the 151. Yep. She's confident in her jerk.
And Team Samoa that have worked so hard to do this have generated another fantastic champion. Brilliant lifting by Samoa. And Sapaya in particular dispatched the Canadians, the Australians, the New Zealanders, and sent reverberations all the way to London ahead of the Glasgow Commonwealth Games.
Yes, I think she'll need to find a few kilos in the snatch, but there's a bit of time to work on that because she's got the basics there in that she's a very strong woman. So it's just a matter of polishing up the snatch a little bit and then applying the pressure in the clean and jerk And who knows what she's capable of in the clean and jerk.
Who knows? We'll just let the reverberations continue around here at Faleata. We're going to take a break. We need to recover from all that excitement. And when we come back, another fantastic Samoan champion. The great man, Tuanaimato, will be out here in the men's super heavies. Can you believe what's going to happen then? No idea. But until you come back to us here at Faleata, we'll take a break with one more session of the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 available to us. Join us then.
Medals for this session of competition will be presented by the Deputy Prime Minister for Samoa, the Honourable Mulipola Anarose Ale Mulio. She will be accompanied by the Minister for Health for Samoa, the Honourable Va'a'au Salamalo Alafipo, and accompanied by the Minister for Justice and Courts Administration, the Honourable Fesalai Upolu Tisubu Tuimala. Medals for the Universal Weightlifting Cup in the Snatch portion of the competition. The bronze medalist representing New Zealand, Molly King. The silver medalist representing Samoa, Ianara Sapia. The gold medalist representing New Zealand, Tuialofa Patolo. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the clean and jerk. The bronze medalist representing Canada, Etta Love. The silver medalist representing New Zealand, Judy Saloe. The gold medalist representing Samoa, Ianara Sapia. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the Universal Weightlifting Cup total. The bronze medalist representing Canada, Etalov. The silver medalist representing New Zealand, Judy Saloi. The gold medalist and Universal Cup champion representing Samoa, Leonora Sapia. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of Samoa? The medal ceremony for the Oceania Championships. The bronze medalist representing New Zealand, Molly King. The silver medalist representing New Zealand, Tuialofa Patolo. The gold medalist and Oceania champion representing Samoa, Leonora Sapia. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of Samoa? Thank you, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the Oceania Junior Championships. Would you please congratulate our medalists and make them
along the 100-meter sprint as one of the blue ribbon events.
So there's a Berger from South Africa. Manumua out of Tonga. Stephen Cowie can do anything on the day. David Litty, what a champion. Formai, the young would-be Senilai Mao. Saharan from Sri Lanka.
American Samoa, Kennedy,
Out of American Samoa, and wait for it, the perennial champ, the talisman of the Samoan team, and the guy that everybody reckons should win this particular division. How are you seeing it, Robert? Do you see it that way?
Well, I see it as coming down between David Litty, of course, and Sanili Mao. It seems that he gets better with age. He is 41 years of age, Sanili, but he's just keeps on shifting heavier and heavier weights each year. There's no stopping him. He's the heaviest he's been, but he's also lifting the heaviest weights he has in his career. So that's just amazing. David Litty, we know he's a champion as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. Swamili Nane from Australia is not too far behind them. I think 365 probably he's a little bit underdone with that total. We may see him do a lot more than that. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, Nani, of course, had a very sort of emotional reaction. He's got back here to Samoa for the first time in 17 years. Of course, his lineage is Samoa via New Zealand, and now in Western Australia with a little bit of a Saxton twist there, and the Ox Club as well. I'm sure we'll talk about that in a little while from now. David Litty, the battle between he and Sanele. I mean, at one stage it was David that dominated as we were introduced to our wonderful volunteer officials, but it was Litty that was usually 1 or 2 kilos ahead of him. But in the recent turn of events, it's been flipped, and it's Sanele that comes out a little ahead of David Litty. Are you seeing those?
Yes, I see that. But then again, I guess our opinion is shaped by what we see on the internet or Instagram and whatever, and Sanelli is a lot more visible. We see what he's doing in training. We can tap into what's happening in the training in the wonderful facility here. But we can see it. Oh, there he is. He's jerking 230 kilos behind the neck. Oh, look, a 190 snatch. He's attempting 200. So we're following his progress, and so we know what he's doing. Not so much with David. He comes out at championships and say, oh, wow, that's a good lift. Where did that come from? Because we don't see what he's doing in New Zealand. It's more kept more under wraps, and I think it may be the way that either the way that they're coached or their own personality. They're more private. So the way I see it, Sanelli is the favourite, but we don't know what David has been doing.
And here is Sanelli. In fact, it's interesting that in warm-up here, the great man Sanelli, now 41 years of age, is putting on the protective gear as he gets set. Buds are in, headgear in place. Are we going to see the great draw pullback at the end of a gold medal performance?
I think people will be very disappointed if that doesn't make an appearance very early on in his lifting.
We got young Fomai as well, the understudy, of course, that the Samoans are bringing on to replace him when one day inevitably he's got to retire. Interesting that Litti, Sanelli and also Stephen Curry are grouped together in one part of this warm-up room. Boy, it's going to be interesting to maybe get down there and sneak a look. Tina Bell is there or thereabouts as well, oversighting the great New Zealander. They're warming up, we're warming up, hope you're warming up, because in about 5 minutes from now, the big guns, the big boys, the supers, get ready to rumble at the IBFC Universal Cup here in Samoa. Stick around, join us then. Certainly hope that wherever you're enjoying these pictures, you are strapped in, because believe me, for the next hour and a little bit, the 6 most powerful men in this part of the world, make that 9, are going to be doing their thing, and they're going to be deciding a very important medal in the Universal Cup, and maybe earn themselves a few dollars on the way through as well. Alongside me is Robert Cabas, a silver medalist from the Olympic Games in Los Angeles in 1984, a day and a time and event where not only he won the silver, but Dean Lucan won the gold. And then Robert went on to win 3 consecutive gold medals at the Commonwealth Games. He's been the eyes and ears on this tournament all week. And Robert, great to welcome you to the Super Heavies. It's always a thrill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can talk all day about technique, pound for pound, who's the fastest, double bodyweight lifts and whatever. But when you boil it all down, people want to see the biggest guys lifting the biggest weights. And that's what the supers provide.
Let me just make sure that our sponsors are acknowledged. IBFC Finance Company for your commercial needs, Vodafone, NBS Samoa, the Samoa Tourism Authority, Waima Brewers, and the Samoa National Olympic Committee. Wonderful sponsors. We thank you for your generosity, and you too, Samoa, for looking after us over the last week of this extraordinary event. And also, of course, the Oceania Weightlifting Federation as well, and the great man himself, Paul Copper. We're about 15 seconds away from the start here. It is the men's plus 110. The super heavies about to get into action. He's such a talisman too to this team. And when he goes well, Samoa goes well.
Absolutely. I've been watching him here. He's been here all week in the stands to support all the lifters. And I can just see them all milling around him, as you say. He's the talisman. He's charismatic. And when he goes well, he draws everyone up.
Indeed. Okay, well, of course, this is the Universal Cup, and Sri Lanka has been a very active participant of this event. And here's a young participant. Tarahan is out there with his first lift. It's an 85, and this young man will be getting the thrill of a lifetime, I am sure, because I don't think he's ever have been to a tournament or an event such as this. The occasion has been absolutely magnificent. The vigor, the noise, the enthusiasm, the emotion, the records, the performances, the hospitality, the culture. Need I go on? It has been just fabulous for this last 6 days.
It's been the perfect package, hasn't it? On and off the platform.
So this young man getting lots of experience. One nation here that I'm a little bit surprised we don't have a super heavy, and that's Fiji. Given Henry Elder and the way that they're trying to blood a new generation, I thought maybe Fiji might have found a super, but they're probably all packing down in the front row for the Ndrua.
Yeah, you could be onto something there.
So we do have South Africa, we've got Tonga, New Zealand, Samoa, PNG, American Samoa, and of course the host nation with the 2 reps as well. Young Fomai going to be out here pretty soon. He'll start at 120. And I tell you what, just looking at the starting snatches, the great man himself, Sinele Mao, at 180. Litty's got to try and stay with him. He's going to open up at a 140, and then the battle will rejoin in the clean and jerk. But again, the numbers for Litty are pretty understated when compared to what Sinele has initially nominated.
I'm hoping that they're just numbers that they've just thrown in, so as to not have to worry about the run of the competition or give anything away. So that's what I'm hoping, because the other not so attractive option is they don't want to give anything away before the Commonwealth Games, and he's just going to go and do a couple of light lifts here and there for a minor medal and just keep things under wraps.
I've got a feeling, because I was just speaking to some of the New Zealanders, and apparently he's not feeling 100% Litty.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that I'm hoping is not going to happen. But you know, we're all human, and if you're not up to 100%, well, you don't want to underperform. You just want to save it for when it really counts, and that'll be in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games.
Mallingham with his second at 93, likes the 3 white lights. But I tell you another lifter here that I have just so enjoyed watching over the years, and that's Stephen Carey.
Oh, absolutely. And even from his teenage years, he was not a regular visitor to Melbourne, but he visited quite often for training and so on. And the club that I was attached to, actually co-founded with another teammate and schoolmate from the old days, the Phoenix Weightlifting Club in Melbourne. We used to conduct the Ian Laurie Cup in memory of one of our old teammates. And at one stage, it was probably the biggest competition on the Australian weightlifting calendar. This is definitely the Victorian one anyway, and attracted a lot of interest. And Stephen came down and won the Ian Laurie Cup a couple of times from memory. So we enjoyed having them there, and he certainly didn't hold back. He produced some massive lifts.
And that is the thing about Carey. I mean, he can just produce when you don't expect it, and some of the lifts that he's delivered over the years are just incredible. Paramaligan here is from Sri Lanka. He's got another snatch to go at 98 kilos. We're waiting for the big boys who are out the back. They're warming up. We're down here at the waiting room as the Sri Lankans look down the corridor of champions towards that warm-up area.
Of course, we've got the Commonwealth Junior Championships being run in conjunction with this event, and this is where Paramalingam would be entered. So he will complete his lifts, sit back a little bit, watch how the experienced lifters go about it, and that's also part of the experience. On the platform, for him to get accustomed to lifting in front of a big crowd on the big stage, and then off the platform, we can get a sneak look at how the more experienced lifters approach their warm-up, and some of that will rub off on him. It will certainly be a great memory for him.
Great memory. I mean, goodness, I think we're all filled with some fantastic memories after this week here in Samoa. And I'm advocating very heavily for IBFC Universal Cup 2. Nice. Just steadies nicely down in that squat position, picks up his 98, has a look round, gets his lights.
So a good selection of weights. He's not, he hasn't got anyone pushing from behind him. the lifters in front of him are not really within reach for him, so he's concentrating on his own efforts, and the coaches have picked the right weights. He wants to go away with a successful experience.
Well, here's a young American Samoan who will also be learning a lot here this evening.
Young Kennedy Ngafo from ASA.
Gavatoa. Yeah, like it. But maybe Kennedy will do for this evening.
I think we got it once, and we'll let that rest.
In deference to his family, and we acknowledge the family of this young man. 115 then. Nice. Be interested to see what influence, if any, given the fact it's a US territory, whether there's, as the Tongans have tapped into the west coast of the USA, would love to find out from Kennedy where he might be training or what influences he has over there in American Samoa and Pango.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a young man in shot who's an understudy. Oh my, very powerful young boy.
He is indeed, tips the scales at nearly 155 kilograms.
And he'll be lifting in the junior and senior competition here as well. Certainly got the talent and the skills, and is being set for big things going forward.
Yeah. I think he's only just entered in the Universal Cup. He's just out of his junior years. He's going to turn 21 this year. So just missed out on the junior ranks for this competition.
Well, that's part of his evolution. Tuanaimato here. $120 start. Big, warm reception as you would expect. So we've been saying it's a learning experience. We're saying that basically a lot of these lifters are going to come away with some memories that are a lifetime. And really for young Tuanaimato here, as well as he sets himself to be the understudy for the great man Sanele. And how clever is the long-term planning of Samoan weightlifting, that they should be bringing on a young boy now while Sanele's still at his peak, but is around to take over should and when that happens. So Kennedy then out on the platform is second, 120.
As a referee, which sometimes I am, this is one of those lifts, and it's indicated, you can see it's by a majority decision. It's one of those lifts that you look at and you want to look at again. Was it a press out? Even when I watch it again in slow motion, I'm not convinced what it is. It sort of moves up in terms of pressing out. It sort of slows down at the top, but it's not really two movements. It just looks awkward, and it's no fun if you're a referee and you got to, make an adjudication, especially in a split second
under these circumstances.
Yeah.
So just for those that might be joining us for the first time and getting to know and love this extraordinary iron sport, Robert is there referring to the right arm, it was, of young Kennedy, which looked to come unlocked. The idea is that as the weight is put up over the body, the elbows cannot unlock or double press or double move in securing that weight. And that's what, of course, the referees and the jury can intervene. The 3 jury people can intervene at any time and want to demand a look at what is going on out there. But Kennedy gets away with it, if there was anything to get away with, but those are the subtleties that Robert's talking about. Okay, all the way from South Africa, Ruben Berger. Owns a wonderful CrossFit and Eden Fitness gym on the beautiful Mosul Bay in Cape Province in South Africa, and has travelled out here as well with his partner, Annika Spiceberger, who we saw the other day go around in the women's 58s and also pick up a couple of golds for South Africa on the way through as well.
I think that's her there.
That's her, that's his partner.
Yes.
So the two of them have travelled here together from South Africa. Ruben's been around for a while. He's competed at South African and African championships as well, representing the Republic. He's now 35 years of age and came into it via his gym work and CrossFit. So another one of these people that have enjoyed weightlifting through CrossFit. Here he goes, 125, first attempt. Well, he's opening it with what he did at the Commonwealth Championships. He went to India and his 150 or 125 there was his best.
I'm not sure what the problem there was, because it seemed to go up easily enough. The only thing that I would say with that missed first attempt is that there was no acceleration. It was a one-pace lift, and you really, in the end, you need that explosion at the top.
We saw from Ardua 126 down in Melbourne at the Oceania Cup. So he's just sitting underneath that at the moment. They're not working him too hard, which I think is probably a good idea given the circumstances, the occasion, and the massive expectation from this crowd. Might get you to have a close look at this in slow-mo, Robert. Tell us what and where. Speed, once again, I think, are just not committed enough under the bar.
I think what often happens with the bigger guys is if the bar is going forward, and let's face it, they have big bodies, so it's not that easy for them to keep the bar as close to the body as possible. So it's just a little bit away from them, and as it travels overhead, it's just too far in front for them to secure.
So both Fomai and Ruben Berger, the South African, having a little bit of trouble here at 125. The American Samoan, Kennedy, going to come out and have a crack at it. Got the Samoan, the senior Samoan, Sinele Mao yet, the Australian yet to come out, Litty yet to come out, Kari yet to come out, and the Tongan as well, Monumua. Saw that he was entered for the Commonwealth Championships last year, but I don't think he lifted. Not sure what happened there. Coming in with a 135, we're told. Okay, Kennedy, 125. Of the three, can he get this one away? Well, the South African, the Samoan, and the American Samoan having a bit of a thing going on with 125 at the moment.
He's a big, strong guy, but not a lot of finesse. So certainly he's strong enough to snatch that weight, but not if you're going to sort of half-power muscle snatch it.
Fomai here is going to come out his third attempt. He's got his 120. Like I say, I've seen him do a 126. Well, as you can probably hear, the crowd have announced a success. From I guess his 125, well off his PB. Good, steady start.
Kept it a little bit closer to his body this time and a bit more oomph at the top, and managed to secure that weight.
All right, Stephen Curry going to come out to play. This PNG champion, proud national representative. We have seen him pull off some magnificent lifts all the way back from the Pacific Games of 2015. Some impressive clutch lifts and winning some Commonwealth gold medals as well. He loves this. He just loves being out here in front of a huge crowd. It brings the warrior out in him. He's been up here training at the Oceania Centre as well.
Has he?
Yeah.
Wow.
He could be in a little bit of good nick. Okay, Berger stumbled a bit at his 125 as to what Stephen Curry negotiate this pretty comfortably, I would suggest to you, Robert.
Yes, indeed.
So here's Berger then. So he's given the 125 the flick. Annika, his gold medal winning partner, has given him the smelling salts and told him to get out there and do the 130.
So we'll see what he does with this. He definitely needs to accelerate in the second part of the lift to secure it.
Wide grip.
That's better.
So South Africa away, so that's good. A good start for him. So like I said, at the Commonwealth Championships, his 125 was his best snatch, so 130 is good. Yeah, there was an incredible snatch that he pulled off, Kari. Clean and jerk, I should say, that won him the gold medal in front of his adoring fans at the Pacific Games. He'd done it as well the previous games in Moresby. And he repeated the dose when he downed the Scot. I think it was the Gold Coast that he won that memorable gold medal as well.
Yes. Was.
And the Scot was out the back on vision booting towels and
the Canadian Santavi.
I was the Canadian. Sorry, yes. Scotland. I've got Scotland on my mind at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wasn't a happy chappy.
No.
So, what a thrill for the South African partnership here. Like I say, comes from the beautiful coast in South Africa, the Cape Province. Gorgeous, actually. Beautiful part of the world. And graduated out of his CrossFit time, got involved in weightlifting, represented the South African Republic. And before he knew it, he was on the African Championships. Debuted at 7th and then started to close out a couple of titles there and then moved on. And here we see him today.
So there's been a change of call. Kari was scheduled to appear at 135 kilograms. He's made a change, so now it's Berger that's out on the platform to tackle 135.
Why am I not surprised that Kari's going up? He lives this stuff. Once this gets into his veins, It's one of those lifters that responds, Robert.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's a real competitor.
It's too much for Ruben today, so he'll take the 130 into the next round.
A very wide grip, and something that we've repeated a couple of times during these championships. The wider the grip, the less margin for error that you have. The slightest movement or positioning, and it will just keep on traveling behind your head. Puts extra pressure on your wrists and shoulders and elbows. Very difficult to hold.
Well, I tell you what, the dark horse in this competition is going to be the Tongan, Manamua. He's asking for 140. So we're not too far away from seeing him.
We're going to see him right now.
Right, here he is, yeah. So he's going to jump in ahead of Stephen Curry's next shot.
Well, if Stephen is taking 140, then he will follow him. The first attempt will always go before a second attempt.
Well, that's a great opener for him.
Well, he's not betraying any emotions whatsoever, is he? He'd make a good poker player.
No, and Joshua in the corner with him. We saw him early on, of course, in the 110.
I don't think he'll be playing up to the camera and dancing. Not just yet, anyway.
Maybe a Tongan war dance at the end of it. Stephen Curry then, this incredible campaigner. Big fan of his work.
Just left it out in front, not enough in the finish. Needs a little bit more salt and pepper there in the finish. And he also relaxed a little bit. He was almost about to smile, and then the weight started to go. You can't afford to relax or celebrate a split second too early. Curry went up to 141.
Wow, he's chasing, isn't he? He reckons he's got a little bit. I reckon Curry. Maybe he's heard the whispers about David Litty and wants to have a little piece of the action later. But if he's been training hard here and going the Samoan training regime of 5 a.m. starts.
Look, if this is a serious effort at lifting rather than just flying the flag for PNG, then I would imagine he'd be looking at the 110s. No. Well, he did give it a little bit more here, maybe a little bit too early. He was trying to finish the bar too early. But I imagine it's been a long time since he's been in a competition and tried these sorts of weights.
Yes, one thing being able to bang them out the back at the training centre. It's another thing to be able to produce that in circumstances like this.
As we say, it doesn't matter how confident you are or how strong you think you are. The weights never change. 140, 200, whatever it is, it's that same weight 365 days of the year, and it'll tell you immediately if you've slipped back in condition or strength or technique or whatever.
Okay, Manumua then is ready to come out. The Tongan, as I said, he's a bit of a dark horse. And if he's come out of the west coast of the States, I'm not saying that he has, but might explain why there are not many traces of him anywhere. I was seeing that he had been a starter, was nominated to get through to the Commonwealth Championships, but I never saw any record of him there.
He's currently in 7th spot for the Commonwealth rankings,
So
with a 312 total.
So where did they come from?
I would say that he may have lifted at last year's. No, he hasn't. So he has lifted in a recognised event. Yeah.
Manumua looking the goods at the moment. And that 145 is pretty handy as well.
Yeah.
Dear me. So we've only got 3 lifters to come. Litty is one of them. The Australian is the other.
So he did his 312 at the World Championships last year.
Where? In India?
In Norway, the World Championships.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So again, I just haven't seen his trace through the Pacific. So maybe he is West Coast USA or something. We widely speculate and we can't do that. Manu Mua from Tonga is cutting a bit of a sway through the early ranks here in this men's super heavies.
Just looking there in the background, and that's not a good sign. In the warm-up room, I saw Swamili Nanai put down 160, and look at his hand. It wasn't a very close attempt, so that's something that will have to be seen to before he comes out. He's listed to start at 160, but he was trying it out in the warm-up room, which is very unusual, which indicates that he was thinking maybe I'll start on 165. That miss may put a different thought in his head and the coaches.
Whatever is happening out the back, Manu Mua is having a super effort here with his run in the snatch. Nana yet to come. Mao yet to come. Litty yet to come. 3 top guns waiting in the wings. And we're yet to get a clarification on the state of David Litty as well. I mean, theoretically, he's already on his way to Glasgow, isn't he?
Yes, should be. He's ranked number 2 with a fair gap between him and number 3 in the Commonwealth rankings. He's got 397 as his qualifying total. 3rd place is Lovepreet Singh from India with 380.
Who's won? Who's number 1?
Number 1 is Sanili Mao. He's got the golden ticket already. So let's have a look here at this cool character.
Yeah, he's a handy weightlifter, this guy.
Even when he's struggling a little bit and trying to find a way to stabilize the lift, his face still betrays no emotion. Look at that. He would be a dangerous poker player. Look at that. Just a slight nod. Okay, I've got the down signal. Now I'm just going to walk off quietly, sit in a quiet corner somewhere until the clean and jerk start.
Here's the move by the first of the big boys then. David Liddy going to come out at 155.
Well, that still doesn't tell us the story, does it? It's sort of like it's a little bit on the light side for him, but it's a reasonable weight. He can make some jumps from there. Maybe he'll make a change now. We don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, way back at 2018 on the Gold Coast, he did a 174.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he did 177 in India last year for his silver.
He did.
I mean, that's 22 kilos more than this. And
Mind you, when he did his 177, he started on 166, so he likes to make big jumps. So he may go 155, 165. We'll see. We'll see what this looks like.
So it looks pretty good.
It looks easy. He caught it pretty high. It's not snappy, but he is a super heavy. So not too many snappy lifters walking around at
Well,
169 kilos body weight.
Well, with Litty out of the way, Nanai the Australian must be up next, and then we're going to wait for Sinelli to come out here. There's Nanai the Australian out of Western Australia. Lovely little story about Nanai in the Samoa Observer this week. He came out here to check on his mum and dad, actually. 2007, of course, that terrifying and deadly tidal wave, and
Yes.
he swept the southern end of this beautiful island of Upolu. There he is. And came to check on the family and friends. And then, of course, it's a naval career, I think, he's pursued over in Western Australia.
Yes, but no longer. I think he's out of the
Right.
Navy at the moment. But yes, he was, and the Australian Navy had given him some time off to train and attend the games. But I'm not sure how lenient and giving they are in that respect.
Ultimately, they get their pound of flesh, I guess. 6 of the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
So he's lifted more than this as well, but he had a bit of a break after the last Commonwealth, after the last Olympic Games. I think he may have. Regardless, the last 2 years he's had a bit of a quiet spell, and he's just starting to get into it now.
He has. Australian champ, 160.
As I said, he bad miss in the warm-up on this weight, so we'll see how he goes here. No, well done. No problem there.
Maybe he was foxing. But that puts him 5 ahead of Litty.
Yes.
So Mr. Saxon there. Miles Waddell as well to look after him.
I'm just thinking, when he dropped that weight in the warm-up, he immediately looked at his hands. And I think maybe he tore a callus. And often when you do that, you've got that pain in your hand, you tend to use your arms a little bit earlier than you should. And on that particular lift, he did pull it a little bit early with his arms.
Look at that. I was very interested in that sort of psychological play there. The Australian Nanai coming down, trying to engage the eye line with David Liddy, but he had none of it. He was just totally ensconced in his... he's still got his cans on. Is he allowed to wear his cans out there?
His...
Buds?
No. I think his coach will take them off for him. There you go.
Thank you, Tina. So all the way up to the platform, he wears the buds.
And as we guessed, it's a 10-kilo jump to 165s. He likes to make big jumps. It's not uncommon for super heavies to do that. They like to save their energy because they're lifting the biggest weights. You don't want to do 3 attempts on these big weights. You want to have one in there at least just to get you started.
Oh, a bit of speed in that as well, warming up.
Yeah.
I agree, David. That looked very good.
Yes.
Better than the first, a lot faster. Look at the speed. Take us through it, if you would, Rob. The speed off the platform and that second pull as he gets in underneath it.
I think the first one, I got the impression that he was trying to power snatch it and didn't. So this one here, he's just focused on pulling as high as you can. I'll catch it wherever it lands. He's not trying to power snatch it.
Look at Nanai there, and he's having a conversation over the top, Litty. There's a little bit of psyching going on. Saxon's involved in that as well. Nanai, his coach Saxon comes over and just, there's a little bit of byplay happening. Liddy gets back into his pods and got 166 sitting on the scoreboard. They're discussing options. Nanai coming out then with 170. Yet to see Sinele Mau, the great Samoan, the chief. Haven't seen the chief yet.
Now he's also taken a 10 kilo jump, as we say, not uncommon for super heavyweights. Let's see how he goes with that. Good lift.
Nice. Well, I don't know what he's been doing, but maybe as he hit the reset button, then I finding a little bit of form.
Wow, that was much better form than his first attempt. His first attempt, his arms came into it straight away. Here he gets it going first before bringing in the arms. So that was a strong lift. Well done.
Still no response from the Samoan. Sinele Mau out the back, still just going through his warm-up. Not involved in this one bit. Let the New Zealander and the Australian fight it out. Tina Bell circulating around. Bud still in the ears. Theoretically, the Australian going to come out next. Litti wanders. Bit of a by-play. Nanai, the Australian, will take a sneak down the corridor of champions. And Samoa get their first look at their great champion. Sinele Mau going to come out. 175. Faleata goes off. Onto the platform he strides. 175. Going to take it to the Australian and the New Zealander. Give them something to think about. Just a slight. If we get a chance, Rob, have a look at Jerry Warwick's face here. We probably won't see it in the replay. If we do, I just think there was a slight look of concern. I'm not sure. Sinele doing the 175. Looks okay. So Litti going to come and answer. The big boys are starting to throw the weights around. Litti comes out. The Samoan leads with 175. He's taken the initiative away. He's got the 175.
Oh, well done. Now we've got a competition.
Litti responds.
Apart from lifting against the hometown hero who's just come out and nailed the 175 and looked good for it, a miss on this would leave him 10 kilos behind of what he was aiming for. Almost wiping out the competition for him, so that's the real pressure there.
So Litti is done.
He's done, but he's taken... well, as we said when he took 155, we said he likes to take big jumps, and he certainly did that, but that has its own pressure because you miss one of those and you're almost wiped out your whole program.
Nanai then comes out for a 180. But not before the great champ from Samoa has his second attempt. The Saxons in the background, Nanai's coaches, invite him to sit down and wait. Back into the waiting room. The New Zealanders have vacated. They'll go out the back and set David Litti for the clean and jerk.
Well, I think David Litty answered our question.
Sanele Mao, gold medalist at the Australian Championships, gold at the Commonwealth Championships in Suva, Fiji, gold at the 2019 Pacific Games in Apia.
So he's trying to emulate David Litty by also jumping 10 kilos between attempts.
Okay.
Not unusual between first and second attempt, not that common between second and third attempt.
Well, this boy is really rising to the occasion. I tell you, Nanai here. Whoa,
No.
catches him as well. There's that bliss or whatever it is you were talking about, I think.
Have a look at his arms. They bend as soon as the bar leaves the platform. You can't snatch 180 with your arms. You need your whole body working together.
Okay. Amen to the great man. 181. Nanai, the Australian, is down and out. His 170 will stand. Litty with the 175. Sanele has done the 175. Now, the pedal to the metal. Kick the tires and light the fires. Let's get out of here. Sanele's
in a good mood. He's found something that's amused him. Not so much Jerry Woolwork. He's not too amused with what's going on.
Well, there was just a slight grimace when he did the 175 on Pepe's face. But this will dispatch. So the record now is in threat. Having a look at the record. .185 record attempt. Samoa! Pepe! Samoa! Wow-wee! Commonwealth record. Rob just confirmed the Commonwealth record. Broken his own Commonwealth record by 3 kilos. Brilliant.
Yeah, 182, I would say.
Wow, will you look at that? Will you look at that?
So just a quick look at the records here attached to the start list. We see that 182 is the Oceania record, which obviously would be the Commonwealth record in this case because both belong to Sanele Mao.
Well, we're going with a new Commonwealth record. According to our stats, that is a new Commonwealth record.
Yes. So 181 is good enough for the gold medal here. Just 1 kilo under the Commonwealth record. So this one here, 190 that's been called for, is going to smash the record by 8 kilos.
His own record.
His own record.
Let's get that right. So multiple record breaking lifts. And what a way, what a crescendo, what a climax. What a finish to a tournament is this? Can this team do no harm, do no wrong? Look at these great lifters that are in his corner as well. this Upolu dynasty, this amazing 41-year-old Samoan warrior. Points at the Samoan flags. His adoring fans are just roaring into action. To break his own Commonwealth record set just moments ago, 190 kilos.
Oh, very close.
I tell you what, the iron sport, how brilliant. This iron sport, it can take so much out of these wonderful weightlifters, but when it's generous, it gives so much back.
Yeah.
And when you combine that with this great lift,
Look, how
Rob,
close
take
was
it-
that?
take
How
us through
close?
it.
He just couldn't quite lock it out. He had it there, and he was strong enough to hold it there on bent arms. So this is his 181.
Absolutely brilliant. The 185.
Oh, 185.
Yep. 180,
So there was a change in call. Well, that makes sense. 185.
Yep. 185 Commonwealth record.
Yes.
It couldn't get much better.
That's
What
the
a
record,
fitting
yes.
finale to this incredible competition that the great man, Sinelli Mal, in front of his adoring fans, can do that. 185.
185. I must have taken my eye off the ball there for a split second.
Well, in the
And the way
emotion,
it's just,
I totally get it. We're going to take a break here. This amazing competition continues, and we're going to enjoy the clean and jerk. But our sponsors, IBFC Finance, thank you so much indeed for making this possible. Vodafone as well, and for your banking solutions, NBS Samoa, Samoa Tourism Authority. Wow, bring us back for Universal Cup 2 next year. Waima Breweries, and of course the Samoa National Olympic Committee must be absolutely thrilled with what is going on here. What a sporting spectacle. We'll be back after the break. The great Sinelli Mal, he's in record-breaking form. This is the lift. This is the moment. This is the champion. And this is Samoa. with an extraordinary lift, of 175 kilos to get this men's super heavy off to an absolute roaring start, and I mean roaring. His adoring fans are going off, and we've got the clean and jerk to come. Robert Cabas, this has been a tournament of tournaments, and it's going to finish off on this extraordinary crescendo.
You couldn't ask for a better finale, could you? It has everything, big weights, records, personality, and provided, here we are. Let's have a look at this 185 again.
So this is the great lift that we're just going to relive here. If you're just joining us, you've come in after work, Samoa, this is your warrior champion. And there's a great man that's engineered so much of what has happened here as far as, well, it's all happened because of the great man Jerry Warwick. But it's been these incredible lifters that have been able to do the job for him as well. Amazing scenes here. The noise just does not stop. The enthusiasm for that great champion is unabated. And meanwhile, the tournament continues. And I tell you what, for the international visitors like this young man, Tarahan here from Sri Lanka, I tell you what, there's his coach. Can't believe it. Can't believe it, Rob.
I think he's just checking if he can actually hear him.
So all is set to welcome him out onto the platform. .115 safely secured. We can just barely hear the bar hit the turf. Usually that reverberates around a room like this. So just a quick moment to jump in and thank our major sponsors at Broadcasting TV1 Samoa. Without them, TV1 Samoa cannot bring you pictures like this. Our major sponsors, Frankie's Company Limited and Island Rock, we thank you both very much indeed. Our associate sponsors at TV1 Samoa include Agricultural Store, Federal Pacific Finance, Central Bank of Samoa, and Samoa Market. With all of you on side, we get to bring you pictures like this, and we thank you for your support and ongoing sponsorship of TV1 Samoa, the #1 place for all your sports and viewing needs. And by the way, don't forget their wonderful subscription service as well. Absolutely brilliant. But let's get back to this. You are the Australian, you are the New Zealander, you are the coach for both. What are you going to do with a rampant Saneli Mao going off like that?
Well, I would think that Liti would still like his chances. He's not too far away. It just depends on the clean and jerk how we go. I think probably if we're looking between first and second, maybe Nana is now about out of contention for first place. A little bit disappointing. I'm informed he totaled 400 not long ago with an 180-220. Wow. So he would be a little bit disappointed to end up with a 170 snatch. Again, it was a big jump, and I know you're trying to keep up with the competition, but also you have to be aware of your ability. You've got 3 attempts. You've got to use them as wisely as possible. There's no point throwing away an attempt. But as I said, he snatched it not so long ago, so he's confident he can do it. And good luck to him. It wasn't a particularly close attempt today, though. So I think between first and second, you would have to be backing Saneli Mao from here. He's got a 10-kilo advantage. In reality, it's an 11-kilo advantage because he would have to be beaten on the total by a kilogram by whoever is chasing him. And if he does this, he's listed to start at 220. So if he does that, David Letty is already looking at 231 to reel him in. Not impossible, but we'll wait and see.
Big ask. Tharahan, I would love to just go down and have a bit of a chat to these Sri Lankans and find out what they think about lifting here in Samoa. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, I'm sure. They're keeping him out there for an inordinate amount of time, but he's got his 3 white lights. Well, he's been lifting well, hasn't he, this young man?
He has. I mean, it takes a bit to stay focused amongst all what's going on. The big weights, the noise, the records being broken around you. And as a young lifter, I know you always want to feel that you belong on that platform. So
here we go. Looks like the jury's going to get involved. I think they've been watching our wonderful TV1 slow-mos.
Was it a timing issue?
I'm not sure what it was.
So
I thought they were. There's a stop in tournament. Are they looking at the load?
the announcer, I think, is trying to explain what was going on, but with all the noise going on here and inside, we can't really make out what the problem was. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, they've reset it with 116. Now for his first attempt, it was a little bit unusual because he started initially on 115, and then his second attempt was done with 116. So my initial thought was that the coaches had missed the opportunity to make that change, and they were forced to take the automatic 1 kilo increment. That is obviously not the case. So I think the 115 was not the correct weight for his first attempt. It was meant to be 116. He's done that now. He will be accredited with that for his first attempt. Now he has to make the call on what weight he wants for his second attempt.
And it looks like he's going to go 120.
Yep. So now we're back on track.
So you can see there that this is the nomination table where the coaches come over, advise the officials of what their lifters are going to do, and Lily Coffer there to left a picture is just relaying that to front of house now. They're just getting themselves sorted. That message you see gets to front of house, and loaders are instructed, weights are added, all clear is given, and the lifter is invited to come out. 2 minutes is hit.
So now we have another change. The bar has been loaded to 125.
And the 2 minute clock is on and counting.
I also noticed in that last change of weight that one of the loaders was Sienna Stowers, who broke 3 youth world records. But she's out there doing the work that you would expect of a normal 17-year-old. When your coach tells you we need loaders, you're out there to do it. And I think that helps to keep the lifters grounded. No one gets too big for their boots, and they all help. She's just sat down again to continue her loading duties. Good to see.
Okay, we're back on track and we've got 125 on the... Now, for the viewers at home, why has he suddenly put chalk dust up on the shoulders?
It's very humid here. I'm guessing he's really sweating and he doesn't want the bar to slide off his chest. So that's the reason for the chalk on his shoulders.
Good enough.
I remember lifting at my first World Championships in Manila under similar circumstances in this weather, and someone advised me to do the same. Put some chalk on your neck and shoulders. Unfortunately, I put too much chalk, and as I came out of the clean, all the chalk flew off into my eyes, blinded me, and I missed the jerk. So that was an experience that was not repeated again.
Wow.
And that's something that we, being involved in the running of a club, something we try to ingrain in all of our athletes, young and old, that many hands are needed to run a competition, and everyone expected to chip in whatever that need may be. I also remember loading at a schoolboy competition. I was on one side and the other loader was Blagoyev, who's often described as the best snatcher in the history of weightlifting. And he said to me, I think this may be the most highly credentialed loading team that a schoolboy championships has ever had. So
what were you both doing there? Did you both have children at the school, did you?
No, the competition was being run at the Hawthorn Weightlifting Club and before a normal training session. So we were there just to view the training of the senior lifters afterwards. We just happened to be in the building and they needed loaders and we were there.
Paramalingam is going to finish off his competition here with 132. We've just been having a few little loading issues, but all that seems to be by the by at the moment as we slowly build up into the climax of this final session here after 5 incredible days in Samoa.
So third attempt, if he's successful with this, he has 6 successful attempts. Overall a good experience for him. And he's done well. Yeah, he's happy with that. Well done. So 132 clean and jerk, added to his snatch of 98, gives him a 230 kilo total.
Okay, from American Samoa, this is Kennedy, come across the bay from the other side of the wonderful Samoan Islands. 145.
So in looking at his snatches, we've worked out that he's a big, strong guy, not necessarily well polished with his technique. So we'll see how he goes here in the clean and jerk. I'm going to guess and say he's going to power clean it. Almost a power clean. And a power jerk.
So technically easier than the traditional squat? technically easier to perfect that lift than the usual?
Oh, the power jerk.
Yeah.
Yes, normally a lot of lifters, particularly ones new to the sport, sometimes just get entangled in that. They're thinking they've got to dip, then they've got to drive the bar up, then they've got to drop underneath it, and they've got to move their feet. And it just becomes a little bit complicated for them. So they'll often revert to the power jerk. Some are so strong overhead that for them it's just an energy saving situation. So we had a lifter representing the Soviet Union years ago who broke the world record with using the power jerk. He jerked 235 kilos.
Wow.
And it wasn't a question of him not being able to do the split jerk, because we saw him in training do a split jerk with 260 kilos.
Gee whiz.
So he had that leeway to spare, and he was just saving energy. He was just so strong overhead.
So we're into the final stanza then of this wonderful tournament that's been running all week here in Samoa, and always a bit of a heavy heart having enjoyed the hospitality of this lovely place. Ruben Berger going to come out, 150, as we said, owns a gym down in the West Province of South Africa on the southern coast of the wonderful Republic.
So we've had another change of course, and that's 151, and Kennedy is the one that's been called now.
Okay.
Looks like he was caught a little bit off guard. He'd wandered off down to up the stairs down the corridor. Something you don't want to do when you're a super heavy. You don't want to do too much walking and then have to rush down to the platform. Ooh. He's having a bit of trouble adjusting it there. He almost knocked himself backwards. But he is strong. We've said that he's a big, strong guy. He's got no trouble getting that bar overhead. The clean wasn't a classic, but the jerk was quite strong. So he's quite solid overhead. Got good strong triceps development. I'm just wondering whether he's had a powerlifting background before this.
So here then is the understudy to the great Snelly Mao, Formai.
Focusing, concentrating, towel on the head, keeping himself isolated from what's going on around him.
So Ruben Berger then getting set to get out and mix it with the big boys. 160 kilos for his first attempt. Again, this will be a big PB if he gets it, because the best I've seen him do is a 155. So let's see whether we can get this happening. Don't know whether he's going to be able to convince them with that.
It's very, very hard to hold the jerk overhead when your arms are not extended and your elbows locked. Very, very difficult.
Yeah. So he's suffering a little bit out there.
So it could be that he just normally cannot extend his arm to full lock, or if you have shoulder tightness, sometimes it affects your ability to get your arms back in a position where you can lock the barrier.
Well, you know as well as I do that usually they would be indicating, would they not, to the referees and jury that he's got a problem with the arms.
Yeah.
Okay, here's this young Samoan, and what a revelation today has been to him. Because his great mentor and fellow super, Tuanaimato, has just been decimating the competition here, but this young man is going to have to take over that responsibility one of these days. And here he is. Pepe, Jerry Warwick, Faleata Longe. 160. Lots of power, lots of speed.
Well, the referees are in agreement with the crowd. 3 white lights. Yes, what you were saying before about indicating that they can't extend their arms, that's spot on. But he hasn't done that. So sometimes lifters are a bit wary. They don't want to draw the referee's attention to that fact, because then the referees are really looking for it. So it's 50-50. It's a bit risky either way, I guess. Best way is just to jerk it if you can.
Just get the job done.
Yep.
Get it done.
So this is a big jump for this guy here. He's strong overhead. The only question mark is the clean.
Yeah, well, he's gone a 145, hasn't he? He's gone a 151 and now the 160 to finish off his time in the capital city of Samoa, here at Faleata. Too big, but look at that. I think he's really enjoyed himself, and boy, when he gets back across to Pango, he's going to have a few stories to tell the locals over there.
So 271 total for him, 120 snatch combined with his 151 clean and jerk, which he managed on his second attempt.
So Ruben Berger then from South Africa going to come out and have a crack. Annika, his partner there. She's been through all this early in the week in the 58s, and as I said, made history by pulling a couple of gold medals out of this level of tournament, never before. South African weightlifting, I've been doing a little bit of reading in on it, and they're getting into the townships and they're discovering some amazing little kids that have been lifting some prodigious weights. But the question is, like you say, it's not really the most flush of sports. It doesn't have the multi-million-dollar development funds that like football does, and I mean soccer here, or other such sports. And so consequently, you can't go out to Soweto or places or townships and pull these kids in and start training them up. And that's the problem. And other sports get them, or they have to go out and work. Okay, 163. Take it home to South Africa, Ruben. I hope you can.
I think that'll be all right.
Yes. It is all right.
It is all right.
Wow. Well, he will be stoked, I think, but it's taken a lot out of him. Like I said, that's the biggest clean and jerk I've ever seen him do.
Yeah, and for him to be able to hold it, it's got to be in the right place, at the right height, and on this attempt it was.
Well, that's a PB by 8, if my information is right, from South Africa. But as I said, he comes from Mosul Bay on the beautiful Cape Province, and boy, I tell you what, Rob, we should go over there and inspect the state of South African weightlifting one of these days. It's just drop dead gorgeous. It's right where the confluence of the, what is it, the Indian Ocean meets, what would it be, the Southern Atlantic. and it's just this wild coast.
Their weightlifting history does go back quite a few years. They had a competitor at the 1952 Olympic Games in Helsinki. Izzy Bloomberg represented South Africa then. And it actually goes back even further, back to 1936, where the South African, actually their best lifter, who was a middleweight, would have qualified for the 1936 Olympic Games. Unfortunately, under their apartheid system in those days, he was not selected for the Games.
Here's a little bit of a late-breaking story there. You can see Annika Spears there just done a little bit of a bolt up the corridor of champions. She's got a minute left to go and register a change of lift. Looks like Berger wants more. Stephen Curry beginning to circulate as well, the great Papua New Guinea weightlifter.
Well, on his most recent effort, he's got a total of 300 to his name, which puts him in 9th place if he's interested in going to the Commonwealth Games.
Gee, it would be fabulous. From then coming out, these pictures are being seen inside Faleata, so as soon as the Samoans come up, the noises does as well. The decibel rise in noise when these guys get lifting, it's just incredible. So Fomai then lifting above and beyond at the moment. Young lifter from Samoa. And he's just broken his personal best. That's a 166. His best before that was a 165 at the Oceania Cup. So a big PB for him under these circumstances. Great lifting.
He's settled down, he's focused on his task. 2 successful attempts in the clean and jerk, 166. Now probably looking at 170 next.
So PB achieved. Ruben Berger got his 167 in time as well. He's going up 4. Ambitious. We wish him well with it. And again, this is really getting into very big PB territory for him. He's already well and truly over his PB by about 8 with his last lift. So he's going to try and beat that by about 12.
Oh, bad luck. He was right back on his heels with that one. Not successful. He may have actually done a bit of damage to his knee. No, he's just possibly just disappointed.
We need the good doctor out there. Let's have a look where this came undone. Just literally lost touch with the bar completely. He was lucky to throw it away. Well, this young man, and he's Rob's pick for Poker Player of the Year. Manu Moa from Tonga was at the Worlds in Norway. Came away with a healthy toe to leg. Haven't seen him around the Pacific, but boy, he's lifting like a champion. .168.
Just does not display any emotions, does he? He's keeping it all under wraps. He's cool under pressure. 168, well done.
What's he doing in terms of qualifying for Glasgow? Is he anywhere near? Has he got something? What's he?
Currently he's in 7th place with a 312 total, but he's already exceeded that 312 here.
So theoretically he could qualify himself for Glasgow after this?
Yes.
Boy. So could Stephen Curry if he gets out there and starts throwing a couple of these big numbers around.
Well, 8th place is 311. So Stephen Curry would need a minimum of 312. A minimum. and that does not allow for anybody else to do more in the next few weeks at the upcoming recognised events.
Well, there's not many more of them, is there?
Well, you've got the British Championships, African Championships,
yes.
Asian Championships, and the Canadian Championships.
Yeah, so there's a couple of options.
And the Pan American Championships still haven't wound down, so we'd need to go and have a look at what's going on there.
Stephen Kari, an extraordinary weightlifter. He really is. Didn't quite get it together with the snatches, but I tell you what, when he sniffs blood, this guy goes after it. He really is a dynamic weightlifter. $170, I think he likes it.
Just a regulation lift, easy. So that equals his recent result of 300. It doesn't move him up the rankings. Now we'll see what he takes for his next couple of attempts. Certainly looks very easy.
Yeah, as I said, he's been
no
training.
problem at all.
He's been training here in Samoa for the last little while, and he's been loving life. Getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, earlier than 5 o'clock for a start, a training start at 5 in the morning. Tuanaimato then coming out for 170. Well, he already broke his PP with a 166. Rob, you picked it. He's going for his 170.
170. That will ease him past Berger, who's on 293. 170 will give him 295.
Berger done and dusted at 293. So, yeah, this would be a great scalp for this young boy. Wow. He's enjoying himself. That is great.
That was a good series of clean and jerks for him. He actually showed room for more.
That's awesome. That really is very good lifting for a young up-and-coming super. So from I then, gets into the change sheds at 295. Manu Moore, going to keep a bit of an eye on this bloke, I reckon, Rob, in the years ahead.
He's only 23, young for a super heavy.
Yeah, I agree. Gee, a couple more years of lifting like this, he could be a bit of a threat by the time he's 28. 148. 174, excuse me.
174, yeah. He snatched 148.
Yeah. Oh, crikey.
Now you can see his power jerking because it's just so strong overhead. It's just
So the Tongan team getting around him. Joshua in the red shirt that we saw earlier on tonight.
Well, they're trying hard to get some sort of a reaction from him, but he's playing it cool.
Totally. Meantime, we get to see the heavy hitters in this particular category. The Australian, Nana yet to come out, Liti yet to come out, Sinelai Mao yet to come out. He's offered a 220 starting. The Australian will start at a 185 and Liti going to get cracking at 180. And if you're just joining us, this is the clean and jerk. We're into the final session of day 5 of competition here at the IBFC Universal Cup 2026. And the news is the great man, Sinele Mao, has broken a Commonwealth record with a massive 175 snatch. Attempted to re-break it again with the next lift at 90, just missed. But yeah, absolutely brilliant lifting. So here's the Australian then. The Sextons are in attendance. Nanai getting set. Tongans. Maybe just a slight change of weight for them.
180 on the bar now.
Manu Bill about to lift. Stephen Kari going to 185, the Papua New Guinea lifter, so he's taking a 15 kilo jump, as only Stephen Kari can. Liti now going up, he's suggesting 198 as his start. Nanai coming out with 185 next. No, looks like it's 180. Interesting. He was going to do a 185. He's put it down to 180. Scoreboard hasn't refreshed that yet. Okay. This Tongan lifter has surprised us all. Come from nowhere. Put together some super lifts here tonight. Well, that is just a really good set of lifts from him. The 140,
6 out of 6.
145, 148, then clean and jerk 168, 174, 180.
So he's on 328. He has added 16 kilograms to his listed ranking.
Not bad. Nanai then does come out at 185. Gets his campaign underway. Looked like he could have been in a little bit of trouble.
I think he may have hurt himself in the snatch.
Yeah, it's
just carrying through. And I think if that goes through,
well, he's got a 2-to-1 on it.
I think if that's if there's no challenge there by anyone, I think that may be it for him.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable coming off after that. So once again, the Australians circulating. They're still out there. Miles Waddell doing something. There's Carey sitting down the corridor. David Liddy coming down the corridor of champions as well. Stephen Cowie happy to get out of the glare, I think, of the waiting room. So we're waiting to see him do a 185.
He's going to go for more.
Nanai still in the mix, so he's not going to pull the pin.
Well, I guess not yet.
Talking about champion lifters helping out, there's Morea Baru from Papua New Guinea helping out his teammate.
Yeah, he's a good guy, a great lifter and a great guy, Maria.
So Letty beginning to make a move. Kari also up. Let's check the body language of these two as they...
Look, if I'm going to have a guess, I think we saw a bit of interaction between Letty and Nanai and the Australians and the New Zealanders before, and they seem to be on friendly terms. It may be that they're letting the clock run out. No? I thought maybe they were buying him some time. He wasn't ready to come out for his first attempt. Maybe they're not on that much of friendly terms. I don't know.
What's Kari doing here? He's gone 190.
Well, his 170 was very, very easy, but this is a 20-kilo jump, so yeah, it's not mucking around.
Only this guy could do lifts like this. Only Stephen Curry can do stuff like this. He's an absolute legend. And some of the great lifts that he's pulled off over the years, really. As I said, the Pacific Games and in front of his adoring home fans. Commonwealth golds as well. Brilliant lifter. And he'll love this atmosphere. He'll just feed off it. 190 then. Second attempt, taking 20 kilos off his 170.
It's a big jump.
Very, very big jump.
And 20 kilos jump from 170 is not like a 20-kilo jump from 140.
No.
I mean, this is serious weights here.
Well, you remember back in 2018 at the Gold Coast, Commonwealth record, clean and jerk, at that time, when he had been training all the time, remember he's only just come back into it, was 216.
216, that's right. That's the one that we've been seeing on the highlight reel.
Yeah, beating the Canadian
here,
as you point out. And that was the one where he throws his belt around and the Canadians out the back booting towels and buckets and weights and stubbing his toe. So that was, so he's lifted well over 200 in the past, but he's only just coming back into things here, and he's only been in Samoa for some little time. .143 on the clock. Looks like he's going to sort of wrap a couple of fingers here. Blisters, do you reckon?
No, I think it was just a big ask, and it was a really big jump.
Well, the crowd are just seeing this shot as well. Letty is down, headset ready, Kari's ready, 190 for him. The two big boys that have been going punch for punch. This would be super. It would be redemption for Stephen Curry and would be also great reward for the work he's done here in Samoa over the last couple of weeks. Here he comes then.
Well, he got a feel of it on his second attempt, so he knows exactly what's required here, what he's up for.
Third and final attempt, 190 to go out with an absolute bang here in Samoa. Mr. Kari, we salute you. Brave attempt. And you brought us so many wonderful weightlifting memories. And it's great to see you back out on the platforms, and I hope you can take some inspiration from the great man, Senele Mao. Okay, we move on. Just not quite underneath it today, and just not enough drive out of those thighs to get out of that squat position. Letty then at 198, trying to come back at Senele Mao. Nanai is withdrawn from the competition. Just getting confirmation. So it's down to 2 lifters now. David Litty, 198, and waiting for him, Sanele Mao. All right. Took a bit out of him, but he's got his lift. 198. Litty and Mao, this battle, once upon a time it was this guy that had the slight edge on Sanele Mao. But in the last 12 months, the tables have turned. But David Litty tends to save his big stuff for the big moments. And I wonder whether he's just sort of cruising into Glasgow.
Yeah,
and
I think he's
having a little bit of a chip here, but really
the focus is
Scotland.
on
Scotland is his thing.
That's the focus, exactly. Also, we need to remember that David Litty is a natural super heavyweight, whereas Sanele Mao won his Commonwealth Games gold in the 105 kilo category. So it's taken him a while to settle into this heavier body weight and to reap the benefits of the extra body weight, muscle and so on. It takes a while to settle into a new body weight category, and also to not try and overpower the weight, still try and use your techniques and whatever. And of course it changes your levers, you're filling a different space as you're getting under the bar, so all these things come into play.
But look at Sanele's record though, Rob. I mean, you know, the Commonwealth Championships back in India, gold medal, a 181, a 220 for a 401. I mean, you know, he's just extraordinary. He's an extraordinary lifter. The Australian Championships, a new Commonwealth record as he goes through at that. In Fiji, it was a gold medal at the Commonwealth Championships over there as well. Attempted a 237 Commonwealth record on his 3rd attempt. And the Pacific Games in Apia, 3 gold, of course, when he started this run. And slowly, it's just sort of turned around a little bit. He's just slightly got on top of David Litty. And at his age, you know, 41 years of age.
Exactly. I mean, we know supers take a longer time to develop and mature, but I think 41 you would normally think you're on the other side of that, but no, he's doing lifetime best lifts.
Okay, David Litty, a super champion as well. Let's write this man off. 212. He's got to elicit some sort of response from the Samoans soon. So he got his safety 198 away. Now we can start to play with a few weights. Here's 212. Why is he going to 212? Let's try and work it out.
I think he's got probably a weight in mind that he would like to attempt for his 3rd. And this is like a halfway to get there, and then he'll have a look. Is it realistic? Do I have a crack at Sanele or not?
Just a little bit worried about that left arm, but I think it's good. Gets the wave. Tina ball there, camera in hand, is a 2-1. So Litty is embraced. Something's going on here. They probably didn't expect that. So just
certainly not easy.
213. It's a massive, massive weight. It's nearly a quarter of a ton.
So he doesn't unlock. The weight has driven him down into a lower split position and also pushed his shoulders down, but he managed to keep his arms in the same position. He didn't unlock.
Well, Sinelli will come out then at 2:15 and take that right away from the New Zealander in one lift. That's the plan. Oceania record is a 2:20.
Whose record?
Oceania record.
Right. Held by
him, Sinelli. Sit it down in Melbourne. All right, let's see where he goes then.
I have a feeling that Litti would have done more than 220 before the weight categories changed.
Into the final lifts, and how appropriate at the IBFC Universal Cup that we should be enjoying it with these two great champions. 2:15 for the lead. By 2 he leads. By 2 he leads. Crowd go wild. Check it out, here it is again. This is the 2:15, Robert.
2:15 already now means that if Litti wants to have a crack at catching him, he already needs 226. Now, from what we saw with that 212, he's not in 226 shape. So he'll either take one more attempt, or I think perhaps David will call it a night.
He's called it a night.
Yeah.
That's it. So this great man, is David Litti, has surrendered. He's decided to take his body off the platform, save it for Glasgow. He's already well and truly qualified. He's been beaten by the better lifter on the night with a Commonwealth record by this man in the snatch. Saw him off, and Samoa celebrates a great champion. Okay, so he's going to go out in a flourish. Litti might have gone, but for this great man there is a record. There's an opportunity to go out with a Oceania record. He holds it. He set it in Melbourne last year. It's 2:20, and sitting out there inviting him to have a crack is 221 kilograms. So he's dispatched David Litti. Litti's called it quits. He goes off with a 387 total. Sinelli's already at 400. Record attempt at 221. He's already got a Commonwealth record. Wow. They love him. They love him. They can't love him any more than they do. This is the iron sport. This is weightlifting. And this is Samoa dominating. This is how good it looks. This is how good it gets. Samoa.
I'm just wondering whether he'll take a third attempt or not risk it.
He's got one more lift. He's got one more lift. What does he want to do with this? Does he go nuts and have a crack at 260? Well, he's got his Commonwealth record now. This is going to be a crack at the Commonwealth record, surely. He's got to go 224.
Right.
Well, 224 is doable.
Yeah, he's got to go. He's got one more lift. He has broken a Commonwealth record already. He's broken an Oceania record in the clean and jerk. And now he's going to have a crack at another Commonwealth record. Wow-wee. The energy that's being expanded by this man. He can't hurt himself. We don't want him to get hurt. We want him to get to Glasgow in one piece. Tuanaimato, what a champion. Talk about bringing down the house.
As we said, we've been watching clips of what he's been doing in training here, and he has been handling some big weights. So he's lived up to the hype.
Has he? What? Toya Pepe, Jerry Warwick sends him on his way. He's burning down the house here. 30 seconds left on the clock. 2:25 sits on that bar. That's a Commonwealth record attempt. 2:25. Wow-wee! Wow-wee! How incredible! Another Commonwealth record to clean out the opposition in the men's supers. This extraordinary warrior burning down the house here, smashes 2 Commonwealth records, sees off the challenge of David Letty, and fittingly clasps the hand of a great man, Tuanaimato Jerry Warwick, who started this Samoan machine. Brilliant lifting. It gets no better than this. And Paul Copper, who started this weightlifting machine all those years ago, Eliot Bologna, he went on to get the Olympic medal. And now Tuanaimato on his way to Glasgow with our heartfelt best wishes. And this to finish off the night. This to bring the curtain down on the incredible IBFC Universal Cup 2026. Another Commonwealth record. And the great man, Tuanaimato, delivers. Robert?
Incredible. I mean, everything was prime destined for this finale, but I mean, fairy tale stories don't always come true. But in this particular case, he lived up to the hype. He gave the people what they wanted. He's got the personality, he's got the strength, he's got the ability to perform under pressure. And now we just can't wait to see what he's going to do on the platform in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games.
Absolutely brilliant. Wonderful pictures here from the IBFC Universal Cup. Before we go, a chance to thank our major sponsors, Frankie's Company Limited, as we watch this great man at work. Here he is, Commonwealth record, not 1 but 2 in the space of half an hour. They can't get enough of him. Tuanaimato. So on behalf of our major sponsors for Broadcasting TV1, Frankie's Company Limited, Island Rock, associate sponsors are Agriculture Store, Federal Pacific Finance, Central Bank of Samoa and Samoa Market, we thank you for making these pictures possible. And of course, our wonderful IBFC Universal Cup sponsors as well. IBFC, the naming rights sponsors for this magnificent event. Vodafone for keeping in touch with the world. MBS Samoa for our banking needs while we're out here. Samoa Tourism Authority, thank you so much indeed for the welcome mat that you've extended all of your international visitors over the last 5 days. Vaima Brewers as well, and of course the Samoa National Olympic Committee to be congratulated on a magnificent tournament. And so, on behalf of myself and the great man Robert Cabas, who has so gallantly sat next to me for the last 5 days, Rob, thank you so much.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Samoa. Thank you very much indeed for indulging us over the last 5 days. Thank you so much indeed to the TV1 crew for bringing you absolutely first-class pictures of an extraordinary event. And so from the last time, from here at Faleata, with the noise of the great champion ringing in our ears, I'm Brendan Telfer on behalf of Robert Cabas and the entire TV1 crew. Until we meet again, good night.
Ana Rosa Ale Mulio, and the Minister for Health, Minister for Justice, Courts Administration, Honorable Vesala Upolu Tuanaimato, and accompanied by the President of the Oceania Weightlifting Federation, the Honorable Marcus Stephen. In the Universal Weightlifting Cup Snatch competition, winner of the bronze medal representing Australia, Suomili Nanai. Winner of the silver medal representing New Zealand, David Litty. And the winner of the gold medal representing Samoa, Tuanaimato. Thank you, athletes. In the clean and jerk competition, winner of the bronze medal representing Australia, Suomili Nanai. Winner of the silver medal representing New Zealand, David Litty. And your gold medalist representing Samoa, Tuanaimato. Thank you, medalist. Now we come to the total. Winner of the bronze medal representing Australia, Suomili Nanai. Winner of the silver medal, representing New Zealand, David Litty. And winner of the gold medal and Universal Weightlifting Cup champion, representing Samoa, Tuanaimato. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Samoa. Please congratulate once again our Universal Cup champions in 2026. Thank you, medalists. We come now to the Oceania Championships. In the Oceania Championships, winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Tuanaimato. Winner of the silver medal, representing New Zealand, David Litty. And your gold medalist and 2026 Oceania champion, representing Samoa, Tuanaimato. Once again, please rise for the national anthem of Samoa. 2026. We have one more presentation to go. Thank you, medalist. Junior. Next presentation is the Oceania and Commonwealth Junior Championships. Please welcome the medalists to the competition stage. The Oceania Junior Championships. 2 medalists. Winner of the silver medal, representing Samoa, for my Tuanaimato. And the winner of the gold medal, representing Nauru, my Queen's Cook. Please congratulate our Oceania Junior Champions in 2026. Thank you, medalists. The next medal ceremony will be for the Commonwealth Junior Championships. Please welcome the medalists to the competition stage. Winner of your bronze medal, representing Sri Lanka, Paramalingam Darahan, Sri Lanka. Bronze medal. Silver medal, representing Samoa, for my Tuanaimato. And your gold medalist and Commonwealth Junior Champion in 2026, representing Nauru, our Queen's Cook. Please congratulate our Commonwealth Junior medalists in 2026. Congratulations. Thank you. That concludes the medal ceremony. Thank you to our distinguished presenters. And that concludes the medal ceremony, men's 110 competition. That brings Senior, Junior and Youth Championships and the Commonwealth Junior and Youth Championships. We thank all the technical officials who traveled from being here to assist with this event. We thank all the volunteers who have assisted with this event. It's been a brilliant event. We thank all the voters who have worked so strong throughout the entire week of competition. And of course, we thank our fans. You've been fantastic. All the fans who have been supporting the athletes, thank you very much.
Well done. Good on you. That's really good.
Most natural waters are special. Something goes in there, comes out different. Natural Samoa water, the taste of nature in a bottle.
Skipper tuna is the healthier choice for you. It's nutritious tuna flakes, packed in easy open cans. Get hooked on the great taste of Skipper tuna today.